Buckling Douglas Moth on the original. That's why the fourth. That's the Johnson Van Stuffles. The third one, because you listen to the left. It's oh, no! No! Eject! Ah! Gods! I know how to move this stupid thing. Shut up. Ugh. Get right on the edge.
Oh, no.
I said the edge!
Just the edge.
You guys should know about the edge! You be in my stream every day! Keep going, keep going, keep going. Go through the portal. Oh my god! No! Yeah, I'd rather just grab. No. Oh shoot, the beep. Ah, the beep! No! The beeps are so soft and pleasant. They're so peaceful. I glyph-res Herrickmon and he went down so fast that he got revived a second time from the same glyph. I don't know if I've seen that before. That is dying at the speed of sound. Don't touch the beakers.
This looks like a nest of some sort. We should clear it out and reduce the strength of hostile attacks.
Shut up, Mr. Robot Man. Oh, wait, that explains it. Guys, that explains everything. That's why Bram survived losing the corruption. It's not that, Bram was never Primortus's champion. Primortus was Bram's champion. Bram's the last Elder Dragon, because he's got more kills than they do. Oh! He's back! He's back! Oh! Oh! Friends! Yay! Yay, friends! Take me! Just do it! Ah.
Give me some of that.
No! Oh no! Wait, gliding Doliac! Tether! Tether! God dang it, tether! Please! Wait, what? Oh god! Oh, I didn't realize what you did! Please take a seat. But you'll only need the edge. Oh my god, Jed, it's rave time! Time. Hello, Sith. All right, chat. Hello, welcome everyone. Hello. Back again. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to stream tonight, chat. The internet was out in my neighborhood for about 6 hours, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll have it fixed in the next 48 hours." And I was just like. I was already mentally calculating how long it would take to like move a computer to my dad's house to be able to do a stream to keep the streak going, all kinds of stuff. The morning stream was only 1 hour long. It got cut off in the middle of that. However, luckily they got it fixed in 6 hours. So yeah, with that, I've got some big plans tonight, chat. Big plans. First thing on the agenda is Guild Wars 2 today did a stream where they showed off the expanded weapon proficiencies preview. We're going to watch that because I haven't seen it yet. I haven't had internet all day. After that, I contacted Josh Strife Hayes because we're like best buds. You know, we go way back. And by way back, I mean I've DM'd him like 3 times. And I messaged him and I was like, hey, you did a video and I would like to do a react to it. But I know how you feel about react videos because I watch your content. I've heard you talk about this. And I know you've got feelings about that. And I was like, and it would be a long one. I'd probably be talking for like 90 minutes. Are you okay with that? Because I got a lot of respect for you. And if you don't want me to do it, I'm not going to do it. But if you're okay with it, I mean, I'll even give you the revenue for it. I just think it'd be fun. You can have the money. And he's like, if you got something to add, you go right ahead. Thank you for asking. So I got his blessing, chat. I slid into the DMs and I emerged victorious. So there is a video of his, a long one. Some of you might not enjoy it. I am really hyped for it because it's my roots, chat. It's my roots. So that is it. Today is going to be a disgusting day full of reactions. And the first thing we're going to react to is going to be the expanded weapon proficiencies preview. So with that, let us get this set up. I am going to turn the game music down. Hey!
Thanks for all the fun these last few months and my new stranded alien dawn addiction.
Noises!
Muckluck bobble, muckluck bobble.
Oh my gosh, noises. Oh, you're very welcome, Shorty, and also Eternal and Hironoto. Hello, hello, hello. This stream turned into a news channel. I mean, we've kind of been a news channel.
It's the tree of birds. How are you?
Let's get all these out of the way. Okay. Hello, Bertree. Oh, Bertree, I did respond to your message on Discord. I hope you saw it. Have you ever considered to remix your intro video, Muck? There's so many hilarious clips from you. It's a crime that the potion seller bit isn't in there. Yes, I've considered it. The guy that made the intro was Cezon, who's made many things to the channel, but he's kind of been MIA a lot recently. So changing those things, I would have to get Noxxi's help for it, and she would need the clips. Yeah, it's possible. It would just be a thing. It would be a project. All right, so without further ado, we have got some new Guild Wars 2 news. I have not seen this yet, but the benefit of seeing it late is we get to skip through the boring parts. We get to fast forward. So earlier today, 3 to 4 hours ago, there was a stream on the Guild Wars 2 main channel of expanded weapon proficiencies preview. We know the warrior is getting staff, but we only know 2 of the moves. We know that ranger's getting maces, but we only know a couple of the moves, things like that. There's a lot we don't know. Hopefully this will answer some questions. So, let's see. So it looks like at the beginning, there was like 10 minutes of nothing. So we're gonna fast forward through all that. All right. Chad just saved you 10 minutes.
Activating combat mode.
Hi, Shugo.
Camera's cut out for a second.
Oh. Okay, here we go.
Hello and welcome to the expanded weapon proficiencies. And whoops, looks like we've... Oh, there we go. Okay, camera's cut out for a second. That's, hey, you know what?
Good start.
Good.
Whoa, dude, that's Cal? I almost didn't recognize him until I saw the name under him. Yo, Cal, you need to take a day off, my man. You look a little stressed out. he looks overworked.
Good start indeed. But welcome to another Guild Wars 2 stream. We are here to talk about the expanded weapon proficiencies that will be in beta for tomorrow's patch.
For those who haven't been listening to my latest 10 news videos, yes, tomorrow a beta test is going to begin where for like 5 days we will get to beta test the new weapons. So if you want to, like, for me, I'm going to immediately grab the new Ranger Mace and try it out on a Druid and see if it works or if it's a dumb idea. Things like that. We'll be able to experiment.
Alongside the balance patch that we previewed last month in October. I am, of course, Roy Marks, and I am joined today by none other than Cal, CMC Cohen, and Taylor. I'll explain below Brooks. How are you guys doing today?
That's good.
Doing fantastic.
Good
Yeah,
to
you
hear.
know, it was just Thanksgiving for all the Americans in chat. So I'd like to say that I am thankful that Taylor took a break from being in Twitch chats so that he could be on a Twitch stream with us.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Taylor. All right, do we want to talk a little bit about what we're going to be showing on stream before we get into it?
Yeah, so obviously, like Roy said, there's a beta tomorrow, starting tomorrow, where everyone is going to be able to play with the new weapon proficiencies for each profession. For anyone who hasn't been paying attention to all of our blogs and whatnot, there's 9 new weapons, one for each profession. You can go read about them in the blogs, or you can stick around and watch this stream. And we'll kind of be coming into this assuming that people have not seen all of the blogs, so there will be some rehashing of some information that has been given, but we'll also be covering all of the information for all of the new weapons, because as anyone who has read the blogs has noticed, not everything had been revealed. We want to keep those short and sweet, give some exciting information, but then make sure that we had this stream here to finish the rest of it.
To fill in the blanks.
And then obviously you guys will get your hands on these things starting tomorrow. So worst case scenario, you can.
I don't know if they're
Log
going
in
to mention
tomorrow.
it yet, but I'm guessing that this stuff tomorrow, it'll be the kind of thing where we have to like make a new character to try it out. Because I'm reminded of when we were doing we got to do the beta test for the End of Dragons classes. And it's like, if you had an engineer, you couldn't make it a mechanist, but you could make a new engineer during the beta test that was like a beta character. And then that one could be a mech. But we'll see. We'll see.
Tomorrow and play with the new stuff if something is still unclear.
Not
after
watching
this stream.
1.5. We'll speed it up a bit.
Also, probably good to note that the icons for all of the weapon skills are going to be temporary. So what you're going to be seeing on stream is temporary. Just keep that in mind.
Yes, yes. Do not bully the developers because the icons look like they were made with crayon or they've all got the same picture or something. Right now they're working on making it work. The polish comes later on. So yeah, the icons are probably going to be pretty arts and crafts looking.
We did mention that, I believe, in one of the blog posts, but good reminder here. And of course, we mentioned this during the balance streams, as always, but we are going to be, of course, looking for feedback, whether that's feedback from what you see on the stream today or feedback from, the next week when you're actually playing it with this stuff in game. We'll be keeping an eye out for it.
Yep. And, the icons will be temporary, and the balance will probably be pretty temporary as well. I wouldn't expect everything to be perfect. I mean, except for the stuff that Taylor worked on. It's obviously going to be perfect.
Right, Taylor can do no wrong. Yeah.
But we've maybe had some scary numbers internally when it comes to testing things out.
One or two. Yeah, I mean, we can just get right into it real quick, though. Taylor, this is now your second stream here, official Guild Wars 2 stream. You excited? Feel
I'm
good?
pumped.
Oh my god, he has doubled
the
his
last
number
one
of
was your first
streams.
one? Yeah. Anything you're looking forward to in particular?
I'm ready to show off Ranger Maces.
All right.
Start smashing.
Yes.
Well, not starting with Ranger Maces. We will be starting with Elementalist, and I think we can just
Of
jump
course,
into it.
as it should be.
As it should
Starting
be.
with the Elementalist. I think there's at least 2 Ele mains on this call, if not for 4.
I've
icons
actually never
reading in the
touched this class
background.
before. Yeah. Cal,
All
why
right,
don't
we'll see how Roy does.
talk about Pistol? Yeah. What are these? Oh, what are these buttons here? Are
good,
these attunements?
good.
Look
utility
mom
skills,
on
Roy.
TV.
Big
Thank you.
fan of these skills.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You can do a lot of burning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about.
That actually reminds me. Hold on, really quickly. Is this person? Oh yeah, they are still. There's a person here named Daddy's Little Freak. That caught my eye while I was setting up the stream. It's good of them to have not moved so that I could show that. Okay, back to it.
Out the Ele Pistol. And so for anyone who hasn't seen it, stop talking over each other. Whoops, I revealed I was reading that big mistake. So Ele Pistol, we talked about this a little bit in the log. We showed off a couple of the earth skills, but the primary mechanic for the
Look at the NPCs on the edge of the platform. Guardian. Oh, Roy's Bane.
Ele Pistol is that there's this concept of an elemental bullet. And so anytime you press your 2 or 3 slot skill, you will get a bullet of attunement if you don't have one. And if you already have the bullet, you will consume the bullet to get a bonus effect. The auto attack doesn't really interact with this at all, so you can see Scorching Shot, auto attack, burning, very exciting. So then we have the Raging Ricochet, which is a bouncing projectile attack. It's going to give you some might, inflict some burning. And if you consume the fire bullet, it will also give you a... Then we have the...
Hold on. If you have a fire bullet, consume it to increase your outgoing Condi damage for a duration. If not, create a fire bullet. Plus 5% to Condi damage for 10 seconds. Okay.
Raging Ricochet, which is a bouncing projectile attack. It's going to give you some might, inflict some burning. And if you consume the fire bullet, it will also give you a outgoing condition damage buff for a duration. As we touched on briefly in the blog, the goal of pistol...
Wow, 3 bounces. So it's good. That means 4 targets. The original target and then bounces 3 times. So it's going to hit 4 targets. So the 6-second
is to be
cooldown.
much more of a condition-focused weapon. So there's going to be a lot of burning, a lot of bleeding, and we'll see that as we go through the attunements. Then we have skill 3, which is the Searing Salvo. This is something...
Fire a shot that explodes into fragments of fire when it hits the ground. If you have a fire bullet, consume it to gain a fire aura. If not, create a fire bullet.
And we saw on the video, for anyone who watched the video, you shoot a ground-targeted missile that kind of explodes into some smaller projectiles and does potentially a lot of burning to a target that you are able to hit all of those with. The bullet consumption bonus here is a fire aura, so, a little bit more utility-focused if you have some of the Condi Cleanse traits or any of the aura traits, maybe you get prop from this, so it's a little bit more utility-focused, and that's a common theme for the pistol choices, the bullet choices, that some of them are going to be very explicitly damage adds, and some of them are going to be more utility focused. So depending on the situation, you might choose one or the other. Or, if you're trying to deal with the most damage possible, you will always press your buttons in a particular order to maximize damage.
Yeah, and something
Just to clarify, the mic peaking is on his end. That is in the recording. That's not me. I can't do anything about that.
Probably good to know as well, the bullets will actually cross over between attunements. So if you fire fire bullet, get the fire bullet, go to water, you'll still have it.
Yeah, that'll still be there waiting for you.
Yeah.
When you come back, which is cool. So moving into water, we have Soothing Splash. Oh, that's a great skill
These are
name.
some interesting names, Cal.
Okay, they seriously missed out if they didn't call the one skill water gun. Squirt, squirt.
So far, I'm sensing like a little bit of a pattern. I haven't figured out quite what it might be, but
Yeah, there's definitely no pattern.
okay.
Frigid Flurry. Volley of icy bullets that inflict bleeding. Really? They're adding bleed to the water one? If you have an ice bullet, consume it to heal for each strike. If not, create ice bullet.
So Soothing Splash, this is just, basic low damaging auto because it's not really going to do any quantity, but it will heal you for each unique condition on your target, so a little bit of potential sustain there. Moving on to the Frigid Flurry. This is just going to be kind of a multi-shot, shooting some ice bullets because they're thematically, something that can bleed your target, very useful for a condition-focused weapon. And the ice bullet consumption here is going to be that you heal when you strike an enemy. So, very cool. Moving on to Glacial Shot. Very questionable skill name here, of course.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Fire a shot that freezes the ground underneath it. Sorry. Excuse me. Creating an aura area that speeds up allies while slowing enemy movement. If you have an ice bullet, consume it to cause the frozen ground to shatter when it expires. If not, create an ice bullet. Let's see. What does the shatter do? When consuming an ice bullet, it'll do 571 damage and 5 more stacks of bleeding. Okay, so the shattering ice on the ground will... I guess it's like shards blowing upward and it makes bleeding on people. And it's a ice combo field. And unblockable. Unblockable also. Okay. It's the fact that it speeds up allies. I'm just imagining everyone like ice skating on the rink.
Everything's wrong now.
Yeah. Something missed the mark here. So this is going to shoot a bullet that thematically freezes the ground underneath it as it goes.
It's like Dwarf Road.
While you are moving on this kind of ice road, you will move faster. It'll also chill your enemies. And then when you consume the ice bullet, this is going to be the damage add of water attunement. The ice road will kind of shatter at its final tick and inflict bleeding on enemies in the area. So really nothing too crazy. Got some more bleeding. Very cool. We can move into air attunement, where we start off with electric exposure. Again, nothing.
Vulnerability.
Sorry, go for it. Yeah, back on pattern. We've hit the one skill in the kit that is not alliterative, so very unlucky.
Oh, alliteration.
But if anyone has any good ideas, maybe like
The slippery slope in chat.
slippery slope. What about Gelid?
Dazing Discharge. Fire a shot that dazes your foe and leaves them vulnerable. If you have an air bullet, consume it to reduce the cooldown of the next pistol skill. If not, create an air bullet. Okay, so dazes them, leaves them vulnerable, and reduces the next skill recharge by 33%.
Gelid ground? Something like that.
Is that a real word?
We'll definitely fix that for release, don't worry. But in the beta, you guys will have to put up with a one skill name that is not an alliteration.
Yeah. But send us your suggestions. Definitely.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
That's going to be a high priority
My suggestion is Big Bertha.
of the early feedback thread. So yeah, basic auto does some vuln. Dazing Discharge. Here's a daze. The air kit is going to be much more utility focused just because there's not a great thematic damage condition to put in air. Unless we want to do something crazy like have lightning inflict burning or something. But we decided against it, so we see a little dash there on aerial agility, and we see Dazing Discharge.
Aerial agility. Dash, then fire a quick shot. If the shot hits, you can dash again for a short time. If you have an air bullet, consume it to remove inhibiting conditions at the start of the dash. If not, create an air bullet. Okay.
Charge, more vuln, some daze there. The daze is much lower in competitive modes. Aerial agility, the way this works is you dash, and you can fire a bullet. And if you strike your target with that bullet, you can then dash again. Just looking at the bullet bonuses here, obviously you guys can read. We're doing our best to mouse over every tooltip on this stream, so you can always go back and watch the VOD, which this time will have all of the voices included for anyone who saw the last balance stream.
I double.
So, some of you may remember the last time I watched one of these previews, the broadcast went fine, but the recording of it only had Roy's mic. So he'd be like, all right, CMC, take it away. And it was just Roy breathing while CMC for like 15 minutes. And then Roy's like, oh yeah, touche. Yeah, so true. You know, and it was just complete silence other than breathing and occasional, like, you know, glugging of water. And I ended up, when I wanted to cover that, I had to watch Loranity watch it.
Well, checked. I'm a professional streamer, by the way. Streamed for years before doing this.
Yes, we saw on skill 2 that we had a CDR for your next pistol skill. That is for any pistol skill, not just air attunement. So you can do that, swap to fire, get cooldown reduction on searing salvo if you want to maximize some damage there. And aerial agility will consume the bullet to cleanse movement impairing conditions. And if you don't have any movement impairing conditions, it is smart enough to realize that it should not consume the air bullet, so it will probably be there waiting for you when you come back.
Very cool. Finally, Earth.
Yeah, we can move into Earth, kicking things off with
Piercing Pebble. Bleed your foe with sharp
the
stone.
Piercing Pebble. That's another great. There's a lot of fun.
Does it
skill
pierce?
names. It doesn't. That's actually a big
It doesn't have pierce.
miss. Love to reevaluate.
We might have...
He's like, I love this name. Doesn't pierce. We'll have to revisit this name.
But it
Workshop that one,
pierces your skin, I guess, so that it inflicts bleeding.
Okay. I didn't know golems had skin. Good to know.
Bleeding boulders.
Whatever. It inflicts bleeding. Then we have
Cutting concrete.
Shattering Stone, not to be
All right, Shattering Stone fires a shot that shatters into multiple shards. If you have an Earth Bullet, consume it to enhance your next few attacks to inflict bleeding. If not, create an Earth Bullet. Oh, it's Sharpening Stone. It basically, if you do it, you get 3 Sharpening Stones.
used with Shatterstone. But this might be a skill that we need to buff every patch for the foreseeable future.
Sharp
although it's
shot.
already pretty solid. So this is just going to shoot a bullet that, you know, when it hits something, it will shatter into multiple pieces. Point. And inflict that bleeding cripple on other nearby enemies. Consuming the Earth Bullet there is going to give you a buff that makes your next few attacks inflict bleeding. So again, there's the kind of natural damage add. And then looking at skill 3, the Boulder Blast. This is
Boulder Blast. Fire a shot that bleeds and immobilizes your foe. If you have an Earth Bullet, consume it to gain a barrier when striking an enemy. If not, create an Earth Bullet.
going to be just a bigger shot that inflicts bleeding and immobilize. And consuming the Earth Bullet here will grant you barrier. So again, a little bit of an offense or defensive choice should you feel
But there's already an LE skill called Shatterstone. Name's so nice, you can use it twice.
the need for either of those things.
Yeah.
But we still have 6 skills to talk about. Or maybe there's 7. I think
Yeah.
there's 7. Oh yeah, Roy has
What's-
all the bullets right now.
What's happened to my
So-
auto attack, Cal?
It looks like it's flipped over.
What is this?
Elemental Unload. Shoot all of the elemental bullets. Gain an aura based on your current attunement. Fire, frost, shocking, or magnetic. Apply burning, bleeding, vuln, and cripple.
Wow. Oh, that skill name is not good either. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, whoever named these skills needs some
yeah, it needs to be elemental end load.
work, I think.
We need some work. So yeah, I mean, this is probably going to be pretty unlikely, but in the event you end up with all 4 bullets, you have the option to shoot all of them at once into some sort of ultimate or unloading shot, I suppose. And it'll inflict a bunch of conditions and give you an aura.
Which aura should we
So-
get? Probably the fire aura, right?
Fire aura is nice. You have the focus, so you can detonate. Except
Yeah.
you're out of range.
Wow.
Well, that's fine. Weaver skills. We should probably show off the Weaver skills. Or at the very least, cover the tooltips.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god,
yeah,
the Weaver
'cause,
skill. Alright, so real quick, for anyone who does not play Ellie Weaver, or you have no idea what they do, the 3 skill, so it's like if their right hand, if they're in earth and fire, then their main hand will be earth, so the 1, 2, 3 will be earth, and the 4 and 5 will be fire, but the 3 is a hybrid. So main hand earth, offhand fire, your 3 for scepter, or your 3 for dagger, or your 3 for pistol will be a combination. It'll be like plasma or something like that. So they had to make a combination attack for every elemental combination.
Yes, we have the Molten Meteor.
Molten Meteor, fire shot that inflicts multiple conditions. A Molten Meteor, I assume this is earth and fire. If you have a fire bullet, consume it to cause the shot to explode when it strikes an enemy, also striking nearby enemies. If you have an earth bullet, consume it to inflict additional bleeding. It does burning and bleeding.
Very cool.
Frostfire Flurry, multiple bullets of fire and ice, inflicting conditions. If you have a fire bullet, consume it to increase the burning duration of the shot. If you have an ice bullet, consume it to cause the ice shots to inflict additional conditions.
Frost, Fire, Flurry.
I'd say
Roy
this
really
one's-
being generous, letting people get their screenshots.
Listen,
their,
I'm a slow reader, man. All right?
Detours.
I wouldn't be able to keep up with even the auto attacks at this point, but
Purblinding Plasma. Is that a word? Purblinding Plasma. Fire a ball of plasma that explodes when it hits, striking enemies behind the target. If you have a fire bullet, consume it to create an area of fire beneath the initial target. If you have an air bullet, consume it to reduce the cooldown of this skill. It does vuln and blindness and can add burning.
Wait, this is a cool word.
Yeah, can you say that word, Cal?
Per blinding plasma?
What does that mean?
It's pretty
Yeah.
good.
It's just an archaic way to say
Let
blinding.
me go get out
Pretty
my
cool.
my year 600 dictionary.
It's
to
very
look this word up.
convenient when you're looking for alliteration with the word plasma.
Yeah.
Echoing erosion. Bleed your foe with bullets of ice and stone. If you have an ice bullet, consume it to heal yourself. If you have an earth bullet, consume it to grant barrier to yourself.
Echoing erosion. Very good.
Flowing finesse. Evade backward and grant yourself boons. I'm guessing this is water and air. If you have an ice bullet, consume it to gain frost aura. If you have an air bullet, consume it to gain super speed. Oh no, super speeding weavers.
The flowing finesse.
Flowing finesse. Yep.
Another defensive option there for weavers.
Innervating earth. If you have air bullet, consume it to inflict daze. If you have an earth bullet, consume it to inflict bleeding. Fire a quick shot that debilitates your target with damage, weakness, and cripple.
And the enervating earth. Yeah, so of course, we talked about this in the blog just to rehash. The way that the Weaver works with the bullet mechanic is that the dual attacks can consume both bullets of their elements. So if you have the fire-earth dual attack, it will consume all of the fire and earth bullets that you have at the time to give those bonus effects. And if you have neither bullet, it will instead generate a bullet of the primary attunement. So if you're in fire, for your fire-earth dual, it will give you the fire bullet. If you're in earth, it will give you the earth bullet. Because, giving both bullets on a dual attack was probably a little bit too crazy. Yeah, so definitely some powerful condition options coming out of this build. If you're more inclined to not swap out of the fire.
Rexy says, get super speed, go downstate, and then misform with super speed to escape the druid's res faster. One, you lose boons and buffs when you go downstate. However, that is funny.
Attunement, you can still have some pretty good success with the pistol.
Freaking
I've been testing this internally, and it's maybe a little bit crazy. I may have cracked 42k on the golem, so there's probably some balance to be done. So it's probably like 50k in reality, right? That's how that works.
Yeah.
But yeah, why bother swapping out of fire? You can press your pistol skills.
Would you say you're a fan of the fire attunement?
Yeah, fire attunement's cool. You can burn. You can burn again.
Yeah. Just in case anyone, oops, I messed up there. Just in case anyone is wondering, we are just swapping back and forth so we can get the next classes set up. Hopefully, I remember the order because I just realized I don't have the order up on my screen anymore. But I believe we're going to be talking about Ranger next.
Mace's time.
Yeah, as long as we alternate, doesn't really matter. Yeah. Taylor will take over for a bit.
Yeah. Taylor, why don't you let us know a little bit about Ranger Maces?
Yep, Ranger Maces are
Muckwao EWP Beta is here.
Yes, Mystery God, thank you.
sister weapons where main hand and offhand have slightly different roles, but together they're gonna, work.
Pause. All right. Germinate, burgeon, cultivate. Never heard of a mace used as a farming implement, but let's go. Strike with your mace, damage, 3 targets. Slam your target, damage, 3 targets. Cultivate. Swing an uppercut at your target, crippling them and granting vigor to nearby allies. Gain nature's strength if you hit an enemy. Interesting. So the auto chain alone, as long as you allow yourself to auto for a bit, is vigor up time. As a druid main, this means you no longer have to have water spirit to have vigor on your party. Nature's strength, imbued with vital energy. At 6 stacks, you become a force of nature, growing in large, gaining stability, increasing your outgoing damage and healing, and recharging mace skills.
Well together. So main hand mace is going to be a more supportive weapon.
So the third hit gives you nature's strength for 15 seconds, and you need 6 stacks. So if you do 18 autos, you get this roid thing.
Where you're going to see a lot of the skills are either going to heal allies or give boons to them. So it's going to be good on something like a druid, and then offhand mace is going to have some survivability skills with some control as well. So together they're going to form kind of a bruiser play style that'll have a lot of damage and sustain hopefully, but you can use them separately as well. So to start off, the maces have their own special mechanic called Nature's Strength, where every skill on the maces is going to give you a stack of it, and then at 6 stacks, you're going to consume them to become a force of nature, where you'll grow big, get some stability, and then deal increased damage and outgoing healing. It's also going to reset your mace skills, so it's kind of a big moment of power. It doesn't last a long time, but it's really something that you want to build up, and then when the opportunity is right, just go in, do some damage. So the auto attack, starting with that, It's a simple 3-chain auto attack, and the third hit is going to give you Nature's Strength while giving Vigor to nearby allies. It's important to note that the last hit of this can actually not proc Force of Nature. That way, if you want to like prop it at the right time, but the moment isn't, you can still keep auto attacking. It'll be fine. And then also with Nature's Strength, the important thing to note is that once you go in and then it's over, you're going to have a small window where you cannot gain any reverb stacks. So that's, the time to like weapon swap, or, enemies know that you're like can't build up
Reverb
anything.
stacks.
So that'll be there as well. But then we can move on to skill 2. This was
Flourish. Strike the earth, damaging nearby enemies and healing nearby allies. The ground flourishes in response, repeating stronger effects after a delay. Gain Nature's Strength if the initial strike hits an enemy. Regen. Okay, so I don't know if this target, this character they're playing right now, has any concentration. I'm going to assume no. This does 4 seconds of regen with a 6-second cooldown, which means with max concentration, that'd be 8 seconds with a 6-second cooldown. That would mean 100% regen uptime, very similar to Mechanist Mace 2. If Force of Nature is activated, it does plus 25% to damage and healing to others.
Shown in the blog. It's called Flourish.
Oh, there's also a 970 healing there as well.
We're going to strike the ground, dealing damage and healing allies while also getting a stack of Nature's Strength if you hit someone with that. And then a moment later, it's going to Echo, where you're going to deal increased damage to the same area while also healing again and applying regen. So this is something that if you can lock down enemies in the area, you'll get a lot of damage out of it. And also, if allies stay in the area, they're going to get a lot more healing out of it. So something that you can hopefully use well in situations where people aren't going to be moving around or you lock down.
Radius 180. Oh, shoot. That is a very small radius for keeping boons on people. I hope that radius 180 is just for, like, the bonk and not for the boon. That would be pretty rough. Like, why aren't I ever getting regen? You have to stand on my big toe.
Down someone to that area. And then moving on to the 3 skill, we have Oaken Cudgel, which is going to be a leap where you strike.
Imbue your mace with verdant energy and then leap to your target. Stun enemies and grant nearby allies protection. Gain Nature's Strength if you hit an enemy. Nature's Strength, Force of Nature, same as before. Protection.
6 months and I still stand in red circles. Mux guides and channel have made me a better person.
Not if you're still standing in red circles, thank you. 2.5 second stun. Combo finisher blast. 250 CC. 12-second cooldown. So this is interesting because it's a blast finisher and it's a solid CC skill. But if you use this as part of what you're doing to keep protection up on your team, you would have to use it every time it lights up, which means you would not ever have it for the CC when you need it unless it just happens to line up that way. But
Right,
250
you're going to deal
bars,
protection
nice.
to nearby allies, or you're going to give protection to nearby allies while also stunning enemies. And as with everything, you're going to get a stack of Nature's Strength. So this is where some of that lockdown comes in. Stun, blast finisher, if you have a water field out to heal some allies. Pretty good. And then we go...
Which you could, because if the one skill gives vigor, we're no longer locked into using Water Spirit, which means you could go back to using Healing Spring again. And Healing Spring is a water field, and then the 3 could combo the water field almost every time.
Onto the 4 skill, Thistle Guard.
Alright, Thistle Guard. Envelop yourself in thorns, striking nearby enemies and gaining stability for a brief duration. Gain additional bonuses and Nature's Strength if you strike an enemy. Alright, hold on. Envelop yourself in thorns, striking nearby enemies and gaining stab for brief duration. Alright, so, real quick. I would be surprised if a druid's going to bring the offhand mace. We'll see, because that would mean giving up the Warhorn or the staff, which are much more integral to the kit. So it says 3,200 barrier, 1,600 barrier on hit, 1 second of stability, 2 conditions removed, and 1 condition removed on hit. So here is gaining stability for a brief duration. I wonder if you get the stability right when you hit the button, or do you get it after the blow connects?
You're going to envelop yourself in thorns striking outward while giving yourself barrier and removing conditions, and also giving yourself a second of stability. It's a very short stability duration, because this is intended to be, if you have really good timing, you can eat that CC, but if not, then it's not going to be really useful. As well as it gives bonuses to the barrier and conditions removed if you hit an enemy with the outgoing strike. So it's going to be something that, if not, that's not going to be really useful. As well as it gives bonuses to the barrier and conditions removed if you hit an enemy.
Okay, it was not instant. I don't know if you guys saw that. It looked like there was the cast bar, then the
Enemy with
stability
the
appeared.
I mean, you can eat that CC.
So you don't get the stab
but if
instantly.
not, then it's not going to be really useful. As well as it gives bonuses to the barrier and conditions removed if you
So there's the cast bar,
hit an
and then the stability appeared afterward. So it's still nice, but definitely that makes it slightly more challenging to use.
enemy with the outgoing strike. So it's going to be something that rewards you for being in melee range and, in the thick of it, rather than running away and using it.
In the thick of the
As well. Yeah, the thick of the thistles.
Yeah.
As well as giving you that nature strength proc if you hit them. So big rewards for careful timing as well as being in melee range for that skill. And then the last skill is the fun one, Wild Strike.
Wild Strikes repeatedly slam the ground, damaging nearby enemies. The final slam does increase damage, dazes enemies, and grants nature's strength. So damage, final slam damage, nature strength, force of nature, 2-second daze. Okay.
We're going to slam the ground multiple times. It's going to do 3 little hits and then 1 big hit. And then that big hit is going to daze enemies as well as give you 2 stacks of nature strength. So has a bit of a come up, and then the final part of it is going to do a lot of damage. So enemies can see that coming, dodge it, or not, and then you'll get big payoff. And so, like I said, getting the payoff or nature strength into force of nature is going to reset all of your mace skills. So feel free to use them to build it up, and then when you proc it eventually.
Oh, wow. When you finish nature's strength, earlier they said that you can't get it again for a second. It's like 10 seconds.
You'll get that cooldown reset to have that big moment we can go in again. And then the last little thing for this is it does have an untamed ambush.
Oh, yeah.
Did you call that an unleashed ambush?
Yes, untamed unleashed ambush.
Oh my.
Wait, what happens? Can you explain if I have the Relic of Norris with the nature strength?
You unfortunately not grow bigger and bigger. You will only get bigger once.
Oh, that might be.
It might have been a bit overpowered if you got bigger twice. They're
If
just
you got
way
even
too big
bigger.
then. I don't know if we can do such.
Unleashed ambush, rampant growth. Strike the ground with your mace, creating a cascade of verdant growth that immobilizes targets struck. Gain nature strength if you hit an enemy. Damage, life siphon damage, first hit life siphon healing, additional hit healing, and then it continues off the bottom of the screen.
I have an idea. We'll talk about this later after the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, we can talk about it now, probably, right?
So the untamed unleashed ambush is going to be rampant growth, where similar to the auto attack, this is going to give you a stack of nature strength, but again, it cannot proc force of nature. It's going to be a cascading attack that ends up immobilizing enemies struck. So it's a pretty good engage skill if you want to poke someone down from range. Just use that to get the hit off. Then you can, walk up, hit them more. Pretty great. So yeah, ranger maces. Main hand mace is intended to be, a more supportive weapon used for things like druid. Offhand, if you're bruisery in PvP or want more sustain. And
I was gonna say the offhand 4 seemed like a really good PvP thing. Cleansing you, barrier you, stability. It's almost like protect me without the stun break part of it. It's just like a solid defensive button.
Open world, pretty good pick there. And then together, they're probably going to be a hopefully competitive DPS option for the power builds to use together. Intended to be a little bit less damage, but you get a lot of utility in the form of CC and survivability. So hopefully it should be good.
Very cool.
I'm noticing a gardening sub-theme on a lot of these skill names.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are you gardening right now, Taylor? In the real world?
I
farming anything?
I'm farming raiding and ranked.
Oh,
nice. That's my farm.
No tomatoes.
What are you at right now?
No tomatoes.
It's like I farm plebs.
Tomatoes in my patches.
Did you finally get out of silver?
I'll have you know,
we
I'm a
should go.
platinum player.
I realized we screwed up the order.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't have my notes in front of me because
That's fine. We should do Thief next.
Okay. It was 50-50 between that one or.
We were supposed to go light, medium, heavy, but then
Roy was just like, "Let's do Ranger," so we did it.
I was just so excited for Ranger.
So unlucky for Mesmer players who would have been second.
Mesmer was supposed to be second, but who knows now? We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Now I have to go to Thief because I need to talk about something. So yeah. All right. So we're here.
Thief mains rise up. Down with the dirty Mesmers.
Are we here?
No.
Not yet.
Nope. No. Hold your horses.
Maybe-
Hold your horses.
might be here
I'm
now.
running a stream. Here we go. We're okay.
No, we're just gonna sit here chatting.
I mean, I think
Is-
that's what
is this
most
a
people want
just
to see.
chatting stream?
Speaking of which, I gotta ask. I couldn't help but notice there are some NPCs around the edge of this arena.
Ooh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Whoever set this up.
I think this is
I
the new.
don't
Is this the new
appreciate
CM?
It might be.
Oh, you gotta be careful.
I think it'd be pretty easy for most people, but Roy might have a bit of trouble.
All right, you could buff up those guardians.
Axe,
All right. Anyway,
speak.
let's
Cal.
get back to the content because everyone's in a hurry.
I know I am.
Yeah. So Thief Axe. We talked about this in the blog, which is to rehash. The Thief Axe is kind of a hybrid weapon in that it can specialize in power damage or condition damage, especially depending on which offhand you have, because your slot 3 skill will change. The underlying mechanic of this weapon is that many of the skills will leave axes on the ground. For example, the first skill that is just called Spinning Axe. It may leave some spinning axes on the ground.
Spinning axe. Throw an axe that bleeds enemies and leaves the spinning axe on the ground. Damage, bleeding, duration 10 seconds, pierces. So piercing pebble doesn't pierce, but spinning axe pierces.
This one inflicts bleeding. The skill 2 will leave some poison axes on the ground, venomous volley. And the idea is that actually
It's Draven. It's Talon. He throws things and then like pulls wires and they come flying back to him.
the stealth attack will also leave an axe on the ground.
Or
You want to show
Bird
off
Lady.
the
Zaya?
cunning salvo real quick. We'll
Sorry,
just come back to that
the witch
later.
attack, the stealth attack, is it?
The stealth attack,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Sorry, you skipped over that a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, where is it? It must be over there somewhere. Is it behind the golem? I saw it come back, so we're fine. Anyway, all these skills will drop axes on the ground, and then the dual skill will redirect or recall the axes in some way. So the dagger offhand skill, which is called Harrowing Storm, this is the one we talked about on the blog. This is the Condi one. It will enhance all of your returning axes to also inflict torment. The note here is that all of the axes, as they come back, maintain their original properties. So the bleeding axes will come back and inflict bleeding. The poison axes will come back and inflict poison. The stealth attack axe will come back and grant you initiative again, and also do its bleeding and its explosion again. But in addition, they will inflict torment. And if 5 or more axes strikes a target,
Harrowing Storm is the 3. Teleport behind your target and drag any spinning axes back to you. Return axes inflict torment, and enemies struck by a number of axes are immobilized.
power offhand, it's going to cause all of these returning axes to deal increased strike damage. So obviously all these skills will have their own power coefficients as you throw them, and then that will be augmented by the dual wield skill to deal even more damage on return. We'll also do a weakness, and it will also have that kind of immobilized return mechanic.
Orchestrated Assault. Pull spinning axes to your target. Axes deal increased strike damage, and enemies struck by a number of axes are immobilized. Weakness and immobi.
Where if 5 of them strike an enemy in quick succession, they will be immobilized. Both the dual attacks also have a slight evade frame window on them, so you can see as the pull is kind of winding up, you get the evasion effect on your character, so you'll have a nice little defensive mechanic there as well. And that's pretty much it. That's Thief Axe. Should be
Cool.
pretty cool.
Not
It's
nearly as
definitely
many
gonna be fun to play
combinations
around
they had
with.
to make for his Weaver.
And see, ideally the goal is that both of these builds are viable options, both the power build and the Condi build. So we'll see how that lands during the PSS.
Yeah. I'm a little bit displeased that none of the axe skills are named Can I Axe You a Question, but as we've already seen, your naming themes are
That's maybe a little bit
something
too
to be
long.
desired.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
even
mean,
want to know
sure,
how
man.
long that would be in German.
Okay. Probably just the axe.
Yes, it's actually one word. They have a word for that.
Yeah. All right. I think we are now on to.
Yeah, let's go to Mesmer next.
What a Mesmer. Fun class.
It is a fun class.
Taylor didn't say a word during the whole thief thing. He didn't care. He's like, hashtag not my
Taylor,
class.
You can take us away.
Yep. So Mesmer Rifle is going to be a long-range support weapon to go with those changes that we have coming tomorrow with their trade lines.
Roy, you forgot the Deadeye stealth attack?
Oh,
But
yeah.
that's fine. I'll recall from memory
Hold
that the way the Deadeye stealth attack works is that it inflicts poison based off malice stacks.
Malix?
Not Malix stacks.
What do you mean I forgot? Deadeye
You're running the
stealth
show here, so
Yeah, and it's you're the one who made Axe Thief, right? Maybe I don't know if
yeah,
you.
that's
put
why
a
I'm
Deadeye
bringing it
skill
up
in.
right now. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but you.
And we also did show off the no offhand skill that everyone cares about, but it does exist. 'cause it has
Recall
to.
axe.
Deadeyes, please know that you are not important to ArenaNet.
Yeah, it works fairly similarly to the
We'll do
pistol offhand.
We'll do a second stream, a secret second stream later for
Mm-hmm.
just those two skills on Thief.
Yeah, we'll come back to that later.
Okay.
Anyways, back to the real weapon, Mesmer Rifle. So starting off with the one skill, it's called Friendly Fire, genius name. You're going to shoot a bullet at either an ally or
Shoot an illusionary bullet that heals nearby allies on impact.
enemy, and it's going to heal on impact. So it works really similarly to Ele Water Staff Auto. And so that means that when you have clones out and you're shooting a target, they're going to be healing all of the people that are low next to the target.
The clones are going to be
much
healing.
like power damage, the clones heal for a much smaller amount, but they're still, if you have 3 clones up pumping away, going to be decent healing.
Wow, that
and then
sounds
the
cool.
2 skill, Journey. You're going to shoot a bullet through a portal. It's going to appear above the target area
Can I
and
have the
slam
link?
down.
Yeah, hang on. Boop. There you go.
And then if you hit an enemy with it or heal an ally, you're going to create a clone. So the initial impact damages and cripples.
Okay. Journey. Shoot a bullet through a portal. It reappears above the target location and explodes, damaging enemies and healing allies. Create a clone if you hit an enemy or an ally. Range 1200. Gives regen. 4-second regen, 5-second cooldown. With concentration, this is 100% regen uptime. Easy.
Enemies and also heals and gives regen to targets in the area. So that's going to be your bread and butter healing ability while also giving you some clone generation.
It's like a
And then
satellite
we can
strike.
move on to the 3 skill.
Inspiring imagery. Throw an inspiring beacon to a target location. The beacon explodes after a short duration, granting boons to nearby allies. I'm sorry, is that 12 stacks of might? Muck you. Fury and 12 stacks of might. Meanwhile, I'm like scraping the bottom of the barrel to do one application at a time. The beacon can be detonated early to heal allies and damage enemies. If you detonate it, it does damage, healing, weakness, and blindness. Does 3,200 healing. A lot of healing. 3,200 healing and 2 Condi removal.
Inspiring imagery. This was talked about in the blog post. You're going to throw out a beacon orb type deal that will expire after a little bit. That will grant boons to people in the radius. Some might and fury. But you can also reactivate the beacon to detonate it early, which will damage and inflict some debilitating conditions to enemies in the area, while healing and removing conditions from allies.
Something I noticed, the buildup is a ethereal field, and detonating it early is a blast finisher. So if you detonate it early, I think you will always do a chaos combo.
The beacon itself is a chaos, or an ethereal field, and it'll blast itself on the
said,
reactivation to grant chaos aura as well. So pretty good source of chaos aura as well as healing. That's kind of intended to be a dual skill where you can either use it for the boons, or if you need to reactivate it in a pinch, you can get the healing as well. And then we can move on to the 4 skill, the
Phantasmal Sharpshooter. Create a phantasm that shoots a bullet at your target, stunning them. 200 CC and 10 stacks of vuln. That would be pretty nasty lining up a kill in PvP with that. A 1200 range, 2-second stun that applies 10 vuln. Just imagine the pain that would come after that.
Phantasmal Sharpshooter. This is going to be the Phantasm. You're going to spawn the Phantasm on a target, and it's going to prepare for
The
a
pink
powerful
line,
shot
it
that
has a
will
tell.
then stun and inflict vulnerability on the target. So it's a pretty long stun for competitive. It has a good tell, kind of like the Deadeye rifle ambush,
So
where you can see the
dodge
beam
roll when you
coming,
see the
but
bing bing if you
pretty
can.
powerful. We want to dodge that or have someone block the shot for you, as well as hopefully being pretty good break bar in PvE. So that's where your CC comes from.
Singularity Shot. Shoot a bullet at a target location that explodes upon arrival, granting resistance and barrier to allies. A singularity lingers at the impact point. So 2300 barrier baseline, 4 seconds resistance baseline, 3-second singularity duration, unblockable. So world v world, people, you don't have to worry about it getting deleted.
Okay.
Dimensional aperture, collapse the singularity, creating a single-use portal that will teleport the user to your current location. Increase the cooldown of singularity shot by 50%. So instead of a 20-second cooldown, it'll be a 30-second cooldown if you do the portal thing.
And now the last skill is a really fun skill, Singularity Shot. That was also talked about in the blog post. The front half of it, you're going to shoot out a bullet that's going to give barrier and resistance, and then you can reactivate the shot to create a one-way portal that someone can take and be teleported to your current location. So this is intended, you know, be a really good bailout in competitive modes, move someone really quickly, or in PvE, someone can go off to the side to do a mechanic, and you can recall them back really fast, or get them out of a sticky situation that they're in. So hopefully a lot of uses
Taylor,
for
take
this.
my portal!
I can't. You're out of range.
Oh.
There are a few
Worst Thresh NA.
restrictions for the portal. Number one, the Mesmer can't be in the air when you try and take it, or else you will, you know, it'll fail. You know, you can't make a
Like the
portal, then
lantern.
jump off a cliff and have someone get pulled to you. There also is normal portal radius, 5,000 range. If you're out of that range, it won't work as well. And the last restriction is the Mesmer cannot be mounted. So there are a couple things in place to stop people from like being full troll. But, you know, excited to see how people use this or, you know, abuse this. So together, hopefully Mesmer has a pretty unique healing kit that has, you know, tools that not every support has. There is the Mirage ambush that we can go over.
Yes, we can. Might need to...
Can you explain how the 2 skill works when you only heal an ally? How does it generate a clone?
So it's like it works like decoy and mirror images, where there has to be an enemy nearby to get that clone. So if you're by yourself, there's no enemies nearby, you're not going to generate a clone. But if you know there is an enemy within 1,200 distance of you, and you hit someone with that, you are going to spawn a clone. So just like how those utilities work, clones do need an enemy to be spawned onto. But don't feel bad if like you're healing an ally and they're not on a target, because you're still going to get that clone.
Nice. How many people can take the portal? Did you?
So the portal is only one person, so it's only one use. You can't teleport your entire party. It's only just that singular person. There is a small note as well that you can use Singularity Shot and then not make the portal. Making the portal will increase the cooldown of Singularity Shot. Right now it's 20 seconds space, and then making the portal make it a 30-second cooldown. So if you're in a fight that you know you don't really need a portal, you can use a Singularity Shot and get a lot of value out of that too.
Just for the barrier
It's
and
also
resistance.
probably pretty good to note, especially for world versus world, you know, where support Mesmer is a pretty good build. They might want to be playing this, that the 3 and the 5 are both unblockable. So that will help you get those skills off quite a bit for support for allies.
Yep, that's true. The projectiles are unblockable. The 3 detonate that damage that is blockable, but the projectile itself coming out is unblockable.
Mirage Ambush.
Yep. The Mirage Ambush is called Effervescence.
Effervescence.
You're going
Spray, invigorating magic, damaging enemies and healing allies. 1800 damage 4 times, 980 healing. Vigor, 1 second, 4 applications. So every Mirage ambush with a gun is like 4 seconds of vigor, so 8 seconds with concentration. I'm guessing since it does it 4 times that there's going to be a spray animation, kind of like Fumigate on Engineer's elixir gun.
to spew out Mesmer magic that'll heal allies and grant them vigor.
Yeah, that's exactly
So
what
it's
it
pretty
is.
good AoE heal, especially when people are close to you. It also looks
I'm
really
healing.
cool, especially if you have some clones out. So it's going to be some supplementary healing for the Mirage. Hopefully, if people want to play Heal Mirage, have a cool skill to go with it too.
Yeah, I think the rest of the stream probably is just going to be me pressing this skill.
I think Roy forgot to put on this particular trait. He was trying to.
Yeah, if you
I
wanna
was just
put
using
on
skills. But
Yeah, no worries.
it's
no worries.
yeah, no worries.
you're such a hater, Cal.
We'll leave it for the players to find out how cool it looks
Yeah,
when they play in the beta. It starts tomorrow.
tomorrow.
All right. Actually, I did have one question for you, Taylor. Where's the inspiration for the skill 2 come from? The name of it, rather. Journey. Is that about
journey?
your personal journey?
Well, we don't actually know how far the bullet goes when it's in the portal. You know,
Oh.
it could make a really long trip. So, you know, all we know is that it goes in one way and comes out the other, but, you know, it's having life-changing experiences in between.
All right. Is it Revenant time? Is that where we're at?
I think it's time for Revenant.
Oh boy.
I'm just imagining people that live in the mist are just screaming as like millions of bullets are flying overhead just because Mesmers are outside using new rifle too.
Some rev.
Now this
Obviously,
is super
our
exciting.
Revenant!
resident Rev main, Roy Marks, will be doing the presentation here.
Y'all ready
Yeah,
for Melee
unfortunately-
Scepter?
Unfortunately, I can't claim credit for the actual creation of Scepter. I would
That
love
is
to.
true.
I'd love
We're
to,
just here to present.
but I can't do that. But yes, Revenant Scepter. We showed it off a little bit in the blog post, of course. And, you know, we talked a little bit about it being potentially a support option. Something that's probably good to note is, you know, we're thinking, especially obviously because it's a main hand weapon, how it will pair up with shield after the shield buffs that come out in tomorrow's patch. So that's, of course, going to be very exciting. But to get into it, the auto attack, Serene Slash, Serbic Cut.
All right. Condense mist energy into a solid form to strike enemies in front of you. It's a bonk. Slash at enemies again with mist energy. Grant boons to allies after striking enemy. 2 might per time this happens. Motivating whirl. Whirl around you, damaging enemies and granting barrier to allies if an enemy is struck.
And Motivating Whirl.
So just the auto
So-
chain will keep up quite a bit of might and barrier
This
application.
is going to be the way that you build up stacks, which we will talk about momentarily, as well as be granting barrier to allies and might. Taylor, I don't know if you want to maybe come stand next to me while I do this. Give you a little bit of barrier.
Big.
Indeed. Number 2, Blossoming Aura. This is going to
Blossoming Aura. Envelop target foe with energy from the mist that deals damage over time. The energy explodes outward after a short delay, damaging the enemy and granting barrier to nearby allies. Striking the enemy with Scepter auto attacks causes the final effect to be stronger. Okay.
be kind of some damage on this kit.
Fuse
going
time
to
4
attach it to
seconds.
Enemies 900 range skill. Gives barrier, gives weakness, or applies weakness, grants barrier, I should say. Something else that's probably good to mention that I, of course, skipped over in my excitement was that the range on the auto is 300, which is going to be a little bit abnormal, I would say, for most what you would consider melee range auto attacks. It's got this great big beam, almost kind of looks like a saber of light, potentially.
Because he's on the official channel, he's trying so hard to avoid like copyright or infringement.
Maybe. But all right, here we go. The real fun part of this kit is going to be
It's kind of like chat. If I make a video that's like a Guild Wars 2 guide, and and I'm like, hey, can you guys retweet this? Like they'll sometimes do that. But if I make a video that's a Guild Wars 2 guide, and there's one joke about Sabbatha blowing up the platform, and then it turns into like Frieza from Dragon Ball Z blowing up the Earth. It's like a 2-second clip. She's like, we can't touch that. They're like, no. You mentioned another franchise. We can't touch it.
the Otherworldly Bond, the 3 skill. You can either attach this to an enemy or an ally.
All right. What?
So
Wait,
if you
go
attach
back.
it to an enemy, you're going
Go
to
back to
start
the
building up
tooltip.
these stacks. Fun part of this
Okay, Otherworldly Bond. Form a tether through the mist to target ally or enemy. The power of the tether can be increased with Scepter autos. You can only be tethered to one target at a time, and the link is severed if you're too far away from your target or when you swap weapons. -3 drain. Enemy target. Tether yourself to the targeted enemy. Gain charges by striking the tethered enemy with your auto. No charges. Strike damage to tethered target is increased. Inflict vulnerability on linked target. 3 charges, strike damage is further increased and additionally inflicts cripple. 6 charges, strike damage is increased further and inflicts slow. Gain access to otherworldly attraction. Okay. And then there's vuln and cripple and slow. On an ally target, tether yourself to the targeted ally. Gain charges by striking an enemy. No charges, grant might to the linked ally and players around you. 3 charges, more might. 6 charges, more might. In addition, fury. Gain access to otherworldly attraction.
This kit is going to be Otherworldly Bond, the 3 skill. You can either attach this to an enemy or an ally. So if you attach it to an enemy, you're going to start building up these stacks with your autos. Once you get up to 6 stacks, it'll give you a flip over, which allows you to pull the enemy that is tethered. There is a max range on this tether, so it will break if you go out of the range. or you can apply it to an ally. And once again, you can build up your stacks by the auto attacks. And once you've gotten 6 stacks,
You got 10
will
stacks
flip
of might
over,
so far.
and it'll allow you to teleport to your ally, giving them might and barrier. And
Oh,
fury.
not pulling the ally? I was expecting to pull the ally.
You have it. I don't
And
know
did
if-
you mention that the auto attack also charges up the 2 skill?
Oh, I did not mention that. My bad. Yeah, so if you
Yeah,
have the
so you
2
can
skill-
see the initial barrier that's granted. Oh, except you have auto attack. So we won't notice that, but we're seeing kind of the maximum value barrier that you get when you, I believe it's 3 hits on the skill to get maximum
Yes,
value.
3 hits.
3. Yeah. My bad. But yeah. I think that is mostly it for Rev Scepter. Pretty
3,200 barrier
straightforward,
base
Nothing too
by
crazy
hitting
about
2,
it.
111.
Unless Taylor, Cal, you have anything you'd like to add?
Sounds like a better mace.
I don't think so.
The mace
Great.
is more for Condi, though,
That's
isn't
what I
it?
was expecting.
While we're
Oh.
swapping to the next class, I have a slight addendum to Mesmer. Someone in the chat asked what the Mirage Ambush bonus was going to be for the rifle. It's currently Fury, and the idea is that if you're not a Chronomancer, your Fury uptime without Well of Action might be a bit low. But we'll see how that goes. That's definitely up in the air, what people want, if they think it's, worthless or pretty good. So that's something that we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on for the beta. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm thinking NG next.
All right.
Give me NG.
So moving on to Warrior, apparently, because
Wow,
we're
he
just
pronounced NG
completely ignoring
terribly.
any sort of sensible order that we
Listen,
previously
I
discussed
really
on.
liked Warrior. What did you
Yeah,
want?
so
to
no,
go
let's
with?
let's go
Was it
with
perhaps
the Warrior.
Engineer? Listen,
I mean, if
you're
you were-
gonna get angry at me, and I'm gonna try and help. You can't get angry at me for trying to help, Cal.
There's
That's not
no
how this
anger
works.
here.
You
I'm
absolutely
Calm
just
can,
down,
though.
Cal. Stop shouting.
I'm just exasperated because we try so hard to practice this stream,
No, we don't.
and we take the rehearsals so seriously.
Roy, you're
and then
tearing
we
this
show up
family apart.
live, and it's just completely different.
Yeah. Well, the problem
so
is
let's just talk about
I can't
Warrior.
minimize Discord and read, and that's where the list is that we agreed on. But
Yeah, well, I did also say earlier in the stream that we're
Wow,
going to go
someone
armor
started a
weight order,
fundraiser to
but
get Roy a
that's
second
totally fine.
monitor.
right, so that's why we're doing Engineer.
And now he's going to switch to engineer.
It is engineer.
If you're gonna complain, you can't complain when I change what you're complaining about. I don't know. I just figured that people would probably enjoy, we're going pretty fast, right? We were a little worried about how long this might take, so I figured we should slow things down a little bit.
Oh my god.
Okay, reasonable.
Yeah.
Now we're watching
I
on a
mean,
slightly higher speed chat. And I
someone
skipped
did
the
say
intro,
that,
but this is
I
48
believe in
minutes
the
into
chat
their
that
live show.
they're not really here to see the weapons. They're here to see us. Chat.
They're just
which
here to see
doesn't-
Roy.
which doesn't
I've
make-
definitely
well,
seen
somebody
that
said
comment a few times.
Yeah, that's clearly from someone who's a little confused. But
All right, so we have flipped the script back to normal, and we are here with the engineer,
Yes.
the engineer Shortbow.
yeah.
Warrior,
Which, as we
sit back
mentioned
down.
in the blog post, obviously feel free to go read that, watch the video. But we'll cover all the information here again. The NG
Show me this
Shortbow is
weird
supposed to
Shortbow.
be more of a support weapon, or rather entirely support.
All right, I have played a couple years of engineer. I have concerns about the shortbow. We're gonna see if they're alleviated. Just to spell it out right now, engineer right now uses mace shield if they're support, whether you're a scrapper or whether you are a mechanist. It's mace shield. The mace provides vigor and regeneration and some barrier. The shield helps provide protection and is 2 forms of CC. And then also, it is a leap finisher. If you're a scrapper, you need leap or blast finishers in order to provide quickness, because their system is terrible.
Support weapon. And it's built around this idea of, I don't know if we came up with a official name for these, but we can see
Essences.
the idea behind the skills. They're all called essences. Yes, that is true. The idea is that the engineer uses the shortbow as kind of a vehicle to transport these canisters of magic, almost of other professions' magic. So we see here with the essence of animated sand, we're getting kind of that scourgy type sand effect
Scourgy.
that gives barrier, and that's kind of the common theme across all of these skills. So you shoot the arrow,
Look how small that radius is. Well, I mean, this character's naked. It's cold.
drops the canister on the ground, then you can refire the skill to kind of empty the canister, detonate the canister to get the effect. There's going to be an initial effect that happens for each skill. There's also going to be a lingering pulsing effect. And then we're also going to see a chain reaction.
That is the moment you see my comment in chat. Noxxi. That's my sand. Thank you, Noxxi, for telling me at 50 minutes and 6 seconds to read the streams chat.
Bonus. So the way that all of these skills work is that while they're on the ground, anytime they activate or while they are pulsing, they'll be able to detonate or trigger the other skills that
It's
are
a blast
also
finisher
on
when
the
it flips
ground.
over.
So we see here Roy drops the Essence of Living Shadows and the Essence of Animated Sand, detonates the Essence of Animated Sand, and that will grant a bonus to the Essence of whatever, I already forgot the name, sorry. The 3 skill, which
Living
is the
Shadows,
shadow
man, come
magic
on. I don't
of
care.
the Spectre seen in action here. But you will see that there is a bonus effect based off what the detonated
Why is the engineer a better thief than thieves now? They got an entire weapon line dedicated to stealing other profession stuff? What?
or the initial triggering
Essence of Living Shadow. Fire an arrow equipped with a device that spreads shadow magic across the ground when detonated, applying conditions on enemies, removing conditions from allies with the initial detonation, and healing allies with each pulse after. While active, detonates other chain reaction skills in range. They additionally heal allies with each pulse. Okay. Conditions remove 3. Number of targets 5. Pulses 5.
canister
Combo field
is.
dart.
So we see that this will grant some additional effects for... The effect is different for each one. So depending
Liquid Wrath is the 4. Fire an arrow equipped with a payload that spreads magical flames on the ground when detonated, inflicting condies on enemies and boons to allies on the initial detonation, boons to allies on each pulse after. Chain Reaction detonates other chain reaction skills in range. They additionally grant boons to allies per pulse. Vuln, Might, and Might.
on how you start the chain or how you set up the chain, you can get different bonus effects depending on what you're looking for. So here you can see might. You can get a lot of might if you stack all your traps on top of each other and then drop or trigger the might trap. I'm just going to call them traps. We call them traps internally, even though they're not really traps.
How do you... But the thing is, like, if you cast the first one, then when you cast the second one, doesn't it trigger the chain? Or does it trigger only when you do the explosion?
But it's
the
some
manual?
good, technical, non-technical jargon that most people understand.
What are they kind of like wells?
You could call them wells. Every skill type in our game is just a well. But so we will see the might well here will
They're
also
essences. They're
inherit
essences.
might to the things that it triggers. So potentially
Doesn't
auto
say
might there, and we see a number of different effects across these different.
Borrowed Time. An arrow equipped with a device that envelops an area with chronal magic. Oh, Chronos. We robbed you next. When detonated, stunning enemies and applying super speed to allies on initial detonation, and applying condies to enemies on subsequent pulses. The condition is slow. While active, detonates other chain reaction skills in range, inflicting additional condies on each pulse.
Different skills. We see some healing pulses. We see some slow inheritance. The essence of borrowed time is also going to be a stun on the initial trigger. It will not inherit that stun anywhere. The inheritance bonus is going to be the slow. It will also give super speed to your allies that are in range when you activate it. So a lot of different tools available to the Shortbow kit here, and depending on how you sequence your skills and how you choose to deploy all of these essences, you're going to kind of pick your moments of power, because you can potentially drop all 4 of them and start a large trigger.
Yeah, but dropping all 4 means you waited until all 4 of them were off cooldown, and you were just autoing that whole time. Engineer can't weapon swap. In combat, to be clear.
Get a lot of effects in a single area, or you can spread them out over time. Kind of pick and choose how you want to deploy these skills depending on the situation, because obviously a lot of these are supportive effects for your allies. So we see Roy setting up.
Yeah, and look how small those radiuses are. There's nowhere you can stand that all 4 of those hit you.
You can draw some cool shapes too. I guess you have like five circles. You could probably draw a smiley face.
5.
If you wanted to.
You only have 4.
Ooh, only 4 circles.
You
That's
forget how many
unfortunate.
weapon skills we have?
I'm still triggered that we're on engineer right now and not on warrior, so it's just unfortunate.
Yeah. What? Let me ask you something real quick, pal. What would you do if I just left? If I just left right now,
What would we do?
You would be sitting here looking like a buffoon. Is what would
Oh,
happen.
No
Yeah.
one would be here because the stream would be offline.
I mean, it would take like a minute probably.
That's true.
All right.
Let's not do that.
Yeah. Well, then, so maybe just be
Let's
a little bit
move
nicer.
on to the next. Yeah,
I have
okay,
feelings
good,
too, Cal.
Good work, Roy.
Thanks.
We appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
Oh my god. Roy just requiring that positive affirmation. All right, hold on a
It's for each-
second. So is weakness, blindness,
Other professions, Matt.
animated sand is cripple, and
So we see here-
barrier.
On the ground here, what the for each one. So depending
Might.
the most people want to inherit might to the things that it triggers.
And slow. So 3 seconds of super speed, some barrier, might, and no, I can't imagine a support I hope I'm wrong. I cannot imagine a support wanting to use this. We definitely need more might regen. Scrapper supports do need more might regen. It is a pain doing might generation on a scrapper. They have to do a blast gyro and do like 47 combos in the blast gyro during the few seconds it's detonating before the field disappears. It is really annoying. This doesn't feel like the answer to that. So you lose 2 CCs. Keep in mind that the shield is also a blast finisher. So you're trading a blast finisher for another blast finisher. You lose the 2 CCs of the shield. You lose the prot generation of the shield. You trade the barrier generation of the mace for the barrier generation of the bow, but I'm guessing the mace generates more because it's a much shorter cooldown. And you're losing vigor generation, and you're losing regeneration generation. Again, I hope I'm wrong. I don't see how this could possibly be useful for anyone. Okay,
Eventually,
where are we?
might there.
I think we're about 50.
And we see, here
Thanks.
watching.
I think the second bound stream we did last year, there was a comment on Reddit which was like, yeah, these streams are nice, but why do the two guys just not like each other at all? And I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. So why don't we move on?
I saw a question. How long do the canisters exist in the world before they disappear?
I believe it lasts for 20 seconds if not activated.
I believe that is correct.
I don't think that's on the tooltip anywhere, but that's
Yes, I believe that's also correct.
secret knowledge.
Yeah, we could time it.
Yeah, let's
Time it?
not.
All right, let's count.
All right, everyone be quiet. We're gonna
1,
watch.
You just watch. Start
2,
counting.
3, 4.
Anyways, we should
5.
move on to Warrior now.
It's a good thing you
There's
stopped.
only
me, 'cause I
15
wasn't-
seconds
I wasn't gonna say- yeah.
Gone.
Oh, we lost count.
Yeah.
All right, can we actually move on? This is a serious stream. There are people watching this that are actually looking for real information, and we're just sitting
Are
here
they
counting
not getting
20.
real information? Hold on. Is 20 seconds not real information? I think that's real information.
Wait, can you change languages every time you count a new number? That would be good content.
I know how to count to 20 in 3 languages, so
Oh,
I
impressive.
could alternate maybe.
What's up next anyway? Guardian,
I
I
believe
think.
Guardian, yeah. Guardian,
it's
and then,
Guardian.
and then Warrior,
Guardian.
and then I think we're done.
Yeah, there's definitely no other
Necro.
professions.
Yeah.
Guardian Warrior done. It would be very funny if right now he just logged into Necro and didn't tell Cal.
Indeed.
So Roy is setting up his Guardian, which, as we know, got the pistol and the other pistol.
Dual pistols, even.
You have
Yes.
dual
Not
pistols.
one, but
That's
2.
one more pistol than Ellie got. Be jealous.
And still significantly fewer skills.
I was gonna say Ellie got way more skill.
Wait,
Way
hold
more
on.
skills.
How many skills, Cal?
Significantly fewer.
Yeah, but how many? Just in case we want to make
You
sure.
want to count it out?
Well, you had a little trouble with NG Shortbow, so.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of trouble
I
here.
think it's 19. Wait, no,
Okay.
I missed.
I was gonna say there's 3 earth, 3 fire, 3 water, 3 air. That's 12, and then I don't know how many Weaver combinations.
The air skill has like 2. It's like 21.
Oh, I was talking about
Depends how you
Guardian.
count.
I was
You
talking
count
about Guardian
forever?
pistol. I was like, how many
Oh no,
skills
Guardian
does
gets
Guardian pistol
5.
have?
That was
Because
easy.
Cal forgot how many skills the NG short. All right,
Counting is
Taylor.
hard.
Taylor, yeah, we are actually.
Let's
yeah,
let
Taylor
getting
talk
off
for a little
track.
bit, please.
Yeah.
All right. Guardian
Please.
pistol. I'm gonna be long range
Through the heart.
Condi weapon. Everyone rejoice.
I want to point out that the Guardian 1, the auto, pierces, but piercing Pebble doesn't pierce.
You can put your scepters down now. Starting with the auto attack is called Through the Heart. You're going to
You
fire
call
a.
900 radius, 900 range, long range?
It's longer than 600.
That's
So,
accurate. How does it
pretty good.
compare to 1200?
It's actually a bit less, but that might be very long range.
Okay, that's
really like
some
counting
good
in this
math.
stream, don't we?
I like that.
This is,
All right, I'm
this is
gonna
a
mute
math
again.
stream. Yeah, I'm gonna mute
Mute
again. This is gonna end
as
up
we
like
could-
me having to mute you guys again, isn't it?
As
Sorry.
we could tell, this is a piercing auto attack that bleeds. Piercing, kind of interesting on Guardian because that's more hits, which is more justice.
Ooh.
More
we
You
love
say it goes
just-
through the heart to hit
Shot
other
through the
allies.
heart. Um,
Oh, I don't have that.
it's pretty
trained.
good. And then, so that's the attack, pretty simple. The 2 skill is going to be Peacekeeper. You are going
Peacekeeper. Fire a beam of searing light that damages and burns all enemies in its path. 1300 burning. 5 hits.
to shoot a beam of light that burns all enemies in its
That's
path.
it.
So it's going to be a 5 hit, so another multi-hit. Also, good justice proc. It's 25 hits if
That's
you hit
it
5
again.
people all 5 times. It's pretty good. That's also going to burn. So that's pretty good. And then let's get to
I'm
the
sensing
interesting
a
part.
theme
It's
here.
gonna burn when you PvP. Symbol of ignition. Create a symbol create a symbol that ignites when you strike an enemy inside it or shoot a projectile into it, damaging and burning enemies inside it. If the symbol is ignited by a projectile, it enchants that projectile to burn its target. Minimum time between ignitions is a quarter second.
Since, I think burning is going to be ample
Oh,
on
like
this
Guardian.
weapon set. Oh. So we have a symbol of ignition. You're going to put a symbol down, and then if you hit an enemy in the symbol will ignite burning enemies in the symbol. So we saw Roy put the symbol down and then press 2, and then every time, so all 5 ticks of that 2, the symbol ignited.
Why does the pistol that is 900 range have one skill that requires the enemy to stand where your feet are?
To burning again. And then if you're not in melee range or the enemy's not in the symbol, you can put the symbol down at range, and then
Yes,
all
show me that.
projectiles you shoot through the symbol will be ignited on fire and burn. So Roy is giving us
That's
what
better.
the 4 looks like. Saw that in a video. Going to be Hail of Justice. It's going to
Whoa.
be a volley that
Hail of Justice. Shoot a volley of rapid fire piercing shots that inflict bleeding and cripple.
Some good synergy there with the 2 skills.
there's
Yeah.
2 skills, multi-hits, pretty good, 5 times each. So, Hail of Justice is going to pierce again and bleed, also doing some cripple. So pretty good if you're trying to chase down an enemy. Both the 2 and the 4 have
there's
some
an
hefty
ammo
power
system on
damage
the
as well
4.
behind them. So for PvP, if you're carrying an amulet, you're going to get some good damage out of it that way. But if you put the symbol of ignition down, then press Hail of Justice, all of those are going to burn as well when they hit. And then, it's just a lot of burning, guys.
There's
Burning
also,
guys.
some
then-
bleeding. There's also some bleeding and some
Yep,
cripple.
there's some bleeding as well. You need those auxiliary conditions as well. Cover them. Cover
Ooh,
the
nice
burning.
Word. Nice word, auxiliary. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
And then, going to the 5 skill, this one's pretty interesting as well. It's called Jurisdiction. This is a skill.
That is a tooltip. Jurisdiction. Charge up a ball of blue flame and activate this skill again to fire it. The ball damages, burns, and knocks targets it hits a short distance. Deal bonus defiance bar damage when fully charged. Projectile behavior changes slightly based on charge level. Okay, so you hit 5 and it just starts like charging up a Kamehameha, and when you hit 5 again, you fire it. So depending on how long you charge it is going to be how strong it is. So charge level 1, damage and burning. Charge level 2, damage... Wait, what? Wait, charge level 1 detonates on any hit. Charge level 2 detonates on target hit. Charge level 3 detonate on skill reactivation. So you gotta hit it the 5 a third time? And then has 300 knockback and 400 defiance bar on the third one.
That you're going to start charging up, and then you can reactivate at any time you want, and then it's going to do different things based on charge level. Charge level 1 is going to be a simple skill where you just shoot it out and then it explodes on the first enemy hit, burning them and knocking them back. If you hold it to charge level...
I can't wait to be doing some world boss encounter and have a whole bunch of ads and then use one of my skills to pull them all together and some mucking guardian do pistol 5 and just knock them all apart again.
2, it's going to pass through enemies until it hits your target. So, if you're in a clump like they are right now, and then Roy targets the one farthest behind it, the missile will fly through and then hit the one in the back and then explode. It also does a bit more burning. And if you hold it all the way to charge level 3, it's going to get additional pass-through damage and then explode when you reactivate it. So then you can kind of with like Ele Scepter 3 Phoenix, we kind of want to throw that behind people so you get the pass-through damage. It's kind of a lot like that, where you're going to want to shoot it through, and then when it's behind the enemy, then you're going to activate it for the re-explosion. So basically this weapon burns guys. It's going to do a lot of burning, especially with Permeating Wrath. It's going to be a ton of AoE damage. And yeah, this might be one of the weapons that had kind of insane numbers, and
I don't think so.
we'll see how it lands.
Taylor really wants to see 50k TPS.
This might do it on the right boss
Yeah.
with a lot of ads.
I hope
Permeating
so.
Wrath, pretty good trade.
This is the new Fire Wizard.
This, go into Worldly World, press 2 on this weapon, you're gonna be doing damn.
Going to be doing damn.
Anyway,
I also really
Very
like the
cool.
name of the skill, Jurisdiction.
Or very hot, you might say.
Ooh. Nice cow.
you're gonna be
That was good, man.
burn, baby, burn.
proud of you.
No.
I'm on a roll today.
Nice,
Yeah, you
Cal.
are.
That was good.
All right.
I'm proud of you.
Yep.
I was trying to think of like some sort of like punny thing I could say with the word jurisdiction, but I'm too tapped out at this point. So we're just gonna move on.
Yeah.
We've been at it for a while.
Yeah, almost.
That's out of your jurisdiction, Roy.
Ooh.
Warrior.
Warrior Staff is definitely up
Yeah.
next.
I mean,
That's
I've
the
tried.
last-
Roy,
I've
log
tried
onto
to
your
do it, like,
Necro,
3
stick it to the
times now,
man.
So I really hope this is it. Yeah.
Wait, their titles have changed since the beginning of the stream. Cal's now says Fire Wizard. Taylor says Associate Combat Designer, and Roy says never died to an NPC.
Yeah. Indeed, it is.
Yeah, so Warrior Staff is a support weapon. We talked about this a little bit in the blog.
That was there at the beginning, was it?
We maybe had some
Crap, it
scare
was. I
kind
didn't
of
see
get in
it.
the front line or get a lot of healing.
Alright. Where's the
Yeah,
warrior?
you are. Indeed.
Definitely trying to, but the goal with Staff is to give a lot more of stuff like, there's going to be some protection on here. We're going to see, obviously, a lot of healing and some cool defensive type thing. That was a nice dash there, Roy.
Thank you.
All right. Bonk. Whirl your staff, damaging nearby enemies and inspiring allies. All right, so the auto chain does regen to your whole party. With some concentration, this would easily be 100% uptime regen. So you would not have to bring the banner that gives
No
you
place
regen
I'd rather
unless you
be.
need it for something
Keep
else.
up the amazing
But we
content.
will see a pretty
Hey, Pudgy, thank you.
solid, fleshed out support kit. We teased a couple of skills during the blog, but we are hoping that Staff is going to allow a fairly reasonable or, an actual good support warrior build to exist. So let's just go through the skills real quick. We obviously have an auto attack, very exciting. It is going to give regen to nearby allies on the 3rd hit. We're going to see on Valiant Leap, skill 2.
Leap to the targeted location, empowering allies and damaging enemies. Does some damage, does some healing. 5 might and fury. 8-second cooldown. With max concentration and alacrity, this could be 100% fury uptime for your team if you're using it on cooldown. And it would give you, I think, 10 stacks of might permanent uptime on your party.
Going to see a little bit of mobility on this kit. We'll have the 2 skill and the 3 skill that are both mobility options, because trying to lean into the identity of what is support warrior compared to support Ele or support guardian, and what is the flavor of warrior support.
That's weird. That's not a leap finisher.
We do want it to feel a bit more like a frontline, bulkier, tanky support type character. So we're going to see the mobility that allows you to kind of get in the front line or get around the fight.
Line breaker. Charge at your target, hindering enemies and protecting allies. Enemy target, debilitate foes around your target. 1900 damage, weakness, cripple. On an allied target, you heal allies around your target and give them boons. Healing, protection, an Aegis, and... Huh? 3 stacks of unblockable attacks. What? You can charge an ally to make their attacks unblockable. And it breaks stun on allied targets. Crap. This is one of those things where in 99% of the player base's hands, it's going to be nothing. They're never going to break a stun on an allied target or give them an unblockable attack when it matters. But in the hands of someone that's just, sick nasty, this is going to be problematic. Yeah, that's a duo Q skill. Yes, exactly. Like the Guardian charging up that pistol 5, and then his ally Guardian or his ally warrior charges him right when he does it, and then it becomes an unblockable Kamehameha.
To get to the allies you want to be supporting. We see with Line Breaker, also Valiant Leap does give some offensive boons. Nothing too crazy, but that is another kind of thematic aspect of the warrior support, is that it's going to feel a little bit more offensive, and it's going to still have a lot of the defensive tools that are necessary to have a real support kit, but also kind of lean into that offensive, almost bruisery nature a little bit more than some of the other support characters in the game. So we do see Line Breaker. This is kind of a split skill as well, where depending on ally targeting or enemy target, it's going to have a different effect. Primarily, we're expecting the ally targeted version to be used, as it's going to heal around your target, give protection, give Aegis, give some unblockable stacks. It's also going to...
I will say, as someone who plays healing, there's one thing that will be very minorly annoying about playing this, is every 12 seconds, you need to swap targets from your enemy to an ally to get the beneficial effects, and then swap back to the enemy. I could totally see myself being just like mildly sick of doing that after a long play session, but yeah, okay.
Going to stun break for the actual target of the skill, so a single target ally stun break, in addition to giving a plethora of cool effects to allies around that target.
Plethora, it means a lot.
Unblockable stacks, kind of again leaning into that more aggressive nature, and that this warrior staff can kind of enable your DPS builds as well. I mean, more in competitive modes, obviously, where the unblockable is going to be more relevant. But just like lean into that aggression a little bit more. So we have the Aegis, the healing, but then also a little bit of unblockable stacks on top of that. Snap Pull is going to be a CC skill, more of that setup.
Snap your staff to pull enemies in and make them vulnerable. 150 Defiance Bar break, hits 5 targets, 600 range. So it's a short cone pull, similar to the Firebrand Axe?
Pull your 4. So we have the Aegis,
Rewind.
the healing, but then also a little bit of unblockable stacks on top of that. Snap Pull is going to be a CC skill, more of that setup. Pull your enemy toward you and add some vulnerability on there to, just naturally CC the target, increase the damage against that target, and have everyone pile on and deal a bunch of damage to that target. And then last up, we're going to see Bullet Catcher, another...
Focus your mind on the battle, blocking incoming attacks and granting yourself boon duration. After activating this skill, Defiant Roar becomes available. Blocking attacks empowers Defiant Roar and extends the bonus boon duration. Okay, so you use this skill, and for 2 seconds, you block incoming attacks, and then it empowers Defiant Roar with each blocked attack up to 3 stacks. So blocking 3 attacks during a 2-second window is the max strength Defiant Roar. And also, after you use this, for 3 seconds, you have plus 20% boon duration. Defiant Roar unleashes a Defiant Roar, healing nearby allies and granting them resolution. Blocking attacks with Bullet Catcher grants bonus healing per block up to 3 stacks. The base healing's 3,300, and each stack adds another 1k. So if you have 3 stacks, it's almost double what it was with no stacks. And resolution is 6-second duration baseline. Bullet Catcher 20-second cooldown baseline.
Skill that we talked about during the blog. This is going to be a defensive skill. Channel block, couple seconds of blocking. While you are blocking, you will build up stacks up to 3. If you block 3 attacks, you'll get the full value of Defiant Roar, which we can see here. Base healing per stack. This is also going to grant you boon duration while you're channeling it, and for a little bit after. So when you reactivate to give resolution, or if you press your shouts during this to give boons, or your banners are pulsing, anytime you give boons while you're channeling the skill, they will have an increased duration. Moving on to the burst skill, I suppose, is a good one. The Path to Victory. We should probably get some adrenaline so you can press the skill. But it is really nothing too crazy. It does some damage, does some healing. The healing scales up.
Path to Victory. Burst. Carve a path to victory, dealing damage and inflicting weakness on enemies in front of you, while healing and granting regeneration to nearby allies. Level 1 healing, 1k. Level 2 healing, 2k. Level 3 healing, 3k. Weakness, regen, adrenaline stage 1, 10% damage, stage 2, 15% damage, stage 3, 21% damage. So you already had 100% regen uptime just with the staff auto attack, but this would overstack that, and I think this is more about the big heal and the big damage than the regen.
Your adrenaline
8 seconds
level,
of weakness, though. Is a lot of
weakness, regen, just, a pretty standard set of support type things. Reduce damage from enemies, heal your allies, grant them regen. All makes sense.
You had 100% regen uptime with just Defense Banner. True, but if you have a staff that gives 100% regen uptime, could you trade out the Defense Banner for something else and free up a utility slot? Because I know, the more shouts you have, the more heals you have from that, and then there's other good banners also.
And then we can hop in and see the Primal Burst, which is fairly similar. It's going to do some healing. That's going to do...
Rampart Splitter. Primal Burst. Slam your staff on the ground. Send a shockwave forward that damages and immobilizes enemies while inspiring nearby allies. Healing and granting regeneration to them. 2200 damage, 1k healing, 2-second immobilize, more regen, and some endurance gain. I wonder if that gives endurance to the whole group, or just you. It says 5 targets.
Immobilize as well. And this is more of a linear, this is more of a line hitbox compared
Just
to
you?
Path of Victory,
Oh,
which
okay.
is more of a conal hitbox. We can
5
see here
second cooldown, by the way.
Roy with the Rampart Splitter potentially doing a lot of healing if you press this button many times.
Real quick, Dark Soul says, I miss Ellie. You did Dark Soul. If you rewind, because you're watching on YouTube, it's really easy to rewind it. You can find that. It was a little while ago. It was near the
Rushed it
beginning,
many
actually.
times.
Roy has the no recharge, very powerful buff that hopefully is nowhere in the game accessible to players.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that
but
would,
you never
that would be
know.
a bit of a problem.
That sounds like a Mesmer skill to me.
Yeah, why isn't that on rifle?
Coming soon. If rifle's not good enough, I might think about it.
Yeah.
That should be every profession, right, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean there might be one left, but we can
Alright.
wait until next week.
No, I don't think we even need to show it off. Yeah. Thank
Every
you all
important
for coming
class
to
is
the
done.
stream and watching. As
But
always,
for anyone who's hungry for more
Hungry for
information,
more.
Necro memes.
what?
there is a little bit more that Taylor will talk about.
I think necros might be starving still.
Time to gormandize.
It's lunchtime here on the West Coast.
Oh,
so
gormandize.
Yeah, that's
Some
why we've
people
been
might be
going
hungry-
fast, actually.
hungering.
Oh, that's the wrong weapon.
Roy's getting set up here. Obviously, we do have the Necro Swords to show off.
Hey,
that was
Roy,
slight-
question in chat. How did you do that sick flip just now? Did you dodge?
Like
and
IRL?
jump at the same
Like in real
time?
life, just now on camera?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I,
can
I
you
could
do a
try.
flip
Yeah,
IRL?
I might break my neck. No, I can't flip IRL. Are you talking about in game? Oh, let me.
Yeah.
Even though I've already messed
Someone
this
said
up
you did,
twice, let me
you
turn
did
that
a
off.
sick
Hang on.
flip.
El Trio, thank you for the raid, buddy. Appreciate that.
Was it like that?
He did a dodge roll.
Where the heck?
Oh, that's pretty good.
All right,
You guys are a real
50%.
gamer. Anyways,
It's on purpose, for sure. Yes,
Necro
there is the
sword.
necro specialization. Unlike these two jokers, I didn't forget it, and we do have necro.
Obviously, no one forgot it. We were just poking
You guys
fun
forgot it.
because Necro had to wait one more weekend. They were the final Monday of the blog previews. So we are again doing.
All right. Attack chain. Fire a... Oh, there's the answer. There's the answer. From the trailer, we could not tell for 100% certainty if the auto attack chain was ranged or melee. It's 900 range. The freaking sword has a 900 range attack. Melee scepters and ranged swords. Chain. Fire a... It pierces too. Holy crap. A piercing projectile from your blade. Heal if a target is struck. Healing is reduced for each target beyond the first. So, damage, healing, pierces, damage, healing, pierces. Even wider projectile, damage, healing, pierces, and chill.
Doing them last. Unfortunate.
Save
But
the
take it
best
away,
for last, maybe.
Taylor.
Necro Sword, it's going to be a ranged power weapon that focuses on area damage. So should be pretty good in something like Pro v World. And as well as fights that you need, cleave on Necro as compared to like Axe Focus, for example. The auto attack chain is going to be ranged piercing autos that are going to heal you for target struck with reduced healing beyond the first. And the third one will give some chill. It's going to be some pretty good poke that's going to sustain you over fight if you keep landing them.
So you can see the
And
healing.
then the 2 skill are going to throw out
Little bits
a
of healing.
Ravenous Wave. You're going to throw out
Ravenous Wave. Send a wave of necrotic energy cascading toward your target. Gain life force if you hit an enemy. Reactivate the skill to inflict additional damage on all targets hit by the wave. 6-second cooldown.
some energy that deals damage, as well as giving life force, and then marking all of the targets hit.
All right, so just flipped over to Satiate. Sacrifice health to inflict additional damage on all targets hit by the wave, doing additional damage to targets that are below 50% health. And the bonus damage is double.
And so the theme with Necro Sword is that the front half of all the abilities are going to either heal you or give you some life force, some vital energy to sustain you. And then the back half of the skills, you can reactivate for a health cost to get more damage or squeeze some more stuff out of it. So Ravenous Wave, you're going to hit them. And then the second part of it, Satiate, you're going to activate it to hit all the enemies that were hit by Ravenous Wave the first time. For damage.
I'll say this, the Satiate graphic looks really cool. Did you guys see that?
The second part of it, Satiate, you're going to activate it to hit all the enemies that were hit by Ravenous Wave the first time. For damage, and Satiate is going to deal increased damage to foes below the health threshold.
Imagine letting Axe die in obscurity instead of reworking it to be not trash to making sword its own thing. This isn't going to kill it. Axe is going to be more single target damage, I'm pretty sure. Because Axe 2 is really high single target burst. I don't think this is going to replace that, but this is going to be better cleave, I think. And then Axe 3 has AoE boon removal on many targets. I don't know if Sword has boon removal yet. We haven't seen the 3 yet.
So, going to be better for people below half. And then the 3 skill.
Nope, no boon removal. So main hand Sword has no boon rip. Axe does have boon rip. So does Scepter and Dagger and a few other things, but this doesn't. Path of Gluttony, dash forward, releasing dark energy on nearby targets, damages enemies hit, and heal per target hit with reduced healing beyond the first. The skill can be reactivated to dash again.
It's going to be Path of Gluttony. You're going to leap and then heal for enemies hits, and then the reactivation.
I would have loved it if when he hit that ability, even if it was only for this broadcast, if his guy would nom, like just ridiculous, just really over the top for the Path of Gluttony.
Is Gorge, and you're going to leap again, basically repeating the first half of the skill, as well as corrupting a boon on target struck. So, pretty good risk versus reward. You can get that.
Oh, wait. The second half of the 3 has a boon corrupt. Okay.
That boon corrupt, but you also have to give up some health from it, as well
But
as
you have to give up health and leap at the enemy.
Into a lot of enemies, you're going to get a lot of healing, but then you're also going to be in the middle of a lot of enemies. So, that's pretty interesting, right?
So Gorge, sacrifice health to dash again, corrupt boons on enemies struck. 2 boons converted up to 5 targets.
But anyways, the 4th skill is the cool one, because it's called Hungering Maelstrom.
Create a dark maelstrom that deals damage, inflicts vuln, and steals health. Reactivate the skill to inflict additional damage and conditions to all targets hit by the maelstrom. Alright, damage, life siphon, healing, vulnerability. Hit it again to Gorman dies. Sacrifice health, damage, vuln, chill.
You're going to target an area, and it's going to deal some damage. The skill is going to both do damage and life stealing on top of it. So that way you get the flat damage from the life stealing, and then in game modes like PvE, where life stealing doesn't scale as well, the damage will be higher. And then you get to reactivate it with some Gorman die. So that way you get the flat damage from the life.
Look at that. Big old chomper. Big old chomper. So let's say 900 range on that. So this skill is a target reticule.
Stealing, and then in game modes like PvE, where life stealing doesn't scale as well, the damage will be higher. And then you get to reactivate it with some.
So when you reactivate it to Gorman dies, it just hits. You don't have to aim the second half. It hits what was hit by the first half.
Gorman dies.
Say that again.
Which, like Gorman dies, will similarly.
Gorman dies.
Sorry, one more time, please.
It's called Gorman dies.
Yeah, it is.
I'll bet.
Yeah,
I was gonna say the Twitch chat's probably all going Gorman dies.
By
Gorman
Hungering
dies.
Maelstrom will be struck again by Gorman dies.
I'm Gorman dies.
Give vuln and chill them.
Wow, that is very cool.
Pretty strong ability.
Pretty strong name,
too. The 5 skill,
Devouring Visage, or Visage. Fire an orb of death magic that inflicts enemies hit with persistent damage and grants life force. Reactivate the skill to recall the orb toward you and cause it to inflict fear on the way back.
Devouring Visage, you're going to throw out an orb, and everyone struck by it is going to get a power-based damage over time on them, kind of like Binding Blade. It'll also give you life force per target struck. And then you can reactivate this ability as it's going out to come back to you, and on the way back, it'll fear targets instead. So with right timing, you can double hit people, get that dot on them, and then reactivate it right away for it to come back to you. And then if you're paying close attention to the VFX, it does tell you when it's reaching the end of its journey, basically, kind of like glows a bit to give you a notification that it might be time to pull it back if you want to pull it back. So yeah, basically Necro Sword, a lot of sustain on the front half, and then if you feel like you can sacrifice that health, you can get a lot of more damage out of it. Should be pretty good in like backline necromancers for War v World. And
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because I think for single target at range, the axe is going to be more damage. But this is going to be for like when you're cleaving enemies at range, but you want to play a power build, I think.
And in PvE, if you can, get a lot of healing from your healers, should be pretty good damage as well.
Great. Hopefully that has satiated everyone's interest in
That's pretty good.
That was clever,
Necro
Cal.
Swords.
That was good. This is,
Yeah.
the eating jokes. Yeah, yeah.
Good job, Cal. I'm proud of
Yeah.
you.
Anyone got any good eating jokes?
So
So
if you're
that-
hungry for more, you can do the beta tomorrow.
We literally
Ooh,
said
that's
hungry
good.
for more already. That's-
The 3 does not require a target, whoever asked in chat.
Nope.
You can just leap to
I
wherever.
have no target, and I can leap
That way,
twice.
you don't have to leap
You're
to a
about to
target,
kill
but
yourself,
if you want to
bro.
leap again,
Use
you're
the
still
3
going
too
to eat
many
your health
times.
and get no healing out of it. So
you're gonna gorge your health. You might
you're
say.
going to gorge yourself.
Something that's probably important to know.
And that'll
is,
consume boons to charge up your Norris relic.
Yeah. If you are too low health, as you can see, I didn't get the flip over skill on the 2, so you cannot actually put yourself into down state by sacrificing health. It just won't activate if you are too low.
Oh, did you guys hear that? If you have too low a health and you click Gorman dies or one of the other buttons that cost health, it just doesn't work.
Yes, it works like Signet of Undeath currently does. If you don't have the health to pay, you won't just send yourself into down state. You just cannot reactivate it.
Yeah.
All right. So I think this time we're actually done with all the professions.
Actually,
Yeah, that was an hour. We went way too fast.
Yeah, speed run. Hey, you guys want
Unless
to
we
just
have-
chat for 30 minutes?
Do we have one for the Minstrel?
For the what?
when did this get
The
slowed that
minstrel.
down? I put this on 1.25 earlier.
What about the Commando class?
Mando?
Heard they were seen in
Yeah.
Skywatch.
All right. All right. I guess we can actually wrap up. No one wants to sit here listening to us talk for another half an hour.
Content.
I'll explain below.
Yeah, did you like that? Do you want to know how long it took me to set this up? The names?
5 minutes.
No, I wish. It was too long, basically. My paint skills are unparalleled, though. I will say that much. Yeah.
All right.
Graphics
So let's
design's
do an
always
actual wrap
passion.
up, and then we can start, wasting time. Roy, would you like to wrap things up?
Well, Cal, I would. As we've said a couple times, these weapons that we've just shown off are all going to be in beta, available starting tomorrow, alongside the balance patch we previewed last month. As always, we will be looking for your feedback. Obviously, if you have any initial thoughts based off of what you've seen today, you're more than welcome to go ahead and start letting us know about that. But might also be good to play with the weapons a little bit, see how they feel, see what kind of crazy things you can do with Guardian pistols, how many burn stacks you can achieve before you tell us it's too many or not enough. And yeah, we will.
Hopefully,
be,
you
of
say
course,
it's too many.
yeah. Well, yeah. We'll see. Justice sleeps for no one, Cal. And I will say, so send us your feedback. We'll be looking for it. Hopefully everyone can enjoy the beta, enjoy playing it with the new weapons next week, or this coming week, I should say. And yeah, I think that just about does it. Hope you enjoyed the stream.
Just to reiterate, there will be the temp icons. You guys will see the icons.
Yep, just like
some of
we
the
saw
audio
today.
will be temp audio as well. Obviously, the balance will need some work. It is a beta, so these will be things that will definitely be ready for the actual release early next year.
Yeah. All right, very good. Taylor, would you like to add anything before we head off for the day?
I see someone would really like me to answer how they think Alack Mirage will keep up Alacrity. We'll see how it goes. Being a healer, he will put on the Harrier's gear, which is a lot of wound duration. So we'll see how that goes with staff. Answering questions in chat. No chatter is allowed. I know.
If we're doing a specific
No
Q&A,
Q&A.
section, that's
No,
fine.
no.
But we're wrapping
Okay.
this
I'm
thing
not
up.
reading chat
Because
anymore.
now
If I didn't
people are
answer
like, "Oh,
anything
answer
that
my
sucks for you guys, I'm getting yelled at.
Yeah.
It's their fault, not mine. I'm the best.
The answer to
I'll
every
explain
Q&A,
below.
every question is that the beta is live tomorrow.
Beta
Play
is
with-
live
Taylor has asked me anything turned on, and these two are trying to leave.
tomorrow.
Enjoy.
So
Find out all the
basically,
things.
Taylor's response to my question should have been, no, Roy, I don't have any thoughts. You're great. Please end the stream. And that is what I'm going to do. So yes, thank you all for watching. I hope you guys
Chat wants
all
to know
enjoyed
if Taylor is single. That's an important one.
That one we should answer, actually.
All right, maybe we should log off.
I'm getting a little bit of trouble with that one, yeah. So thank you very much for watching the stream. Please check out the beta this coming week. Enjoy the bounce patch as well. Let us know your thoughts. We will be looking for it. We appreciate you all for hanging out with us for the last hour. and enjoying our shenanigans, and of course
and
the
if you
stream.
can
No,
get
no,
a-
no, 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 no,
a
and that's
serious
going to be it.
Fire
I will.
tournament only pistol benchmark. I'd really appreciate it.
I was so close. All right, until next time, we'll see you all in the mist.
See you in the mist. That's me.
No.
All right, that was fun. That was fun. Honestly, I hope in the future they yell at each other some more. Really quick, I'm gonna link this into both of the chats if any of you want to see that, and of course you can rewind my own stream to see more of that. But that was it for the for the classes, the weapon specializations preview. And once again, this will be available starting tomorrow. There'll be a beta. It'll probably be a thing where we get an extra character slot or two, and you can make a beta character, and then that character will have access to the new weapons. If I had to guess, I don't think you'll be able to do it on the live ones. If so, I will simply be surprised. But we might. I'll just be surprised if that's the case. Back when we did the beta characters for End of Dragons, like when we got to try out Mechanist early and things like that, we had to make a whole new character. You couldn't just take your existing one and have it do that. Are they locked to Soto? Unknown. I do not know. Just sharing my own personal thoughts. Let's go through each of them. Revenant lightsaber seems pretty cool. I like the idea of it. We'll see how it works in execution. I think they did a good job of being creative. ANET for a long time has done a really good job of coming up with a class concept that is just like, what? It's like out of left field, but then we try it and we're like, okay, this kind of makes sense. You know, like no one expected Mesmer to get clock powers before the Chronomancer came out. That was just out of left field when that happened. And this is kind of the same thing with the Scepter lightsaber thing on the Revenant. Like, it's like, after seeing it, it's like, okay, that seems kind of neat. We'll see how it does. Guardian pistols. They seem very, very simple and very fun because there's a lot of numbers. Bleeding, burning, and cripple, and just yeah, like it seems really straightforward, but it does seem like a lot of fun. Warrior. As most of you know, I main support. I would love if warrior support becomes more viable. I like more support options. I don't know if staff is going to be enough. It might. It certainly gives them access, especially with that, 6-second cooldown staff primal burst heal. They will have access to AoE healing far more often than they did before. Whereas before, when their shouts went on cooldown, they were pretty much out of a heal juice if they didn't have a shout or a warhorn skill. However, I don't know if that's going to be enough. We will see, but we'll see how that goes. Hold on, I'm closing some stuff right now. Okay. Boop, boop. What was after that? Let's see. Thief, the Axis. All right, I don't play Thief. I got no interest in playing Thief. It looks interesting, though, and I like interesting. The thing where honestly, it straight up makes me think of Talon, Zaya, and Naruto. When they would they would throw shurikens and they would miss the enemy and they would pull on wires that were almost invisible and pull them back into the enemy's back. That happened many times in the series if you're not a weeb. It seems just like that. They throw axes and it goes through the enemy. Now, of course, in this game, in most cases, the enemy's not going to be moving around unless it's PvP. And then they hit another button and pull them back and hit the guy in the back. I think it looks pretty neat. I hope it works out, but in terms of just the idea of it, I think it's cool. Engineer. Possibly the one I'm the most disappointed by. Engineer is the class I would say I know the second best because I've played a Ranger for thousands of hours and Engineer for maybe 1,000 hours, not thousands, but a lot. And a lot of Scrapper support and Mechanist support and DPS of those two. I'm not a Hollow Smith fan, so I've played the least of that. The Shortbow is meant to be a support weapon, but it seems worse than the current best support option, which is Mace Shield in every way. I don't see it working. I hope I'm wrong. If someone's like, lol, Mug, look at you were wrong, stupid, how does it make you feel? I'm gonna be like, great. That's wonderful. I would love to be wrong about this. It doesn't seem great though. So I'm worried about the Shortbow thing. What was the other? Ranger, of course, the maces. The main hand mace seems like a very good addition to Druid. Support Druid. Support Druid will probably be main hand mace with a warhorn, and the other weapon set will be staff. The offhand mace seems really good for PvP. That 4 skill especially It was remove conditions, do some damage if an enemy's near you, give you a bunch of barrier, a solid barrier, and 1 second of stability, which will be circumstantial, but still, that's pretty nice. And then the 5 was just like bonk, 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 bonk. And the 5 had such a long windup, it's probably only going to be used if the enemy's already CC'd by something. And then if that's the case, because of the long windup, I'm guessing it's going to hit like a truck, like Axe 5. Which means, you know, you set it up and then you do that, and that's the big payoff thing. Or in PvE, maybe just double Mace's power build. But I'm very intrigued by it. I'm looking forward to trying it out, of course, with my Druid first, because that's my main thing. But very interested in that. Light armors. Mesmer Rifle looks more fun than I expected. When I looked at the trailer, I was just like, come on. You see this? Come on. I wasn't really that impressed. It looks a little bit better than I thought it did the first time. It looks more fun than I originally thought. So again, similar to Warrior, I'm hoping the best for Mesmer Rifle. I hope it works out. I love new support options. Even though Untamed is kind, Untamed support's kind of weird. I loved when Untamed support was born into the game, and now I see it on occasion. It's just more options. More options is good. More options means more happy people. Every time some weird new way to play comes into the game, someone somewhere in the game just found their way to play. They found the thing that speaks to them the most. And I like that. I enjoy that. So I don't know that I'm going to play Mesmer Rifle support. I might try it at some point, but I love that it's going to exist. What was that? Necro Swords. I think it's cool. They had, for melee cleave, they had great sword. Of course, they've got, like, Reaper Shroud and stuff. But in terms of just the weapons, melee cleave with power is usually greatsword. Single target melee damage at range was the axe. Now they have a cleaving attack at range. I'm assuming it should, it better, do less damage than the axe, at least a little bit, because it's going to be hitting a whole ton of targets from much further away. That should be the trade-off in a perfect world, I think. And then, of course, you've got the sacrifice health component of it. You're getting into melee range for some of those skills, like the leap, and you're sacrificing your health to Gormandize in order... Well, that's actually a bad example, because Gormandize was one of the only skills that could be used at long range, or long range. But yeah, it looks cool. It seems to fit a spot that they needed. They needed something there, so that's cool. And what was the last one? Oh, Elementalist, the pistol. For me, as someone who doesn't play Ele, looking at it, it looks kind of boring to me. They basically just like make a rock, throw a rock, make an ice cube, throw an ice cube, make a match, throw a match, and just over and over and over. But there's going to be someone out there who really likes it and thinks it looks really cool. And I'm sure I will get killed by it a whole bunch in PvP. So it seems solid, and it has the most skills of any class thing. It had, like, what was it, 18 skills or something, counting all the Weaver combinations. Hi, Chip. Chip says hi. And yeah, it'll probably turn out quite powerful, and something that my brain doesn't have enough wrinkles to play. What? Okay, I'm getting yelled at. Lots of combo manas. Yeah, absolutely. Thought it was Blast Fire Fields. Could be misremembering. Can't wait for Condy Pistol and raids. Mark, what time tomorrow will you be forming squads? Tomorrow morning, I'll be doing Guild Wars 2 on the EU servers, and tomorrow night, I'll be doing Guild Wars 2 on the NA servers, just like I do every single Guild Wars Tuesday. But yeah, I'll be trying out some various stuff for sure. Okay, so one final time, I'll link the video that we just watched into the chat if anybody else wants to see it, and we will move on to the next thing. Let me just swap to a game capture here so you guys are just seeing what... I don't even know what's next to me right now. Giant candy corn or something like that. Okay. All right, chat. Really quickly, I need a bathroom break, and then we will move on to the next segment, which I hope you guys are going to love it, because I had to ask Josh Strife Hayes for permission to do this. I'll be right back. All right. Whoa. Oh my gosh, Twitch chat. Y'all dancing. Y'all dancing. All right. So, how are we going to start this off here? How are we going to start this off? All right. Let me... Chip. Chip. I'm doing a show. Okay. I'll tell you how we're going to start this off. We're going to pet the cat. Hi. Do this for a second. Try to get it out of his system. He doesn't purr loud, but when he's right behind my head, I can hear it very loudly. Let Chip say he ups viewership 500%. It's true. It's true. Chip's like, I am the show? Okay. All right, how am I gonna take this from the top? All right, so chat, today I saw a video from a certain Josh Strife Hayes. And Josh and me, we're best buds, best friends. You know, we fought together, we go way back. And by way back, I mean I've DM'd him on at least 2 occasions. So I slipped into the DMs and I was like, Josh, buddy, pal, friendo, I would like to do some really scummy React content with one of your videos. Because I think I know a lot on this topic, and I would love to talk about it. I just think it would be fun. If you want it, you can literally have the revenue that the video makes, just to show my sincerity. And, however, I know how you feel about React content, chat. He's basically said, in the past, on numerous occasions, that he has mixed feelings about it. Because he himself blew up almost overnight on YouTube. Now, he was already making great content, but no one knew who he was. And Asmongold watched some of his videos, and it got a lot of eyes on him, and his channel blew up. However, he also feels kind of weird about it because, he might put 100 hours into making a video, and then someone else reacting to it takes 5 minutes, and they don't have to put in much effort for it. So he has mixed feelings about that. So I asked him, I was like, hey, I would like to do this, but if you don't want me to do this, I won't. But to show my sincerity, I'll give you the any revenue I get while I'm doing it, just to show you that I just want to do this because I think it'd be fun. And he messaged me back, and he's like, if you think you got something to add, you go right ahead, and I thank you for asking. Also, you're very handsome. He may or may not have said that last part. I don't know. I was starstruck. So here we are. He had made a video, and it's a little video that is called I Played EverQuest for 100 Hours. Should you? So for my very first time ever, I'm going to swap into the EverQuest section of Twitch, but the reason for that is I myself played EverQuest for 7 years. So, I would like to show you guys a blast from my childhood. For people who already know me right now, I'm currently known as one of the biggest Guild Wars 2 creators, Guild Wars 2 content creators on the platform. Rise of Kunark, the strategy guide, chat. I had the strategy guide. One of the reasons that the strategy guide was so great is this game did not have any mucking maps in the game. So you needed paper maps next to your desk. All right, I have got so many of the CDK. Look at this. Look, this one even came with the an action figure of the girl. She's still in the box. Never got her out of the box. But we have got all the CDs and stuff here. I was a Guild Wars 2 nerd for 7 years. That was when my dad would say I began my fall. And we are going to watch this and check it out because I want to. So, also, really quickly, if you've not seen the original video, I would encourage you to watch the original video to see it from Josh. Give him a view, all that good stuff. I am going to link it in my own video down below, and then come back and see my side afterward. That way he gets his support. Okay, with that, without further ado, I played EverQuest for 100 hours. Should you?
Let's see if spending 100 hours inside a 25-year-old MMORPG was a good idea. Whenever I play or review any MMORPG game, hardcore longtime fans of that game keep saying it gets good about 100 hours.
I almost forgot that I am abnormal, and I watch YouTube on 2x speed. I'm gonna slow it down to like 1.25.
Let's see if spending 100 hours inside a 25-year-old MMORPG was a good idea. Whenever I play or review any MMORPG game, hardcore longtime fans of that game keep saying it gets good about 100 hours in. But let's be real, if the game hasn't grabbed you in the first hour, 10 if you're being generous, you're not going to keep playing.
Okay, I have had this exact thing happen. Not too long ago, I tried out Final Fantasy XIV. And I played it for, I think, 11 hours. I played it like on a Saturday. Well, we were streaming it like the whole day. And I had to stop. And so many people were like, "No, Muck, don't do the beginning. Skip to Shadow Feet. Skip to Heaven's Dagger or whatever it's freaking called." They're like, "Don't play the beginning." And I was like, "Well, I don't want to skip anything. I want to see the whole thing." And then I played it for 11 hours from the beginning, and I was like, this sucks. This is awful. I'm sorry. I'm sure it gets better later, but even longtime Final Fantasy fans that were contacting me are like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's a great game later, but the beginning is awful. And I couldn't get into it. But they're like, if you play it for 50 hours or 60 hours or 70 hours, or you buy the subscription and you reach the Heaven's Bow, and then you get your Ascendancy and your subclass, and then you win the lottery, it gets really good. And I'm just like... So I have to buy the game and pay for a monthly subscription and hit level 100 to see if I'm going to like it? I'm not willing to do that. Anyway, I'm just saying, I get this too.
Who in their right mind even has 100 hours free to get into a game they might not even enjoy? Hello, I'm Josh Strife. I'm going to play
Off topic, I love how he's combined his habit of holding a mug with his habit of speaking into a microphone.
Quest for 100 hours to see if it gets good. I finished quests, geared up, and had a chat with some of the most enfranchised players. I've played on both the live server and the time-locked progression server over multiple classes for a total of 100 hours.
So really quickly here, to pause and talk on that. So, regular server, he's going to touch on this throughout his video, but the regular EverQuest server is just like playing retail WoW or Modern Guild Wars 2. It has all the expansions, 29 of them, and you're all caught up. You've got everything. Time lock progression is like you're playing the game as it launched when it first came out, no expansions, and then maybe after a month or two, the first expansion releases. Then after a month or two, the second expansion releases. So like you're all on there, you're basically just a horde of people that are just reliving the glory days are there, and they're all kind of leveling together like in a wave. So the good part about joining a time-locked progression server really early on is you're in that wave, and it's easy to find groups for any form of content as you're leveling up, because that's where the whole population is. The bad thing is if you join later. If you join later, it's really hard to catch up. But on retail, you know, everybody's at the top. So similar issue, but they're not going anywhere because they're already at the top. You just got to level up and catch up to them, and then you're there.
Was to see if EverQuest, as it is today, is worth your time. Before we begin a mass...
Corey says, bad news, Muck, you're no longer the most handsome content creator I've ever seen. Yes, but I am the React streamer for Josh Strife Hayes that has the best hairline.
Massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive. Long-form videos like this take hundreds of hours to make and are a big risk, so it's only through your support that I can keep making them. More information on how you can support at the end. So for now...
Yes, patrons are awesome. And Josh inspired me to make my own list. Just saying, they're good people. They're good people.
Oh, let's begin our adventure in the lands of Norath. Now,
Norath is the name of the planet in the EverQuest series. That's the world.
100 hours into perspective, studies show that the average gamer will play between 1 to 2 hours a day, between 10 to 15 hours a week. Now, back when we were kids, playing 8 to 10 hours a day sounds absolutely fine, no problem at all. But as we get older, responsibilities...
It doesn't sound fine. It sounds weak. I can do way better.
Family, jobs, and other hobbies mean most players struggle to find even 1 to 2 hours a day. So playing for 100 hours is about the same as playing for 2 hours a day for a...
That is something that you see a lot in gaming culture. Have you guys ever seen like Diablo 4 recently? D4 came out, and there were so many like big streamers and stuff that after like 3 days were like, oh, there's nothing to do. There's no content left. Oh, this game sucks. And it was like, my friend, you just blasted, you haven't slept in 3 days. You just played 36 hours of nonstop content. While I wish there was more to do in Diablo 4, the average gamer, 90% of their player base is going to take a month to get to where you are right now. Okay? You've got to understand you don't represent the majority. Okay? It's something I have to tell my coworkers in streaming sometimes too. Like, we're very blessed that we get to play a lot of games. That's not the standard.
Around 2 months if you were to have weekends off or occasionally take a break, provided you don't get bored, which with EverQuest, you likely will. 100 hours is enough time to watch the entire...
That sounded like just like a slam at EQ. It is also kind of true. He will touch on this throughout this very long video, but in EverQuest, there was a lot of downtime. Okay? Imagine in any game, like every 6 seconds, you heal for 1 health. If you're sitting, you heal for 2 health. Imagine you're playing a class that doesn't have a healing spell. So if you're a warrior and you fight an enemy and you kill it, you might have to sit down for minutes to get your health back. God help you if something attacks while you were sitting and you weren't in a safe spot, because if you get attacked while you're sitting, you guaranteed to get hit with a critical strike. There was a lot of downtime back then, which is why it was such a social game. You spent a lot of time talking to people and making friends and stuff like that. But in this day and age, it's easier to fill that time by tabbing out of the game and doing something else.
Entire extended Lord of the Rings trilogy 8 times to finish Morrowind without fast travel, or to beat the PS2 pile of rubbish
Without fast travel.
The Bouncer 250 times. The idea that somebody has to play a game for 100 hours for it to be worth their time or to have a valid opinion on it is ludicrous, but we are here now, so we may as well do it. So grab a drink and settle in for a 100-hour review of EverQuest. Quick warning, this video features spiders, snakes, and very, very large insects. Let's start with some...
Very kind of him to do the arachnophobic warning and whatever the other phobias are called. Really short story. There's a zone in EverQuest called the Southern Desert of Ro. There's a rare spawn. EverQuest like to do this thing where, let's say you've got a zone with level 10 mobs. Once a day, a boss that was level 50 would spawn in the zone and just rampage around. And all the low-level people would be like, you know, guildies, come here quick. And they would come and like take care of this thing. The Southern Desert of Ro, there was one called Tarantula. And it was a spider whose legs were the size of the trees there. So you would be walking along at normal human height, and all of a sudden one of the trees next to you would lift up. And you'd be like, what? And it'd be the biggest spider you've ever seen. There was a few stories of people that basically just had panic attacks and fell out of their computer chair frothing at the mouth because this thing just snuck up on them.
Some history. EverQuest was released all the way back in 1999. You had that iconic box art with the EverQuest girl, or as fans will insist you call her, Elven Princess Firiona
Vi. Yeah.
Originally made by Revenant Interactive.
She's just for people who don't play the game. She's a character in the game. She's like a demigod or something. It's been a long time, but she's like a demigod, and she is a character that occasionally you run into the NPC of her. But yeah, she's on the box art of every single. Like, hold on, I've got a few of them here. Like this was the core game. There's Firiona Vi. This is Scars of Velius. There's Firiona Vi. And here's Ruins of Kunark, where lizard people apparently are into bondage, because there's Firiona Vi. And we're not going to talk about that.
And 989 Studios and released by Sony Online Entertainment. These companies have merged and split several times and were ultimately renamed to Daybreak. Daybreak today are responsible for maintaining EverQuest 1 and 2, DC Universe Online, PlanetSide 2, Dungeons & Dragons Online, and Lord of the Rings Online. So they...
Oh my gosh. I remember when PlanetSide came out. It's for Sony Online Entertainment. We had EverQuest and PlanetSide. We were eating good.
Clearly understand MMORPGs. But here's a fascinating thing. Despite being released in 1999, EverQuest 1 is not only still alive, but still actively being updated and added to. In fact, it currently has 29 expansions with a 30th...
So just to give it my own like story here. I joined the game in Ruins of Kunark, and I played so much Kunark, Velius, Luklin, Plains of Power. I was not active when Legacy of Ikisha came out. Came back just after Lost Dungeons of Norath. I played some of Gates of Discord, and then just about everything else here was after my time.
Releasing in December of 2023.
But I played it for like 7
used to
years.
be a monthly sub-game, but back in 2012 it went free-to-play. It's available through the Daybreak launcher or through Steam. And
so yeah, monthly sub, it was $15 a month. When World of Warcraft came out, EverQuest was the titan at that time. Like, if you played an MMO, you either played EverQuest or maybe Dark Age of Camelot. DAOC. It was one of those two, but it was 3/4 chance you played EverQuest if you played an MMO at that time. World of Warcraft came out later on with at the same time, the same month that EverQuest 2 came out.
Free play sub game,
so
but back in 2012
the
it
sub
went
fee thing. You could say that WoW, got that idea and saw how good this was doing, or like, oh shoot, we want a slice of that pie.
Free to play. It's available through the Daybreak launcher or through Steam, and free players get 27 of the 29 expansions. That is a lot of content. Now, most players agree it's not.
Yeah. So EverQuest has always done this insane thing. Like literally from their second expansion on, where if you bought the newest expansion, it gave you all the others for free. That was so cool of them to do that. Like, Ruins of Kunark came out, and then when Scars of Velius came out, anyone who bought Scars got Ruins of Kunark for free. When you bought the 28th expansion, you got the first 27 for free, and on and on and on.
all good content, but there's certainly a lot of it. There is also an optional monthly sub, but we'll look at that a bit later because it can be a bit predatory. Now on Steam, you'll see it's called EverQuest Free to Play, but this is the full game that you can get membership in as well. The first challenge of wanting to play EverQuest is working out which version you should play, so let's just break it down. On the current live game, you've got normal servers with no special rules, like Antonius Bale. I use this one. It's basically the live game with every expansion, and when a new expansion comes out, it will be added here first. But you've also got members servers like the Firiona Vi role-playing server with boosted experience and free trade of normally untradable items, but every race only knows its starting language and you can't talk to others unless you learn their language in-game. But then
So that is actually a really cool system. When I played it, there was normal and RP and PvP servers. And the RP servers were... How can I put this? I knew very few people who actually roleplayed, but the GMs were stricter there. Like, if you had a character named Pop-Tart there, a GM would appear and make you change your name because it wasn't an RP name. Which sounds silly now, but they tried to make it an experience where you could be more, like, immersed in the world. The RP thing with the languages was actually wild. What you would do is, let's say you made a gnome character. You would know the gnomish language. If you made an elf, you would know elvish, and so on. There was no common tongue. The normal servers had a common tongue language. So basically, if you started typing in chat, and you're like, I like cheeseburgers, and you say it in gnomish, and the other guy doesn't know gnomish, the computer would scramble the letters. And every time you read a message you couldn't understand, you had a chance of increasing your skill in that language. And after your skill went up, it would scramble it less and less and less until you could start to make it out. So low-level groups of people of different races were such a joy. You were playing charades. Like, you would be doing emotes like jump, jump, point, point, nod, nod, jump, jump, point, no, don't go that way. You know, you'd be trying to tell people, like, incoming 50 orcs were gonna die, by jumping up and down and doing emotes and stuff like that, because when you typed, it was just and no one could understand each other. And on the flip side, you would have language circles where you'd get a group of people and they were sitting in a circle in town and they literally just got a paragraph of text, like the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. They put it on a hotkey and they were just going, and they were just like spamming the hotkey and basically just blasting each other with text spam. And it was just whizzing past on their screen. They could see nothing but just garbage. But they were getting skill ups and learning like 5 languages at a time. They would get like a gnome, a dwarf, an elf, and like an ogre in a circle, and they would all just be screaming at each other until like their languages went up. It was a very fun experience, and because the GMs were stricter on those servers, there was almost like no trolls or like really bad conduct. And I enjoyed it a lot. I have a lot of fun memories from the RP servers, even though I don't know anyone who RP'd.
Few months, meaning you can basically play the game from the start to the end, experiencing a new expansion as they would have been. With
I think
recently we've seen 2 shortened to TLP, and no special rules like Antonius Bale. I use this one. It's basically the live game with every expansion, and when a new expansion comes out, it will be added here first. But you've also got members servers like the Firiona Vi role-playing server with boosted experience and free trade of normally untradable items, but every race only knows its starting language and you can't talk to others unless you learn their language in-game. But then you've also got servers called time-locked progression, shortened to TLP, and these are usually the most popular for a short time whenever they release. Recently we've seen 2 progression servers added every year. Each can have a slightly different unique rule set, but basically a progression server launches as EverQuest Vanilla with no expansions, and then expansions are added every few months, meaning you can basically play the game from the start to the end, experiencing a new expansion as they would have been, which keeps the player base focused, and when an expansion unlocks, everyone's there, which makes grouping easier. The problem with progression servers is most players will play them until the first few bad expansions and then jump on whatever new progression server opens up. This means your chances of seeing a consistent group of players from the very start to the very end is actually incredibly low.
Yeah, so think of any game that you've enjoyed in the past where it had a bunch of expansions and one of them you didn't care for. And just imagine when the wave of players gets there and then they're like, all right, we're done. And then they hop to another server where it's starting over again. You know, they're like, oh, we're getting to WoW Cataclysm. I didn't like Cataclysm. And then they bail ship and they get onto another server that's on WoW Classic, and then they start the whole process again. Some will stay, but most of the wave has moved on.
Now, some of these servers are known as true box servers, meaning only one instance of EverQuest can be run at a time, and you cannot multi-box, which is something very important that we'll look into later, because many people will tell you you're not playing EverQuest properly unless you're playing EverQuest 6 times at the same time. Now, there is also Project 99, an official...
Multi-boxing, he's going to touch on this, but multi-boxing is a thing that was just coming into fruition when I started playing. A lot of people know what multi-boxing is now, where you've got one person that may be alt-tabbed, or maybe there's different machines, but they're controlling a whole party. You know, they've got a whole party of people, and they're controlling all of them. And it's not AI. It's like, you know, they have to like either alt tab between them to fire spells, or maybe they've got something that just replicates a key. Like they hit one and then all the other characters in the party hit one also, something like that. But multi-boxing has become something that EverQuest sort of allows on some servers, because some people like to just control a whole party, and they pretend that instead of it's an MMO, they pretend they're playing like a team builder game. And at the same time, they're also paying the subscription fee 5 to 10 times. So Sony's like, okay, well, I guess it's Daybreak now.
Officially endorsed private server of EverQuest, as it was in 1999 with the first 2 expansion packs, the Ruins of Kunark and the Scars of Velius. But getting Project 99 running requires that you own the Titanium edition, which they don't even sell anymore. Getting Project 99 running is a task that the average gamer isn't going to go through. So I will play that version at some point, but not in this video. So with live role-playing, live members, progression, and Project 99, the player base is fragmented. Steam charts put the free version at about 500 daily players, and I'm sure there are a few more logging in through the Daybreak launcher. And Project 99 doesn't give exact numbers, but people estimate about 1,000 to 2,000 daily players. You've got a few content creators on YouTube putting out guide videos and Let's Plays, but I think it helps to come to terms quickly with this. EverQuest is still alive, but it's not the titan it once was.
So for people who weren't gaming back then, to really understand the titan it once was, imagine like how big and WoW is known for now. That was the EverQuest then. Maybe not in the same numbers, but it's like if you had a friend that got into MMOs, he probably played EverQuest. There was a chance of DAOC or Ultima, but it was probably EverQuest. Like that was the big one. That was the huge thing.
This video, I'll start off trying a live server with all the expansions, and then a time-locked progression server to see if I can feel a difference in both gameplay and community. So let's start with live. Character creation, 16 races from humans to frogs, furries to scalies, and interestingly, barbarian is a race, not a class.
Funny enough, for me, you know, it's now like 20 years later, and that was that Draken. There's only one race there I don't recognize, which is that bottom right one.
Race choice effects.
That thing.
Stats, and then 16 classes, from standards like clerics, rogues, and warriors to more out there gameplay styles like necromancer or bards. Thankfully, each class has a little bit of text explaining their solo viability, because while EverQuest is very much built around being in a group with the very sparse player base, you'll be alone a lot. I'm going with a Draken Shadow Knight, a tanky spellcaster with self-healing and damage over time abilities. Should be able to solo, but if I group up, I should be useful as a tank. You'll also...
Yeah, Shadow Knights are pretty interesting. Usually guy with a big two-hand sword, kind of like a WoW Death Knight. But they do get access to the same spells that necromancers get, but at later levels. So like level 9, a Shadow Knight will get access to like some level 1 and level 4 necromancer spells. So like they even have a skeleton pet they can summon, but it's way weaker for their level than a necromancer's skeleton pet is for their level. But then, of course, they're melee powerhouse. Also, they are the opposite of a paladin. Many people who have played a game that had a paladin may remember a skill called Lay on Hands. Even Dungeons & Dragons has it. Lay on Hands is usually like a very long cooldown. In EverQuest, it was like either once every 45 minutes or once a day. They could use it and just it's a full heal. No matter the target's level, it's a full heal. Shadow Knights were the opposite of that. They had a skill called Harm Touch. They, once a day, could hit someone with it, and it was like hitting them with a truck. It was just like, here, I'm gonna introduce you to God, same day shipping. But it was like once a day that you could do that. Hello, Niavalar. So he's basically going to play a warrior with some life-stealing abilities and a few dark magic options.
Notice, no matter what you choose, you start in a place called Crescent's Reach. Different races and classes used to have different starting areas, and on progression servers they still do, but in 2006, the 12th expansion, The Serpent's Spine, brought with it a new race, and combined all of the starting points of all of the races to Crescent's Reach. So new players are effectively all grouped up. But before we reach mainland,
So yeah, as he said, the original game as I played it did not have this. I did dabble in EQ a few times on Steam since this came out. This is actually an awesome tutorial. Because if you're playing the game and there's not a lot of people in the starting area, it's kind of just like, okay, here you go, good luck, and you have no idea what to do. this tutorial area is actually amazing for the game. It was a great addition.
We've got the tutorial zone, the Mines of Glooming Deep. We get a quick plot breakdown about how we've been captured and sent to the mines, and this will never be relevant again. So here we go. Now, strange touch, whenever you log in, you always start fully zoomed in first-person mode. The mouse wheel scrolls back, WASD movement, spacebar jumps. To talk to an NPC, you must left-click on them, and then press H on the keyboard for hail. After hailing an NPC, you'll see their chat in the main chat box to the bottom. No speech bubbles here. And any conversation options that could continue a conversation will appear in blue text in square brackets.
All right, so this was a big thing. There was no quest log, chat. If you were doing a quest for someone, you were using a pen and paper or notepad to keep track of where you were. It's like you go up to some NPC, they didn't have an exclamation point, and you just hit H and be like, hail. And they'd be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Man, we are having a big problem with bandits. And bandits would be in brackets. And you're supposed to be like, oh, how can I help with the bandits? Or something like that. But the player base very quickly found out that you could just say anything with that word that ended with proper punctuation. So people, it devolved into people just going like, man, fuck bandits, exclamation point. And the NPC's like, right? Yeah, so anyway, they're over that way. Kill 20, bring me back their hair, or something like that. And it would work. But as long as you responded with the keywords and some punctuation, they would continue the conversation. But again, no quest log. So you had to keep track of like, all right, Billy Bob in the town of Kellethan on the 3rd platform by the elevator wants 10 dead bandits. Go back and talk to him when I've done that. You'd write that down.
Within the text box itself. Modern players, of course, may be used to separate text boxes or speech bubbles or very easy to see progression options. Not here. Have fun squinting and reading everything and clicking the blue choices. Also, remember what you clicked, because if you have to go back and do the conversation again, it won't remind you what you've clicked on before. If a choice would lead to a quest being started, it will open the task window where you can read the quest and click accept, apart from the...
So I don't know which expansion they added the task window in. Great change. Wasn't there for at least the first 5 or 6 expansions.
Few times when it doesn't and just gives you the task straight away, and I can't tell why this does or doesn't happen. The quest window is bound to Alt-Q. I press escape to open the menu, and it doesn't. Escape just closes all the windows. All of your options are instead found by clicking the little EQ logo. So we're on a task and can see the steps needed. Kill the jailer, take the key. This means combat. Left click on an enemy, then activate auto attack, which is bound to 1. So behold, combat. You'll notice there were no health numbers above the enemy.
So a couple of things there. Shadow Knights have all the same skills as a warrior up until 9th level. Then they get some necromancer skills. Hey, is it your bedtime? All right, I'm gonna tell the boy goodnight. Give me just a sec. All right, so all they have is auto attack. If you're a Guild Wars 2 player, just think of like, just the 1 key auto attacking. That's all they have until level 9. And then they get some necromancer spells added to the Shadow Knight. The warrior only has auto attack for like 20 or 30 levels. It's a long time, chat. Warrior at low levels was so dull. But yeah, you basically auto attack. And he also pointed out the numbers above the heads thing. Even WoW didn't have that at the beginning. There was a very commonly downloaded add-on in WoW called Scrolling Combat Text, or SCT, and it was so popular that WoW ended up just including it in the base game after a few versions of the game. It wasn't there originally. But yeah, EverQuest did not have numbers above heads.
Enemies' heads, just percentages, and we'll take a look at that later. With the jailer dead, we loot a key from their corpse and need to give the key to Arius to escape this prison. And by give, I mean you need to open your inventory, click the key to select it, then cursor over Arius, click Arius, then choose give. Trading...
Alright, so, cool thing about this. Let's say you're doing a quest where you want to get really high-level armor. And you have to take, like, a mold and a mithril ingot and, I don't know, 50 gold, and you have 4 things, and you got to give them to an NPC. If you have a friend turn in 3 of them, and then you turn in the 4th right after, you'll get the reward. The NPCs would track, okay, since the last time I've given this reward out, I have been given these things. And whoever completes the set would get the reward. So sometimes you could just get a reward without having the whole thing. Or like if you're doing a quest where you need 4 bind on pickup items to turn in, but your friend picked up one of them and was like, oh, hey, don't you need this? You can just get the other stuff. They turn in their bit, you turn in the rest of the bits, and then you'll get the reward from the NPC.
With NPCs is a major mechanic, and they will not notice that you have the item on you through regular conversation. You must manually hand things to them. With this done, we are teleported to the main mine camp, arriving in the traditional way of face first in someone's crotch. I mess around with rescaling the UI and discover to leave the game you must choose.
Dude, how short are Drakons? Wood elves are like 4'11". Like, wood elves are short. This is a wood elf. Drakons are like gnomes or something.
Camp and quit down here, where you'll sit down for 30 seconds before the game closes. And fun fact, whenever the game client does close, if you are not a monthly paying member, it will automatically open a browser window showing you all the monthly prices, asking you if you want to become a member. And this happens
At least it doesn't pop up when you're looking at your mini-map. Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
every single time. So this entire mine area is basically a big tutorial, and following it through will get you some items, some armor, and some weapons. We need to help all the other slaves escape. We now have 2 new tasks, meaning I need to find some NPCs, but this leads to one of the greatest features in any game ever, the find window. Control F opens the find window, listing every NPC in your current zone. Click on one of them to create a magical floating tube between you and them, and then just Donnie Darko your way to them. Honestly, the find function is fantastic and makes navigation way easier.
Wasn't in the base game. They added it after a couple of expansions, and yeah, it was a huge hit. It's a little clunky, but it basically, there's like a glowing thread between you and whoever you're looking for, and you just follow it.
In the future, we'll see a more complicated version of this using the map, where you can find your way from map to map. The only issue is, while the find mode is active, you cannot zoom in or out of the minimap. So let's just look at the minimap. It is lines. This is the map. Multiple levels can be shown at once, but in different colors, meaning if you don't know which floor is which, it can be a bit confusing. But it's functional, at least. And don't worry, I'll be downloading a new map pack and improving this later.
Alright, so really quickly, on the topic of the map here, when the game launched, and for many expansions after, there was no maps at all. There was a website that most of us use called EQ Atlas, and you could download... Wait, hold on. The strategy guide has a couple of them. Let me see here. EQ Atlas, you could download some... Okay, here we go. Here's some hand-drawn maps in here of cities and like points of interest, like where the merchants are, things like that. And you could download maps. Chat, I use so much of my dad's printer paper. I printed out maps of every single zone in the game and had them in like alphabetical order in a stack on my desk. And anytime I would be like in that zone, I would flip to that map and I'd be like, all right, I need to go here. So I need to go like south by southeast and then a little to the right. Okay, auto run. Yeah, and it was the only way to get around because there was no map in the game. So you had like a compass type ability called sense heading, and you could use that to kind of tell if you were facing south or east or whatever. And then you also had the paper maps, and you would use that to get around. Now, then they added an update where they added this screen. Like you could hit M to open map. It was blank. You had to draw it yourself. They literally provided us with parchment paper. But you could go, and so like I remember I started to like draw in and fill in the points of interest for one zone. I didn't even get 50% of the way through it, and I was like, I don't have the attention span for this. I'm just gonna keep using my paper maps because I already had those printed out. They literally were like, here you go, you know, to draw it. And later on, they started including these really rustic, you know, all 3 dimensions of a zone are visible at the same time maps. They started including these, and then the guy that was running EQ Atlas was like, all right guys, I'm gonna stop updating. I think we're getting replaced at this point. This is a service that's no longer needed, and he shut down the site soon after. But as he mentioned, he was going to download a map pack, so apparently there's still like an add-on that you can download to make the maps better.
At least. And don't worry, I'll be downloading a new map pack and improving this later. Give my weapon to this NPC to improve it and get sent on more fetch quests. Now, these tutorial quests all reward armor, and they are worth doing, like this one, Find a Mushroom. Now, in modern MMOs, any important items in the world would have a nameplate, or a highlight, or a graphical flourish, or be bigger and easier to spot, but not in EverQuest. When it says Find a Mushroom, it means find a mushroom-sized mushroom. As a reward, we get Blessed. Passive effects on you are shown in this window here. If you left-click a beneficial effect, you will remove it, but if you hold right-click, a little explanation...
Yeah, if you click it, you just delete it. And I've tried to do that in other games. Because there's some games where I think in WoW, if you right-click on a buff, you'll get it off of you. Because you can cancel your buffs, but not in every game that you can.
Window will pop up, but then it will disappear. So you must hold right-click, wait for the window to pop up, cursor over the window while still holding right-click, then release right-click. This is the only way to make any window permanent. And this is important to know because there are so many windows. Honestly, EverQuest is a game of window management. There's more windows here than an orgy at Microsoft. They are all important, all movable, and all resizable. And ultimately, a lot of screen real estate will be taken up by windows. There's no slimline or minimalist UI here. You will see everything, almost all the time. And on higher res monitors, this can mean really leaning in to read the very small text. But this... contrasts quite strongly with another design choice, mainly the choice to not tell you important numerical things. A load of windows clearly means the game wants you to have total control and knowledge over your character's status at all times, down to the minutiae of the game. But despite giving you access to a load of information, it doesn't actually give you specifics. Let's say you examine the effect text of this buff spell, Grim Aura. It says, increases your attack for 27 minutes. Okay, how much does it increase by? Is it a static number or a percent of my own stats? Is it damage or accuracy? Does it improve my...
Yeah, we... Guild Wars 2 players are familiar with the wiki command. We would basically wiki stuff in EverQuest a lot. There was a website, I don't know if it's still up, called Alakazam. It was Alakazam, but it was spelled all in a weird way. But Alakazam was a website that is kind of like the Wowhead or the GW2 wiki is today. And that was like our center for information for this kind of stuff back in the day.
Attacks penetration against enemies' resistance or armor. You will not know, because in EverQuest, many things don't tell you the numerical values of what they do. It will just say you do something better, but you have no idea how much better. Like Scream of Hate. Lowers the enemy's attack while raising yours. By how much does it do either of these things? Don't know, doesn't say. You'll only know you're buffed. Now the game is clearly tracking these numbers behind the scenes, but you don't need to know them. Like how you cannot change the enemy's hit point display to be a specific number of hit points. It is always a percent of hit points above their head. You can see the numbers in the combat box of how much you're doing and how much they're doing, but never above their heads. So to cast buff spells, we must know spells. We get given a spell scroll. Now to learn a spell, open your spell book, scribe the scroll from your inventory to your book, and then when it's in the book, drag a known spell from your book to your spell gem bar. Then when it's on your spell gem bar, move it from your gem bar to your hotbar linked to a keybind. And this may seem like an obtuse number of steps.
Okay.
And that's because it is.
To pause right there, because when he spits it all out like that, every word he said was true, but that does make it sound more complicated than it actually is. So scribing spells. When you would buy a spell and scribe it into your book, that was one time ever. You only ever had to do that one time per spell. When you scribed it, it was in your spell book forever. Now, the gems thing, this thing down here, you could have 8 spells memorized and ready to go. If any of you play Dungeons and Dragons, it's like a wizard. The wizard could have so many spells in the book, but he could only have so many locked and loaded and ready to fire at a time. So just imagine that your spell book, at max level, you might have 100 spells in there, but you could have 8 memorized on your hotbar ready to go. Now, he put them on the gems, and then he dragged them from the gems down to the hotbar. If memory serves, you can just hotkey the gems. You don't have to take them from the gems to the hotbars. Like, I think I had like Alt 1 through Alt 8 or something was my gems, but then I also had just like 1 through whatever is that. So like, let's say that you had buff spells, but maybe once per hour you needed to buff. You would sit down, put the buffs on the gems, use them, sit down, put your normal spells back on the gems, and then that's it for the next hour. Unless you died, in which case you would do that again. And then you could organize the stuff in the spell book, because like the stuff in the book, you could drag and drop it and move it. So you could organize however you want. So you might have a page with all your highest level buffs, and a page with your best nukes, a page with your best dots, and then stuff that's out of date. Because similar to like original World of Warcraft, you would have many tiers of spells. You'd have like your level 1 Ice Nuke, your level 4 Ice Nuke, your level 9 Ice Nuke, you know, and you don't need to have all of those. So the ones that were out of date, you just kind of push further back in the book and deal with that another time.
Does mean that you can have hundreds of spells known in your spell book, but only a few gems active at any time. These are the spells you can actually cast. But in a nice touch, you can right-click on an empty slot on the spell gem bar or on your hotbars and open up a flowchart where you can move through exactly what style of spells you've got and find ones that you currently know. As a task, I get rewarded with a fast stick.
Flowchart thing is new. That's cool. That wasn't there when I played.
An item with an ability to use the stick, stick them onto a hotbar, target yourself, then cast the stick, and gain the Blessing of Swiftness, increasing your movement speed. By how much? Some movements.
I think the Blessing of Swiftness was like 35% movement speed. But yeah, if you got any item that had charges of a spell, you could just put the item on a hotbar button and then just hit that button whenever you wanted to activate the spell, which is what he just did.
Speed. Grab a load of quests by hailing all the local NPCs and then go and kill some rats. Now, combat is very much a slow turn-based system.
Fun little thing. I mentioned to you guys about typing to the NPCs. You would walk up to them, hit H, they would say, oh, like, man, I hate bandits. You would hit enter to open a text box and type, I hate bandits too, F bandits. And then they would continue the conversation. Imagine any time you started typing without actually hitting enter first. The moment that you hit the letter A, your auto attack turned on. So you'd have someone try so many times. Newbies would be trying to talk to guards and they'd hail them, start typing like muck bandits, and it would be and then they hit that A, and they would like swing and miss at the guard, and the guard would just one shot kill. There was always a couple of dead newbies around any important NPCs to talk to because they were max level, so that people couldn't like troll and get rid of them easily. And anytime you accidentally hit the A key while trying to type to them, you got clapped. You got destroyed.
Except you'll want to look at the combat side of the text box more than your character's animations, because your attack speed doesn't always line up to the animations, and any damage you do or take is shown in the text box, not by damage numbers appearing in the game. Now, during combat, if you can't see an enemy's total health before a fight, how do you know what's safe to attack and what isn't? Well, when you left-click
the color around them,
or right-click on an NPC, you will consider it, and you'll get a line of colored text in the main.
You could also, if you left-click, no, so the aura around the rat, that's like a white-gray aura around it, that was added to the game later. It used to be you would click on an enemy and just hit C, which would do a consider. And in your text box, there would either be a red message that says you're going to die, or a yellow box would be like, this is going to be an uphill battle. White text would be like, looks like an even fight, which meant it was your level. Blue text would be like, you think you've got the advantage. Green text would be like, this would be easy. And gray would be like, you have nothing to learn from this opponent. So it was like red was way higher level than you, yellow was just above your level, white was even, blue was below your level. So like warriors were very bad at soloing just because they just basically had auto attack. So they would usually stick to blue and green targets, things where they had a level advantage of, but not gray because gray gave no XP, for example. Necromancers, as long as they could land, if it was fearable, it was farmable. A necromancer would just fear an enemy, throw dots on it, and throw their pet on it, and the thing would be running away screaming while getting hit in the back and dots ripping it apart. And so they didn't care if it was a yellow mob as long as they could land their spells.
In box,
bards were solo kings, bards too, yes.
Referencing the enemy's levels, and a little description based on the level difference to yours. They range from many levels below you, showing in green with looks like a reasonably safe opponent, to many levels above you in red, saying, what would you like your tombstone to say?
That is a lot of text, but let's just say it was red, don't, yellow, don't unless you are really good at soloing, white, same level as you, blue, good for farming, green, barely any XP, gray, none.
Is your level often have black names and always describes as looks like quite a gamble, and it is. In EverQuest 1, enemies can do significant damage, even on the same level as you. 2, 3, or 4 enemies at the same time without a solid plan, and you are dead. While fighting, or while doing anything actually, swimming, jumping, meditating, or using a trade skill, you'll be gaining experience and levels in minor skills within that major skill. Hit an enemy with a one-handed slashing weapon, you'll improve one-handed slashing. Successfully block, you'll improve blocking. But there's even a skill for overall offense. If you cast an enchantment spell, you'll not only gain skills in enchantment, but also specialized enchantment.
Yeah, so like any time that now after you'd played for a while, all these skills would be maxed out for your level. Every time you leveled up, I believe the cap on all these skills increased by 5. It's like when you were level 4, all your skills could level up to 20. Now offense leveled up anytime you did anything with any weapon. But then there was one-hand blunt was like clubs, hammers. Two-hand blunt was like sledgehammers, staff. One-hand pierce was like daggers. Two-hand pierce was like spears. One-hand slash was like swords and axes. Two-hand slash was like two-hand swords and axes. Things like that. So offense would almost always be caught up with your level, but if you were level 30 and you've been using swords the whole time and you just got a really good warhammer and you swap to it, you would miss a lot because you had to level up your blunt skill because you were bad with hammers.
This does mean is if you spend all your time fighting with a hammer, then you'll be really good with...
Channeling was the ability to cast spells while something was punching you in the face. It was basically the ability to just keep going with the cast and ignore the fact that you just got hit.
The hammer. If you then find a better sword, you may not be better with it. Because
this is literally... Okay, I just talked about that.
You won't hit as frequently or as hard because your sword skill is lower. What this means is, and this is most commonly seen in spells, you need to use something low level and basic to train up your minor skill in that thing before you equip yourself with something higher level and more exotic. Because if you find...
I don't know if it changed. I'm just speaking from my own experience here. The level of the weapon didn't matter for like the training. What it mattered was the attack speed. So the faster you swung, the more attempts you would do, and the defense of the thing you're hitting. Because like if an enemy was level 4, their max defense was 20, because you get 5 per level. If they were level 20, their max defense was 100. So you know, just find an enemy that was, it had to be green or higher because it couldn't be gray, and get the fastest attacking weapon of whatever type you're trying to level, and just go ham on it. If possible, get an enchanter or a shaman to put an attack speed buff on you, and just swing and miss 1,000 times. to get your skill to basically power level as fast as you can.
Find a really high level weapon that you aren't skilled with and try and use it, you will constantly miss, and because you only gain experience for successful hits, you will not gain experience fast enough to be efficient with that weapon. It's the same with spells. If you attempt to cast a spell and fail, the spell will fizzle, and your fizzle chance on extremely high level spells that you are not skilled with is almost 100%. So if I have a summon really powerful weapon spell, I will keep fizzling with it until I have gone back, purchased the summon very weak weapon spell, and used that hundreds of times to get better at that specific school of magic where the high level spells stop fizzling. I open the menus and rebind.
Right, so if you have not, there's different schools of magic: conjuration, abjuration, evocation, unite all peoples within our nation, all that stuff. So if you were trying, if you hadn't used a really common one that people would never get around to using was illusion until they got invisibility. If you were playing a pure caster and you get to the point where you get invis and you try to cast it and it would just fail because the low level illusion spells were not great. There was one called Flash of Light that would blind an enemy for a minute. That was really funny in PvP. It literally turned your monitor black. You had their text box and that's it. Your monitor was basically off. That was Flash of Light. Okay, it was worse than a Counter-Strike flashbang. Hilarious in PvP doesn't really affect NPCs that much. So it wasn't a big deal to use these. So when you would unlock, your mage, you unlock Invis at level 30, it was time to get the low-level Flash of Light out and just spam it on mobs a bunch of time when it's not necessary to get your illusion up until you can cast Invis without having the spell fail 40 times and you burning half your mana pool.
Target nearest enemy NPC to tab as God intended.
Can you show us Flash of Light? Yeah, it looks like... Oh, no, so wait, hold on. Sorry. YouTube would be fine with it. Twitch won't.
And then have a nice sit down, and this is something you'll be doing a lot in EverQuest. After a fight, you'll likely be missing some hit points, or if you're a caster, some mana. While standing there, these refill incredibly slowly, but while sitting, they refill incredibly slowly, but a little bit faster. Sitting...
Okay, so from what I remember, every 6 seconds was like a tick. They measured things in ticks in the game. Like, 3 ticks was 18 seconds. So every tick, I think most races got back 1 hit point. But if they're sitting, oh baby, you got back 2. Unless you were a troll or an Ixar. The Ixar were the lizard people. They had regeneration. They got 2 hit points standing and 4 sitting, which was actually huge because, that adds up. That all going all the time. Like, I'm regenerating 2 health per tick and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Like, that added up. That was great. Like, if you were leveling a character and you were one of those races, the original Mukluk, my namesake, was a troll shaman I made, and the regeneration was great. Also, they had infravision. When it was really dark, they could still see everything in red. All enemies were in glowing red. It was like they had infrared vision.
Between fights is a staple of this game, and it used to be because players would team up and the recovery between battles was social time, chat, trade. They say EverQuest is the world's prettiest chat room. It's just a social hangout with an RPG attached to play between talking, and there is some truth to this. Now, older MMORPGs had a lot in common with chat rooms because back when they were released, talking with someone over the internet in real time was still a novel thing to do. You slap a game alongside that and you've got a community going. The game was never the focus, the interaction was. But now, with communication moving off the game to places like WhatsApp or Discord, the downtime in the game is no longer needed to talk to other people, but it is still there, which...
Yeah, so at the time I was playing this with people, I only communicated with those people in the game or on the forums. We didn't have Discord. I don't even think we had Ventrilo or TeamSpeak yet. That was later on at the time that I played it. So really, these people, I would log in to chat with friends. Like, I didn't get to talk to them outside of that.
Means if you're playing alone, you'll be sat doing nothing a lot. Combine this with the fact the majority of live servers contain almost all of the player base at the end game, and as a new player on a live server, you will be adventuring through Norath alone for the vast majority of your gameplay experience, unless you specifically bring your own friends with you. Kill some rats and some bats and do some more local quests, and you'll notice your map is annotated with certain things, but not marked with enemy spawn locations, so quest mobs do take some time to find. I discover some items are not tradable, and while casting a spell or activating an ability, you get this little cast timer. If you're hit during it, you'll be interrupted, so casting in melee combat is a risk. However, the act of casting anything also improves...
I just noticed this character, Josh Strife Mage.
Improves your channeling skill, and with a high enough channeling skill, you can tank some hits and not be interrupted. And now a movement issue. W is forward, S is backward, A and D is turn, unless you hold right click where A and D becomes strafe. But you cannot run forward and strafe and turn all at the same time, meaning you can't run diagonal while swinging the camera. Running sideways, running diagonal, running forward while turning the camera, but not all at the same time. I need to find a flower for a quest, and the map has no hints to where it may be, and then I'm injured, so I need to use a bandage, which means knowing the trade skill Bind Wound, then assigning that trade skill to a hotkey, then targeting whoever I'm healing, in this case myself, then activating Bind Wound with the hotkey, then waiting while I get better at the skill. That is a lot of focused steps, and this is something EverQuest is.
So, on that topic, Bind Wound, it's first aid, okay? The way that it worked in the game, first, yeah, you had to make a button for it on your bar. That was a one-time thing. Once you have the button, you have the button. That's it. And basically, if you were low health, you would target yourself. F1 targeted yourself, or you could click on an ally and try to bind them, and you'd be like, hold still, and your character would kneel down and do like a bandage animation, and it would either fail or succeed. If it succeeded, either way, it would consume one bandage from your inventory. So you needed to be carrying those. And if it succeeded, it would heal an ally. But it could only be used on people below 50% health. Like, they actually had to be wounded to bind a wound. So a warrior that was soloing loved to make friends with a mage. Because a mage, here's the difference between a mage and a wizard in the world of Norath, chat. Wizard, boom. Big damage blast. That's it. A mage, slightly smaller boom, and you know the whole concept of pulling a rabbit out of a hat? The mage could make something out of nothing, including sets of armor that last until the person with it logs out. Food, water, pets, earth, air, fire, and air elementals, and bandages. They could literally use their mana to summon stacks of bandages and just give 80 bandages to a warrior, and he's got those until he logs out. Everything that was given to you by a mage would disappear when you logged out if it was summoned by the mage. But they were masters of conjuration. Very, very cool class.
Detailed. Playing EverQuest as a new player feels like learning to fly a plane or operate an old proprietary computer operating system, and you're just handed a massive manual and wished good luck. There's a lot you can do. It's overwhelming, and learning it isn't easy. But once you get the hang of it, after however many hours, or in this case days it takes, you do feel in control. As Reddit puts it, EverQuest is a slow game, and this is one of the great ironies of its modern state. Everyone tells me when you play an old MMORPG, don't rush to endgame. Play it slowly, enjoy the journey. And okay, but if you do that in EverQuest, you're enjoying an extremely long, extremely slow, often very lonely journey unless you're playing with friends you've brought along at your own level, because the majority of a community on a live server are either at the end game or have moved to progression servers. Live regular servers don't have the mass of players either in the early or mid game needed to make enjoying the journey as magical as it was. There's no denying EverQuest is hugely influential in the genre. It built a lot of the foundations and systems other games would go on to refine, but over time, what we as players expect becomes harder to achieve. We are harder to impress. Something that was once considered groundbreaking, when you return to it, is just a big pile of broken ground. Playing EverQuest without...
Short story about this. The first time I played EverQuest, I had just come from playing Half-Life 1 and I think Diablo 2. And I was playing EverQuest for my first time. And I remember I saw in the low-level zone, the newbie zone, there was a skeleton and he had like a staff. And he was trying to beat me to death with the staff. And I killed the skeleton. And he dropped the staff. And that blew my mind. That sounds so silly. But up until that point, there was no game I had played where I saw enemy with weapon, I kill him, that weapon could be looted. You know, and again, I had just been playing Diablo 2 and Half-Life. There was no game up until that point I had played where that was a thing. I was shocked by that. Like, I killed a bat, I could loot bat wings. I killed a skeleton, I could loot bone chips. I killed a skeleton with a scimitar, I could take the scimitar. Like, you could look at a raid boss, and raid bosses had a whole slew of different weapons. And if it was a humanoid, he might be wielding one of them. And you could be like, guys, he's got the warrior sword this week. And that would hardly change the fight, but the warriors were getting hyped. They were already in their head planning to roll. Because you could tell he had that loot this week because he was beating you to death with it. And it was a cool thing. At the time, that was new. That was novel. Not anymore, but back then. That was exciting.
Nostalgia is like listening to Elvis Presley. People will tell you how incredibly rebellious and groundbreaking Elvis was at the time. How Elvis mania swept the nation, even the famous line, "Elvis has left the building," caused mass excitement. But if you get someone not connected to any of that to listen to Elvis today, and the hype just isn't there, the social excitement, the atmosphere that made it all, if you've only got the music, it's good, but it's not the same experience. When you remove the product, from the context which enhanced the product, you don't get the same impact. Shaking hips and crooning on stage used to be unacceptably sexy, but it paved the way for the media we know today. Now, we're so far ahead of the paved
Now you have to grow a beard and wear a vest to be sexy. What the heck?
path, it looks quaint by comparison. New players cannot play through your memories, and playing EverQuest today is like listening to Elvis with no background information. Yeah, you can see the quality and understand that when it was new it would have been amazing, but it's not the rebellious novel or exciting thing it used to be. And when hardcore enfranchised fans get annoyed at you for not enjoying it like that,
Oh, he's on a Necro now.
they did, you might need to remind those fans it's much easier to enjoy something when the entire situation around it was intensely enjoyable. But now we've got the product without the situation. Back to the game, tactical note, if you aggro an enemy mob, they will not stop chasing you across the whole map, but guard NPCs can kill them very fast. Doesn't give you experience, but does save you. Ah, my first kill 20 quest.
Yeah. Trying to remember in EverQuest, I think if an NPC got the last hit, there was no, like, it didn't leave a corpse. But there might have been a rule if you did more than 50% of the damage, like if players did more than 50% of the damage, they could get the kill. But I remember one time, I don't remember how they did it, but there was a priest of Discord, and it was a guy you could talk to in every major city in order to get PvP flagged, if you wanted to do PvP on a non-PvP server. And I remember someone somehow, I don't know if they did it with like mind control, because enchanters could charm things. They managed to get the guards of the city and the priest of Discord in a fight against each other. And the priest took out like 20 of the guards, but then the remaining ones managed to kill him. And the players, which of course this was by the Wood Elf city of Kelothan, this is a low-level area, all the low-level players like, if we can get the last hit, we can get his loot. And you know, we were running in and we would try to get just like the final swing, and even when he was at 1%, he was like, poof, and he'd kill like 9 newbies. Like, we didn't stand a chance. Like, it was like that scene at the beginning of Lord of the Rings when Sauron swings his mace and just like sends 20 dudes flying into a new county, and they have to get a new zip code. Like, it was that.
And so the grind begins. I'm also told to press V to open the alternative advancement window. This lets you spend specific skill points on things, but only applies to characters level 51 and above, so you as a new player will not need this. When you do hit level 5 though, you get some in-game mail and told about the Origin skill, which appears in the alternate advancement list, but is the only one you can take for free. It is a recall to Crescent's Reach. You can cast it for free once every 20 minutes. And a goblin finally dropped a shield, and now I am resting after every fight. And now a good system for solo players, mercenaries or mercs. You can hire an NPC helper. They're free up to level 15 and then have a very small gold cost.
So I know from my dabbling in EverQuest years and years later after I played it like, during its prime time, I know that they added the mercenaries, but that was sometime in between expansion 7 and 29. I don't know exactly when they added mercenaries, but if you played Guild Wars 1, it's like that mercenary system, sort of.
Every 15 minutes, which is essentially a gold sink for the game. It's automatically paid, and if you're playing even semi-competently, you won't notice it. As I'm a melee tank, I think, you know what, I'll go for a healer mercenary. Everyone meet Serana. But then it seems I bought a mercenary without accepting the buy mercenary quest, so I didn't count. So I dismiss Serana and buy another to finish the quest, so everyone meet Brown Nana. Mercs are great. They're incredibly tough, great at healing, and do decent damage. It's like you have a competent player alongside you at all times covering your weakest aspect. They do, however, struggle with bridges and have a tendency to aggro enemies you're trying to avoid, so in fact they are exactly like other players. Thankfully, my spells seem to have pretty decent range, so I can grab the aggro from distant enemies. These spiders have some pretty decent modern graphics, and you can definitely tell when they've gone round and updated the enemy models. They look downright...
Yeah, that is not how spiders looked when I last played the game. Let me see. EQ Terror Antula. It's got the usual model. Let's see, images. Okay, all right, see this, where it's got like just a few pixels for the spider. That's how it looked when I last played the game. So it's definitely gotten a bit better.
Good. Now this quest needs me to open a chest, but at the time I didn't know you
Really,
could
the only thing scary about Terrorantula is it was the size of a skyscraper and it would sneak up on you.
Target a container and type /open. So instead, I just attacked it until it broke. And while doing this, another player, this frog necromancer called Ghoulhopper, asks me, why are you hitting the chest? So we chat for a while, and then he hops off on his way. It's interesting to see that I'm not the only new player, but little did I know, the saga of Ghoulhopper would become much deeper and much darker.
I have such a hateful relationship with the Froglocks.
Not the only new player.
These are Froglocks, and they're actually loved by the Paladin God. And like they are frogs of justice, chat. They are prime paladins. They had an event in the game. I played a troll. Trolls lived in this gutter city called Grob, and they did an event in the game where the Froglocks rose up and attacked grob. And just so you know, the trolls didn't like enslave frogs or anything. They just hated each other. So the frogs rose up and attacked Grob. And literally, if you were logged in, you could try to defend the city. But it got like more and larger waves until eventually all the players defending the city buckled and the city fell. It was a real in-game event. And then the next day, it was, I believe, called Gukta or something like that. They literally stole the city. And from that day forward, if you made a troll character, you started in the Dark Elf Ghetto. You were mooching off the Dark Elves in the city of Nariak. But if you made a Froglock, you got to make the character in Gukta, which was the city they stole from the trolls. Dude, people literally were selling shirts that had the date. It was like, you know, like 111, never forget. It's like the day Grob fell.
Yeah, but little did I know, the saga of Ghoulhopper would become much deeper and much darker. Reach level 6 and get an exciting new mechanic. Experience loss on death. Exact numbers are iffy, but people seem to agree dying loses you between 8 and 10% of your gained experience to the next level. For a game...
So, one interesting thing about EQ, there were no trash players at max level. There were some that weren't great. The trash ones couldn't reach max level. The game acted as its own filter. If you died a lot, you kept de-leveling, chat. You would lose 10% of your current level's experience. So if you were almost to level 40, and then you died 10 times, you go like back down to 38.
Game focused on enjoying the journey, they should...
Now, if you hired a cleric to revive you, you would get back, or like resurrect you, you would get back experience based on the level of the cleric. But if you did a corpse run and just looted your whole body and didn't, if you looted every last item, okay, I gotta explain corpse running. If you died, you'd reappear naked. You'd run back to your body and have to loot your own body and be like, all right, earring, helmet, armor, put on your gear. And you could just like right click it and it would shoot over. But you would have to re-loot your whole body. Now, when you pulled the last item off your body, it vanished. It would despawn to save server space. So what you would do is leave one trashy piece of thing on the body and then drag your now naked body around. Cleric! Hiring a cleric! Because if you could find a cleric to revive your old naked self, you would get back a bunch of that XP you lost. But if you couldn't find one, then that was it. That was it.
Or do make the journey tedious. Sell some stuff to a merchant, one item at a time, buy a new damage over time spell, then just work through the quest. And the slow progression does bring benefits. Winning a fight against 2 or more enemies feels amazing, like a genuine achievement. Does it feel amazing enough to justify being in the tutorial for 3 or 4 hours? No. While doing this, I checked Ghoulhopper some more and make my first ever quest friend. Oh, when you pick up a new item, hold right click on it for the info box. Red item names means you can't use them. Green means you can.
The friend list, in that game, you could you'd be like /friend space add space character name. The funny thing is that it was the only way to really keep an eye on if your friends were online or not, or people you hated. So you would sometimes put people that you wanted to keep an eye out for, that you despised, on your friend list, just so you could kind of monitor their location. I remember one time I was explaining to my dad, I was like, yeah, I freaking hate this guy. So I put him on my friends list, and he's like, what? He's like, what are you doing?
And if you click the little drop-down menu, you can compare it against what you've got equipped currently, which is great. Hey, remember the damaging disease cloud spell that ticks damage for like 7 minutes? Don't cast it on yourself, because you will just poison yourself. EverQuest...
Yeah, the game does not stop you from casting beneficial spells on enemies or negative spells on yourself. If you accidentally hit F1 and target yourself, even if you're facing an enemy, I remember a friend of mine who was playing the game one day and he was charging up a fireball, blew his own head off, knocked himself the muck out. He was still in the newbie zone, chat. He was level 4, blasted his own face off. And there was other times where you'd see someone like, well, why can't we kill this guy? And goes and start screaming, because the healer's healing him. Yeah, the healer would accidentally have the enemy targeted and be pumping heals into the enemy. Like, it let you do that. One specific time I remember is that there was a dot that shamans had that came from their epic weapon called the Spear of Fate. Not important, but they had a dot, damage over time. And it worked. It had a mechanic that the community called Splurt, because there was a spell called Splurt that did this. It would do 1 damage, then 2, then 4, then 8, then 16, then 32, and it would keep doubling until it had done about 1,000. So the beginning of the dot did almost nothing. The end of it was a huge hit on the HP bar. So you did not want to recast it till it had done the full effect. it was unnoticeable damage for the first like 30 seconds it was on the enemy. They accidentally one day flipped it in the code and made it change from a damage splurt to a heal splurt. And so you would cast it on an enemy and be fighting the enemy, and then the enemy would be like, what, and just shoot to full health. You're like, what is going on? Well, when the community realized what happens, shamans were like, oh my god, my spear now fires healing splurts. And so they'd be fighting the enemy, stab themselves with their own spear, fight enemy, stab self with own spear, and we were getting infinite heals. Until a week later, they patched it back to normal and didn't tell us. And all of us shamans mucking killed ourselves. That is a true story. We didn't know they fixed it, and in the next battle we did, we're like, free splurt, oh god, and they just explode a minute later. We had no idea. They didn't tell us. So I was like, thanks, Sony. Appreciate that. But yeah, the game did not stop you from doing negative things to yourself or positive things to them.
Really is like learning to drive a really complex vehicle, complete with being allowed to crash it if you make the wrong choice. Finally get my Skelly Boy summon spell, descend into the mines and find this big chunky boy. I'll avoid you for now. Kill a load of captains, and honestly I'm getting a bit fed up with the combat music. It is a 30-second loop, incredibly intense, then it dies, and then restarts. Constantly. It sounds like this.
It's the same music from 20 years ago.
Take on a mini-boss with Ghoul Hopper's assistance, and nothing is instanced. Quest items, enemies, mini-bosses, everything is public open world, so if someone finds the item you need or kills the mob you want, you will have to wait for it to respawn, and so
Ghoul Hopper's mercenary is a skeleton, not his pet. His mercenary? You can hire skeleton mercs?
some of the respawns can take a while. This also means there are no dungeons in effect. There are just large open maps with bosses at the end that anyone can fight through, and then camp the final boss. Storm the fort deep into the mine, take down the boss alongside Ghoul Hopper again, finish every quest in the mine, get all the beginner armor, and then get sent to Crescent's Reach to begin my adventure in Norath proper. And now
The bards bring different music. No, the bards had songs that were basically spells, but it didn't play like actual music out of your speakers. Bards are very interesting. So imagine that like if they're playing a song, like every 1 second they would apply a 3-second buff to you. So if they hit 1, it turns song on, 1 again turns song off. So they had a thing called the community called twisting. If they hit 1 1 2 2 3 3 1 1 2 2 3 3 1 1 2 2 3 3 1 1 2 2 3 3, a couple things would happen. One, you'd have the buffs from 3 different songs on you at the same time. The second thing that would happen is that bard would get carpal tunnel and he would hate you.
Find one of the best systems that EverQuest has for guiding new players, the Hero's Journey Suggestion Path. Click the EverQuest button, then Quests, then Hero's Journey, and it will list all the recommended stuff for your level in the current area. And if
This is new? I don't remember this.
you outlevel the area, it suggests the next area to go to. For a new player, this is great, because EverQuest treads that fine line between having an established narrative plot and just letting you explore around, and this gives you suggestions for where to go without demanding you do it. Run around this big grove, find these 6 arrogant dragons just sitting around doing nothing, and then head down to the guild hall and oh god, I'm over in the furry corner. I'm given a letter to take to Mistra in Crescent's Reach, and thankfully everything is signposted quite well. We're sent off to do some spider killing and mushroom foraging, and then I go for a nice swim. Interestingly, your ability to swim is based on how much weight you're carrying in total. More, and you will sink faster, and with limited breath, you can indeed drown.
Let's talk weight. When you loot coins in Guild Wars 2, my game of choice, every time I loot 100 copper, it turns into a silver. Every time I loot 100 silver, it turns into a gold. The end. Imagine if it didn't. In EverQuest, when you loot coppers and silvers, they don't automatically turn into silvers and gold. They stay coppers or silvers until you visit a bank. Coins have weight. Coins have weight. So if you are super over encumbered, throwing your coppers on the ground would be one of the first things you get rid of. A funny prank to play on a friend, if there was someone you knew, if you owed them money, is to be like, hey, meet me here, and be like at the top of a staircase. And they meet you there, and you're like, here's the money I give you. And instead of giving him 6 platinum, give him 6,000 copper. And he'll be like, you mother, and then he can barely move. Now, a side effect of having all that weight is the distance required for you to fall before fall damage kicks in is reduced the more over encumbered you are. Until the point that stepping down a staircase step would kill you. If you could get a friend to meet you at the top of a staircase and give him the money you owe him in coppers, he would die descending the stairs. He would just straight up die.
Reach itself is a grand, well-defended mountainside city. I discovered those spider and mushroom quests were repeatable, so if I need to grind some experience, I'll just do them again. Then I grab a lift to the upper levels, and the lifts are activated with these little buttons, although nothing tells you this. I just clicked around randomly. And alongside the hero...
I remember learning that the hard way. Kelethan, City of the Wood Elves, is a city in the treetops. Lots of people fall to their death off Kelethan. There's no guardrails. They have elevators. They're wood elves with elevators, but they've got little buttons that have no indicators that they're buttons, but you had to figure out or watch other people do it. Hey, you know, it's typing in chat, how did you get the elevator to work? And they're like, oh, you click on that thing right there. Oh, okay.
Hero's Journey suggestion, you've got the Achievement Guidebook, a list of stuff you can do to earn achievement points. I don't know what these points do, but basically this breaks down everything you can do in any expansion in the game. So if you're unsure of what to do, wherever you are, open the achievements, pick something, work toward it. Great little direction giver. So Crescent's Reach is 3 floors. The ground floor of shops and library, the first floor of trade skills and vendors, and the top floor which is abandoned and full of massive skeletons. Now Jinkin has a load of quests for us, and the UI is beginning to get a bit busy. I look up some leveling guides to try and power level a bit, and it seems they're all based on which expansion you want to level through, or which expansion the current progression server is on, or where you are in the world. But the most repeated live service advice is follow the hero's journey or the achievement lists. Grinding mobs is more efficient, yes, but doing quests helps you memorize the world and it's quite well paced. I need to pick up this pelt, this item, but it's too big to fit in this small bag. So you've got a main inventory and then smaller bag.
Right, okay. So right here, you notice he's got 10 big slots. Very large objects can go in those slots. Any object can go in those slots. But you can put a bag in those slots. You cannot put a bag in a bag. So you can have like a big bag in these, or just put items there. But if you get a really big quest item, sometimes it has to go in one of these slots. Also, items that you put here can have an effect on the world around you. There was a very common item called, commonly used item called a light stone, or a greater light stone. It does what it sounds like. It gives off light around you, helps you see in dark areas. If you put it in a slot that was not in a bag, that light would be produced around you. It didn't have to be equipped anywhere on your character or in your hand. It could just be in one of those slots that wasn't in a bag. So what he's talking about is he needs to put something here in a bag and then take that thing and put it in the big slot.
You can put within your inventory and open up to give you more spaces. And despite items only ever taking up one inventory slot...
Random fun fact, monks did more damage the less weight they were carrying. Monks made great teammates because they passed on all the loot. It slowed down their martial arts.
Some items are considered too big to fit within smaller bags, meaning lots of rearranging and putting the biggest items in your main inventory and smaller stuff in the extra bags. I reach level 10 and get told about the Plane of Knowledge and how there's a weapon and armor quest waiting for me there. So the Plane of Knowledge is a hub zone introduced in the 4th expansion, Planes of Power, considered by many to be one of the better early expansions. You'll find many booked pedestals around many maps which teleport you to the Plane of Knowledge, and then you can teleport from the Plane of Knowledge to basically anywhere. We'll see a lot of this place later. So how do we get there if we don't...
Basically every major city had a teleport to Plane of Knowledge, so you could use Plane of Knowledge to travel to different places around the world and shave a lot of time off your traveling.
Know where that book is? Well, another feature I love. Open the map and then click Zone Guide. This is a breakdown of every zone in the game. If you find where you want to go, click Add as End and then Find Path with where you are selected as the start. The game will then show you all of the map connections or NPC travel connections you'll need to make to end up in any specific zone, and that's a wonderful in-game navigation system. It doesn't always work if you've got to take too many NPC connections, but it's a damn sight better than having to Wikipedia everything. For now, we leave Crescent's Reach and enter the connected
That
malls.
is awesome. So again, that system is new to me, but that's cool.
Welcome to Scotland, basically. There's fog, long sightlines of nothing, and a genuine sense of unease and foreboding. We'll be back here later a lot, but for now, run through the fog to reach the Plane of Knowledge teleport book and get magicked away to the main city.
Oh, they updated how the books look,
There's even a trainer here who offers to send you back.
Oh god, I just remembered something. Okay, I had a friend once. He was, I got him into EverQuest in high school. We were both playing it, and he didn't have enough money to buy Planes of Power, the newest expansion at that time, which had the Plane of Knowledge. So the Planes of Power were, they were the planes. You could literally go punch a god in the face there. The raids had gods as the final bosses. They were meant for the top echelon of people. Echelon? The top people. But the Plane of Knowledge was useful for everyone of all levels because of that hub thing where it had a teleporter in every single city. My friend, on like his level 8 character, he'd been playing the game like, I don't know, 10 hours or something. He clicked on the Tome of Knowledge following me one day, and we didn't even think about it. He ports his character into the Plane of Knowledge, and then the game kicks him out because he hasn't bought it. after wrestling with trying to find some way to get his character out of there because he couldn't log into that character, he finally had to give up and make a new character. Because he didn't, and we were high school, he didn't have the money to buy Planes of Knowledge. And he was so upset. He didn't have the money to buy Planes of Power. And he was so upset, but he had to basically make a new character because he lost that one because he couldn't get to it. Because he threw it into an area that he couldn't log into because he didn't own it.
Back to Glooming Deep Mines if you've not finished it. I use the NPC Finder tool and search for Weapons Quest, follow the path, hail them, and then get told I will not work with you. So racial tension in EverQuest is alive and well. Certain races hate others, they won't talk to them.
Yes, ogres, trolls, and dark elves will tolerate each other. Ixars hate everyone. That's the lizard people. And then everyone else is on their own side. The good guys. You know, you've got the humans, the high elves, the wood elves, the gnomes, the dwarves, the alliance, you know, all of them are together. So he's playing, it looks like a wood elf, and he's trying to talk to a dark elf, and the guy's saying, go muck yourself. Now you can do quests to raise reputation with them. I was one of the only trolls in the wood elf area, and people were always shocked to see me there because my character was like 7 feet tall and wood elves were like 3'4". But it feels cool because you're like the center of attention. But you could grind out reputations with people that hated you and try to get to the point where they'll talk to you.
And unfortunately, being an edgy emo dragon boy, most people do not like me. That's why I'm forced to hang out with the furries and the scalies. The armor quest from here sends me to the Butcher Block Mountains. The in-game routing finds this map no problem at all, and we're sent to the east to kill some zombie dwarves, but notice that we don't have a map now. Turns out not all zones in EverQuest are mapped. They were sort of relying on the community to make physical act.
Remember earlier when I mentioned you had to draw your own maps? I thought that was over. Maybe that's not over. Muck, do you have a Dragon's Dogma YouTube playlist? If I do, it's on Mucklet Plays. Just here's a link to Mucklet Plays. Just search the playlist section.
Maps and share them around, and as old school and immersive as that sounds, not many modern players will want to do that when that just means having a map open on a second monitor. But never fear, because third-party apps are here to help, specifically the Braywall map pack, which means downloading the map pack, opening up your EverQuest map folder, making a new folder, moving some files around, and now when you open your map in-game, change the drop-down from default to Braywall, and boom, every zone in the game mapped. But not just that. NPCs labeled, quest mobs shown, ground spawn items highlighted, everything is labeled, and you can even search for things by keywords and then draw paths to them. Seriously, thank you, Braywall, this is fantastic. We're told to go to a giant chessboard to the east, and without Braywall's maps, I'd never find this because east is actually looping back all the way around south, and you'll notice it's moving from day to night in the game. EverQuest has a day-night cycle, and certain mobs, sometimes quest mobs, only spawn at certain times of the day, or of the night, and the full cycle is 72 minutes long. This means if you miss a quest mob that only spawns at night, you can sometimes be waiting for up to 45 minutes for it to appear again. Take on 2 enemies and feel like an absolute tank, realize I've got loads of travel ahead of me, so I just bind auto run to T. But then I discover when I press T, it not only runs, but links the tell command of the last person I was talking to. And that's how I discovered that in EverQuest, you can bind multiple commands to a single key. It won't say, there's a clash, you can't do this. It'll just say, okay, everything happens at once. In most MMOs, this will be a problem, but EverQuest seems to embrace this because it adds to the sheer complexity of the game. For example, you could bind target self to a macro, then cast heal to a macro, and then both those macros to the same button. Means whenever you press it, you target yourself and immediately cast heal. EverQuest very much has the training wheels.
Let me tell you guys about a young muckluck that made the stupidest macro ever. When my highest level character was a shaman, and I would join raids, and shamans had a couple of jobs. The first was they had a spell called Mallow, and when it was an unresistible spell that lowered the enemy's resistances. Then they had another spell that was actually the lower level version of Mallow called like Malosi, and Malosi was resistible, but it shredded their resistances more. So my job was to cast Mallow, lower his resist, Malosi, shred his resist, and then a spell called like Torpor's Insects. Torpor's Insects slowed the target's attack speed by 70%, I believe. And it's been 20 years. But raid bosses were balanced around you having used every tool at your disposal, including that. Which means, and by the way, Torpor's Insects was highly resistible. Very easy to resist. So I'd be like Mallow, C, and then, slow, until it landed. And meanwhile, the first 30 seconds of the fight is the tank and the healers sweating bullets trying to stay alive because the boss is hitting 3 times faster than what is balanced around until I can land that spell. Now, I was very young, and I made a macro that did /cast, slowing spell, /yell, target, %T would say the target's name, is slowed. Again, it's a highly resistible spell, so I'd have to hit the key a lot. So I'm like, is slowed, is slowed, is slowed, is slowed, it's slowed. Okay, I got him for real that time. I was just screaming at the whole... I thought this was a good idea. I was like, genius. Absolute genius.
Taken off. It's an in-depth machine with no manual. I need to kill 4 haunted dwarves around this tower, and the respawn timer is taking its sweet time, and after 20 minutes I can return to the Plane of Knowledge and get a new item barely better than the stuff random mobs were dropping in the moors. I try to find some more quest NPCs in the Plane of Knowledge by using the find feature, but I get told I'm underleveled for almost all of their quests, but you only find this out after going through their dialogue tree to where the quest would start. I decide to just follow the hero's journey advice, return to Crescent's Reach and get grinding, killing pumas, bears, and gnolls, and my god I need some more inventory space. Grind up to level 11, try to cast a spell on an enemy underwater and get told the water distorts your view, so not only is there water physics, there's also water blocking. My skeleton has a punch up with an alligator, and then I throw all my junk into the Crescent Reach.
I straight up do not remember the water distorts your view thing. I literally remember people like shooting a shark and the shark just flying onto land and fighting back. Like the sharks weren't confined to the water.
Bank. Important note, banks are universal, but the shared bank can be accessed by your other characters on the same server. While here, I decide to learn a trade skill. Baking. How hard can baking be? Well, this bit took me about 45 minutes. You need to...
Do you guys remember we looked at trading earlier? They had the trade window, and you'd put like up to 4 items in, and maybe including coin, hit trade, and then you would get something back. The trade skills, as I remember, were the same thing. You'd have to find the items you would need. There's no recipe list. You'd find the items you need to put in, like dough, flour, eggs, pie mold, and then you would get back what you needed. So let's see if it's changed.
Make oatmeal. You're given some oats and some water. Okay, cool. I can do this. Right click, combine. No. Click and drag. No. Oh, of course. Right click the crafting stations within the room that I got given the quest. And this opens this kind of interface. And you can combine things together, but I don't know the recipe, so I click experiment, and then I combine water and oatmeal. And no, that doesn't work either. How do I do this? Okay, so you need to buy a mixing bowl from this guy, but the game won't tell you that. Then make sure the bowl is in your main inventory slot, not an extra bag slot, because a bowl is a container item within itself, which will open up when you right click on it. And then you click on experiment and put water and oats into the experimental slots. But if you're experimenting, you can only put 1 water and 1 oats in, not all of them. The game will let you put all of them in, but if you try and do anything, it will say no, only put 1 thing in at a time. Then you experiment and learn the recipe. And now you know the recipe, so you can open the container and combine more on the main screen. But you sometimes fail, and the quest needs you to make 20 oatmeal. You get given 20 dry oatmeal and 20 hot water, so exactly enough. But if you fail to make one, you cannot ask the quest giver for more raw materials if you have any oatmeal in your inventory at all. Because for some reason, the blue hyperlinks now don't lead back to the same conversation. You must give the oatmeal that you have to them before they will give you any extra. Don't know why.
I would guess that he could have just destroyed the remaining oatmeal to get it to, because I'm guessing the trigger was just that he had oatmeal in his bag. So giving it to them or selling it or destroying it probably would have all moved on to the next thing. But yeah,
why you've made it that obtuse. And it doesn't seem that oatmeal heals me any faster. So I checked the forums and it turns out that carrying food and water on you doesn't do anything. At least not actively. You don't eat it or drink it, you just...
I believe as long as you had food in your inventory, your character would automatically eat a food every 30 minutes and their health regen would continue. And water was, you'd automatically use a water every 30 minutes and then your mana regen would continue. So if you were a warrior and you didn't have a mana bar, you could just not drink water for 4 years. Note, I don't recommend that. Let's see if it's changed.
Have it on you and it's consumed every few hours, and if you don't have any, your health and mana regen is a lot slower. Oh hey, Ghoulhopper's back, and damn, he's level 19, fast leveling frog. I tell him to download the Bray War map pack, and this is how old school games were. You collectively struggled until someone helped you with random advice. But it was much easier to give random advice when there were thousands of people struggling, not 2. You know the old MMO meme, go and collect 10 bare asses? Well, that is legitimately a quest here, and it is tedious. Now, I'm still playing the free version, which has to be commended for having so much content, but every now and again, you'll get a pop-up advertising membership, and it can happen in the middle of combat, which can be quite distracting if you're in a difficult fight, especially when it pops up over your hotbar. And this is the first quest I feel is just padding. I have to kill 5 gnolls to find 5 ore drops, but then 5 more gnolls to find 5 ore bits, and they're the same item. You just changed the name. Just collect 10 ore. It's the same thing. But now, our story takes a somewhat unusual turn. While playing, I've been checking.
The only good side to those is sometimes you could kill a gnoll and get an ore drop, an ore chunk, and an ore bit both. So sometimes you would kill less than 10, but not guaranteed.
Ghoulhopper, so we add each other on Discord, and then we discover we've met before, 4 years ago, on Final Fantasy XIV. We have no other servers in common, and Ghoulhopper doesn't know that I make videos, and this was before I started making videos anyway. So what a random coincidence. MMORPG games feel massive, but sometimes we are reminded that the total global player base is still relatively small in gaming terms. I grab some items, the quest says I have them, but I cannot for the life of me find them in my...
Seeing him swimming reminds me of a short tale. There was one time I had an alt bard, low-level bard character, and he got a spell one day, a song, and as long as he was playing that song, he would give everyone around him underwater breathing. And most songs, you could just sing them, which meant you could fight with weapons in your hands and be singing, and it would pulse out from you. But if you had an instrument in your hand, it was much more effective. And songs had schools, like School of Magic. Like one would be strings, or one would be percussion, or one would be brass. The underwater breathing song was brass. So I had my guy, he had a small brass horn, and he was in the water. And if you're moving in water and you're not just like auto swimming into a wall, you will level your swimming skill. And at the beginning, it's horrendous. A level 1 character that has like 0 skill in swimming, you're moving at like 10% your normal speed. And so I got my character in the water. I had a brass instrument, and underwater, I was playing the underwater breathing song on the brass instrument. I made a contraption out of Legos that on my keyboard held down the forward button and the left button. And for the next 8 hours, I was asleep in the fountain in town in a circle. Like I was just, my left fin was broken, like I was finding Nemo. And I was just going in a circle for 8 hours. The people in town looked very concerned about me. And when I came back the next morning, chat, my singing skill, my brass instrument skill, and my swimming were maxed. I was like, I am ready for the world after that. Oh my god. It was, bard leveling was great for a while after I got that done.
Inventory, so I wonder if they've been sent to my bank, so I find another great system while I'm at the bank. At your bank, you can choose Find Item, and it will list every single item you're carrying or have
That's new. I do not remember a find feature.
stored and where it is, down to the exact slot. And this is how I learned that the mixing bowl, despite being a trade skill item, also functions as a container, and stuff has been going into it. I take a quick peek into the third floor of Crescent's Reach, and I am still very
you can use
underleveled
it as a
here.
bag.
We'll come back here later. But what I really need is a new weapon, and it seems weapon shops in the game don't have stats, which is
But I'll bet the mixing bowl has more weight than just an empty bag.
So I ask around, and right, the weapons sold in most of these in-game shops are just cosmetic overrides for other actual statted weapons. The weapons you want to get are from quest rewards or enemy drops, and while there is an in-game auction house and economy, because most players are on members-only progression servers, the economy of free servers is incredibly slow and very heavily weighted to just the high end. More quest in the Plane of Knowledge. I'm sent to the northern desert of Roe, and the in-game guide takes me to Ice Mountain, which is the wrong way. You actually need to go to Freeport, then run to the east, and then do the desert. I guess navigation isn't always perfect. I settle in to punch some snakes, and this desert is an absolute chore. I spend this time watching guides, reading up on player walkthroughs, and I've learned the following. Do not use a healing mercenary, use a tank mercenary. And almost all long-term players on live servers are at the end game, and early game is only populated on progression servers, and if you're playing live, you need to pay for a boost.
Now that's an old spider model. We talked about the new ones earlier. These are the ones I recall.
Also, unless your server is listed as true box, everyone kind of expects you to multi-box. So what is that? Well, multi-boxing is the art of using software to run multiple instances of EverQuest at once and control every character on the same computer. So you're basically a complete adventuring party by yourself. If you don't want to do this, if you just want to solo, you have to accept that the game is incredibly slow. EverQuest is designed so that every time you form a party, it is greater than the sum of its
Dude, I was getting nervous about those beetles walking toward him.
parts. A tank is super efficient when they are joined by a DPS and a healer. A healer can't kill anything unless they're being buffed by a bard. A bard will die unless they have a tank. When you have a group, it's great. When you don't, it's tedious. So I follow the advice, grab a tank mercenary, and on my way bump back into Ghoulhopper, and he gives me a mace he's found. It's a better weapon, so this is good. Grab some new spells from my guildmaster, and off we go. Now, remember how every aspect has a skill number?
The first time I ever saw multi-boxing was actually when I was dabbling in World of Warcraft. Someone joined, it was after the arena came out, so I think Burning Crusade or later. And I saw someone join the arena, and it was like 5v5, and he had 5 shamans. And they all hit a button, and they all dropped their totems. So it was just like, they all in unison went thunk 4 totems. So suddenly there were 20 totems on the field. And it was like, and then before we could even process, they all did, I believe it was there was a cooldown they had where their next spell would guaranteed crit. And they all did like that, and then another cooldown that made one spell instant cast. So they all fired an instant cast chain lightning. So 5 shamans fired a guaranteed crit instant cast chain lightning at one of our dudes, which he was gone, and bounced to all of us. And then they all 5 targeted a different person. They all hit Earthshock, which was another instant. And it was a 5 versus 3 very, very quickly. And then, that was the first time I ever saw multi-boxing, was World of Warcraft's arena. But in dabbling back into EverQuest over the years, it's become very common, because there's lots of people that just love the game, but finding parties is so freaking hard now. So they're just like, you know, fine, you know, Thanos voice, I'll do it myself. And they play the whole party. They just play it like it's, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 instead of, you know, an MMO. They just control everyone.
I am fizzling so much on my new spells, it's not even worth trying to use them. Ooh, nice new mechanic. This quest needs me to kill an actual NPC in town, which means waiting for the guards to leave so I can hitman them in peace. Nice little mechanic there. Quick note about the hero's journey window. It does not update live, so if you complete a task in it, you need to close it, then reopen it to have that task removed or replaced. Look at this group of players all adventuring together, or a single player multiboxing. We will never know. Sometimes you'll finish a quest and need to return to an NPC to get a reward. Sometimes you'll finish one and just be given a reward wherever you are, and I don't know what the difference is between the two. Start this incredibly long quest of completing a favor for every member of the council, and stupidly I accept all the quests without thoroughly reading them because I'm in a hurry, and the quest journal does not give you a full recap. Thankfully, the Alakazam EverQuest wiki.
It's still up. Oh, that's glorious. Alakazam. So this was named, I'm gonna type this in chat. Alakazam. I'm pretty sure it's spelled like that. He was a wizard. He had a wizard in-game named that, Alakazam. And then he made this website, which is kind of like a wiki, and then it took off. And it's cool to see that it's still up today.
Has full text logs of everything. So
You know what? Hey, hold on. Random story. Let me see. Alakazam, Lord, Morinar. Let me see if I spelled that right. Let me see if I spell this right. There we go. All right. So, really quick story. This is Alakazam. This boss is Lord Dolajan Morinar. When they released this boss, the entire collective community, spanning across multiple servers, with no access to Discord, things like that, all decided at once, fuck that. That's Lord Bob. Looking for group Lord Bob? Need healer Lord Bob. No, we're not typing that. No, the entire community, collectively, spanning every single server, all at once said, no, we ain't saying that.
Find a bottle in a pond, buy a wind chime, capture some mist, light a torch, forge a sword, pick a nettle, find a leaf, grab some bones, read a very small book, solve a riddle, summon a ghost wolf, and finally cast Sea Invisibility to find a hidden scout. And all this takes about an hour and a half, and now the council has a new banner. On to the next quest, romancing everyone. And to be fair, this is quite funny. A guy fancies a girl and sends you with a message, but she fancies somebody else, so sends you with a message, but they fancy somebody else, so send you with a message, but they fancy somebody else, so send you with a cake, and that person doesn't like cake, so throws it away, which is great. There's another quest where this dude attempts to poison the council member, but the councillor is immune to poison, so sends you back with a polymorph sheep potion to teach them a lesson. And now, finally, after I've sorted all the local problems and poisoned most people, we can begin the epic, ungodly long Serpent's Seeker's Charm of Law quest. Now, this epic quest design of the Serpent's Charm I actually really like. The expansion pack, The Serpent's Spine, brings with it a load of new maps, enemies, and areas. And what this epic quest does is weave a narrative thread through absolutely all of them. There's a librarian in Crescent's Reach who needs you to find a load of rare items, about 30 of them, and they're all hidden in various maps. If you follow this achievement path, you'll be led through every single map, slowly progressing in difficulty, ending in a raid boss. And every item you find will power up an amulet that the librarian gives you, which is encouraging a player to explore and be curious about every map they're in. I really wish more games had integrated systems like this. And now,
so when he said the word epic, I was thinking about that. So EverQuest, when I played it, and again, I was like 6-7 expansions in, there was a thing called the epic weapon. And I've heard it's advanced since then, and there's like second and third tiers of it now. But the epic weapons, they were different for every class. The druid had a scimitar with leaves swirling around it. I was a shaman. I had a thing called the Spear of Fate, and the spearhead would glow. And I mentioned earlier, if I pointed it at something and activated it, it fired a free dot that did 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, doubling damage until it had done a few thousand, then it would wear off. There was that one glitch where they reversed it for a week. But every single class's thing, it was huge. The mages epic was actually a spell that let them summon a combined elemental that was fire, earth, air, and water. It was all four. Because it was a spell, they could still use whatever gear they wanted. Whereas for other classes, their epic weapon was a thing. I think the monk epic was like hand wraps or something, because they would punch the crap out of things. But the epic quests were like, chat, we're talking like a month. Like, these quest lines were massive. It was like experiencing a small novel. Like, you were going through a big adventure with as a narrative, like he said, and it would culminate in, kill God, or kill God's right-hand man. Like, the final thing, I remember, because I wasn't in a raid guild at the time, I ended up, contacting a guild, and I was like, hey, I need this one shaman quest item to finish my epic quest. I've done most of the rest of it in pugs. And I was like, do you guys have a waiting list? And they're like, yeah, we've got 2 more shamans who need that. So in 3 weeks, if you come with us this night and you stay out of the way and you do what we say, you can loot it. And I'm like, okay. And then I did. Dude, I went into the plane of fear with these people, and they were fighting the god of fear and his henchmen. They were like, just stay out of the way. I'm like, okay. And I was just like, half dead. Oh my god, healing myself. I got feared. I went screaming and bashed my head into a tree, and I stop, and I'm like, I heal myself. I see enemies. I try to hide behind the tree. I get feared again. I like trip and fall down a ravine. Dude, I was just fighting Earth while they were over there fighting God. And when it was over, I like stumbled over barely alive and got to loot my quest item. I was like, thank you. And I managed to finish my epic weapon. Now, again, that was the final step of like a month-long project, but I was in no way ready for that.
Learn about places called hot zones, maps with increased experience or armor rewards for daily quests, but that's a level 20 thing, so we'll come back to that later because it might be useful for power leveling. Back to the desert, I need to kill some giant snakes. Only issue is they are a rare spawn. You must kill a load of regular enemies and just hope a giant one spawns, and it takes literal hours to find them all. I even had to...
Yeah, so imagine if the way that the rares in this game work is every time, okay, let's say there's a skeleton. And it could be it's like that spot where that skeleton is standing, whenever that mob respawns there, there's a 5% chance it'll be the rare spawn. Not all the skeletons, that specific skeleton. So that was referred to as a placeholder. So you would kill the placeholder, wait 5 minutes, another placeholder would spawn. Kill it, wait 5 minutes. You might spend 3 hours there. And eventually, by the grace of God, the guy that you want would spawn and you'd kill it. And I specifically remember there was a quest line for an item called the Paw of Apollo. Not important if you don't know what it is. If some of you might remember it. But the Paw of Apollo it was basically, there was like 5 different kill targets that were like that.
To another map where the giant spawn is more common, but those ones don't count. I just grind for ages and finally hit level 15, which unlocks a load of new quests, and Ghoulhopper returns and happens to have found some more items I can use, and then I'm sent off to a farm to kill some undead and plant some flowers while I'm at it. Now may
Wait,
also...
you just hit 15? Ghoulhopper was 19 like 30 minutes ago in the video. Josh, come on, step up.
Be a good time to point out that I have rabies. It's a 45-minute long debuff, and I've also discovered that as a Shadow Knight, my tanking job is just repeatedly cast Life Tap, which steals the enemy's HP and refills mine. Slow, but extremely reliable, and I do very little damage. One of the issues with leveling a tank or a healer through EverQuest, especially solo, is you will take an absolute age to kill anything. And because the majority of your experience is granted through killing stuff, this is a very slow process.
Yeah, I don't know about now, but back in the day, there was no quest turn in for XP, chat. It was just killing things. Turning in a quest yielded 0 experience. 100% of the XP you gained was genocide. So when you were like, all right, well, tonight I want to grind out some XP, I might be able to get 10% of my level if I don't die and I join a group for a good couple of hours. Like, it was lots of murder.
30 minutes here, hit level 17, back to Crescent's Reach, and finally get sent to the 3rd floor to kill an ogre ghost. So EverQuest, despite being slower than many modern gamers are going to be willing to put up with, it does have a great feeling of progression, and I love the touch of keeping Crescent's Reach densely packed with low, mid, and what feels like higher level quests as you progress through the city itself. The ogre ghost doesn't spawn, you have to shake his bones, but here's a fun thing. Shaking the bones starts a dialogue tree which ends with you saying die, and then the fight starts. But if you just type die, the game registers that as the trigger phrase and spawns the boss immediately. The fight is fine, get me some green armor, exactly the same design but different color, which means it's better. And with this, I've done most of Crescent's Reach and can start the next map, the Moors, the foggy Scottish place. Kill rats, kill snakes, read about this thing called the Wayfarers Adventurers League, a system brought with the Lost Dungeons of Norath expansion, and that sounds great because I love dungeons in MMOs. So I spend ages trying to find the guild people and get involved in a dungeon, but I ask around and then read up and discover, yeah, the game has dungeons, but you can't do them solo. Maybe if I find someone later, I'll give it a go. And this is another example of an almost 25-year-old game with almost 30 expansions. EverQuest has an absurd amount of content, and combining all the start points into Crescent's Reach is great, but it doesn't mean much when players will leave Crescent's Reach and then just spread out all over the world, because most expansions have low-level and mid-level content too. They're almost like mini-contained adventures on their own. Starting EverQuest is intimidating. There's just so much to do. And the amount of players you would need to start this game all at the same time to make every single zone feel lively is just unrealistic today. But if you want to truly experience all of it or play the progression servers, you'll need to be a member. So let's have a look at membership. Remember, the membership browser window opens automatically.
So this is actually going to be new information for me, because again, when I played the game, it was just $15 a month, and that was it. You got everything. If you didn't pay $15 a month, you couldn't log in. It was like similar to the modern day World of Warcraft subscription fee. But let's see how it's changed.
Every single time you camp or quit the game, so it's impossible not to see this. Membership is known as the Daybreak All Access Pass and gives you membership status on EverQuest 1 and 2, DC Universe Online, and PlanetSide 2, so you're getting 4 games for the price of 1. The prices range from $15 to $10 a month based on how long you sub for, but that's not all, because you can augment your...
Off topic, I could never get into Planet... I loved PlanetSide 1. I played a ton of it. I tried PlanetSide 2 when it came out, and then I was just like, this is not the same thing. I just couldn't get into it. To each their own. It wasn't for me.
Monthly membership with perks. The Adventurer perk, which gives more experience, more coins, and raid currency. The Challenger perk, which gives discount in some shops, levels your mercenaries faster, and prevents you from losing experience on death. And the Merchant perk, which gives you more inventory space and bonus in crafting. One perk is an extra $3. Two perks is $4, and all three of them for maximum augmentation is an extra $5 a month. And these perks are only in EverQuest 1. So when people say EverQuest isn't pay to win, it is now pay for an advantage. So subbing month by month with all perks would cost you $20
Surprises me that you can pay to not lose XP on death.
a month. I don't like this. I think if you're going to have a monthly sub, make it fair for everyone. One standard monthly price where everyone knows exactly what they're getting. But there's more. You can also buy Daybreak cash and spend that in the in-game premium shop for things like an immediate level 100 boost to skip all this pesky leveling, more mercenary slots, or a trade skill depot to hold more skilling items. You can also buy Chrono, and I know this is a major point of contention with the community. A tradable item which adds 30 days game time to your account and costs $18 to buy. So
So it's like the WoW token.
it's twice as expensive as just buying membership for your account, but you can sell it to other players for in-game gold or items, sort of like RuneScape's bonds. This means you can't buy power directly from the shop, but you can buy a membership item and then sell them for gold and use the gold to buy whatever you need. Most people don't think of EverQuest when they think of a game that you can pay to win, but that might be the reality. Back to grinding, the EverQuest Discord advises I travel to a place called the Over There, a zone from the Kunark expansion, so I find a massive desert and kill a
You still lose XP on death, but that perk won't let you de-level on a death. Oh, interesting. Okay.
cactus. It's honestly deeply saddening to see the massive remnants of a once great world now barren. It's a rather apt metaphor that I'm in the desert, a bastion of a once great civilization, now abandoned, crumbling, and run down, because that is very much EverQuest Live. Let's return to the Serpent's Charm epic fetch quest. It's not a dungeon per se, but it's got the same vibe. Fight through, find stuff, kill tons of zombies, finally hit level 20 and find all the epic items I can, and now back to the moors again. You know, thank God for the ground spawn markers on this map, because there is no way I would be able to find a tiny pile of rocks without this. Have a fight with a tree and then see a lot of angry mushrooms decomposing a dragon, which is a pretty cool sight. Nice touch. If you stick to the roads in most areas, you won't be attacked. The next fetch quest is on a wasp farm, so I try to slowly and very carefully fight my way in, taking on just one enemy at a time, and oh my god, what the hell is that? There is a massive wandering boss wasp just wrecking me. That was actually extremely scary to pan the camera up and see. So by now, I'm at the point where super powerful enemies are just wandering around, which gives high-level players a reason to return to low-level maps, which is great, but also...
Which is something I mentioned earlier. That was something they did. Like I gave the story about Tarantula. There was occasionally, they would have a zone that'd be like level 15, but there'd be a level 30 enemy that would spawn there once an hour or once a day. Like there was a dock in, I think, the southern desert of Roe or the northern desert of Roe that had a sand giant that would periodically just spawn, and people would scream for a high-level player to come take it out so they could get back to their business.
Gives low-level players a goddamn heart attack when you lose half your health in one hit. I die here for the first legitimate time, and I respawn where I bound my soul. Think that's the plane of knowledge. This is also rather prophetic, because this wasp farm is the moment that solo play hits a bit of a soft cap.
I'm surprised his character's not naked. Again, I talked about corpse runs earlier. So he respawned and has all his gear. Maybe it has to do with the server he's on or the subscription he did?
In progression. I buy some more spells and realize another limitation. I now know both Clinging Darkness and Engulfing Darkness. They both apply a debuff to the enemy, but you can only apply one or the other, and Engulfing is better. Thing is, the descriptions don't say does not stack with anything else. You just have to discover what stacks with what and what doesn't. Effectively, all damage over time spells can only have one version of themselves active. From fighting trees to fighting bushes, magical briar thorns, and these enemies are a fun time because they can heal themselves and others, so if you pull two of them, they'll just heal loop each other until...
The thing with the darkness, yeah, it was kind of like a different rank of spell. Clinging Darkness, Engulfing Darkness, Devouring Darkness, all of those. They would be like different tiers of the same spell, so you could only use the best one. But he's right, the tooltips didn't say that. It was just at that time, it was common knowledge. Short story this reminds me of is like my troll shaman. Shamans didn't have what was called a snare spell. They had a root. A snare spell would be something that reduces the target's movement speed. And most living enemies, when they got under like 10%, maybe 5% health, they would try to run away. But if they were snared, they would try to run, but their feet would be gummed up and they would literally not move at all. But they were still in run mode and they wouldn't fight back. And you could just kill them and they wouldn't fight back. But if you rooted them, the AI would be like, oh, I can't move, might as well fight. If you hit them with a root, even if they were feared or low health and trying to run, they would attack the nearest target. They would go for the nearest thing. Now, shamans did not have access to a true snare, but I found a line of quests in the game related to your religion. On the character creation screen, you could choose a god you worship, and at the time I was like, I don't care, and I just picked one. I picked Inarok, the god of hate, because I was a troll shaman. Inarok had a troll shaman only quest line where you could get a necklace that fired the darkness spell from necromancers. So because I picked Troll, Interrupt, Shaman, I couldn't have done this as any other type of Shaman. I was able to use Snare, even though my class shouldn't have been able to. And it was like little things like that. They were like really amazing to find in the game.
You run out of mana and then kill you. The only problem with high-level spells is I'm burning through mana faster and I'm spending more time sitting between fights. And the Hero's Journey guide now has way more stuff. Level 20 really is both a tipping point in content and solo difficulty. Now, it's unfair to say that EverQuest wastes your time, but I think it's fair to say it does assume you have a hell of a lot of time and will be spending all of it on EverQuest. It's heavily riding on the strength of the novelty of the online communication space and bringing people together, but that's not novel anymore. We've had that for years. It's very much pushing a special feature which most players won't find special. Project 99 has the hardcore difficulty and the charm of the 90s jank attracting the classic EverQuest crowd, and EverQuest Live is trying to have enough modern sensibilities and quality of life changes to attract the more modern crowd, but it doesn't quite have enough to pull people away from other modern games which do it better, which means EverQuest Live is caught in this awful void between two designs appealing to very few people. It's too fast-paced for the players that want the classic EverQuest experience, but it's not fast-paced enough to the players that want the modern MMO experience. It's not going to convince Project 99 players to jump over and join in, because it's not the game that they want anymore. But it's also not going to pull modern players playing more modern MMOs away from them, because it's just too grindy. It's just too classic to be appealing to them, meaning you've got elements of both designs which aren't strong enough to appeal to either side. The Venn diagram of people who enjoy EverQuest Live is a very thin sliver between two otherwise quite large circles. Hit level 22 and take on the giant wasps, avoiding the wandering buzzer boss. These are 12% of the level per kill, so quite fast. Unfortunately, they are quite tough and they resist all of my debuffs, so I'm not weakening them. And because you only gain experience when a thing is successful, I'm not leveling magic either. Kill some ghost wolves, some briars, and hang on, I'm over level 20. That means hot zones, fast leveling areas. Oh, let's go. So hot zones used to be manually rotated by the game staff every patch, but now it's an automated process, and websites which used to keep up to date with the current live hot zone have long since given up tracking it. That should give you some indication on how little people care about leveling on live, when you can just buy.
So there used to be, gosh, I don't think hot zones were in the game when I played, but there were a lot of speculation. Like there was a thing that people sometimes called hell levels. Like, you know, level 49, like breaking through from 49 to 50 for some reason took like triple the XP of going from 48 to 49. So there were things called hell levels that were like really tough to get through. And there were some zones people were like, I swear I'm leveling faster here, but we didn't have any like concrete evidence on it. So I wonder if these were in the game when I played it and there was just no one knew, or if this was added later on. Either is possible.
Buy a level 100 boost. But if you chat to this NPC in the Plane of Knowledge, he'll tell you the active hot zone for your specific level. I'm told to go and kill 5 elephants in the southern plains, and the map link shows 4 connections. First off, find the Nexus, and now things get confusing. A new player...
Oh wow, I actually know this. This is on Luklin, the moon. This is on the freaking moon. So the Nexus, again, has teleporters to a lot of different locations. This is unrelated to the Plane of Knowledge. I actually saw a mage murder a guy here. So mages had a spell called Mod Rod, Modulation Rod. And a Mod Rod, if you give it to a character and they use it, they consume it, it will lower their health and raise their mana. The amount was based on the level of the mage. So a max level mage giving a cleric a max level Mod Rod, let's say the cleric is like almost dry on mana, the tank's about to die, he could crush the Mod Rod and his health will go down a bit, his mana bar will shoot up, and then he could keep healing the tank. So high level casters loved having a Mod Rod ready to go. It didn't stop you from using this if you did not have enough health. And there was a mage I knew that would go up to, he was such a jerk. He would go up to like low level players and be like, oh, hey dude, you new to the game? Yeah, be like, oh man, summon some bandages. Here you go. Oh, thank you. Oh, summon an armor that'll last until you log out. Oh, thank you. And he'd summon a Mod Rod. He'd be like, hey, you know, click this, it'll give you a buff. The guy would go, oh, thank you. Just explode. It just splatter all over the Nexus. So he would just convince people to take this thing and click it, and they would just die.
Will find the Nexus a little bit obtuse. There are loads of NPCs who teleport you to places and some teleport pads which send you to random places, but the pads can have 2 destinations and you need to wait for the correct signal before stepping onto them, lest you be thrown halfway across the wrong side of the world, and the map find function does not like it here, and the NPC I needed was not shown, thank God for the wiki. Now these old zones do have a certain polygonal charm to them. Welcome to the forest of southern Karana. This map is massive and there's basically nothing here, a few trees, a hill, and almost no enemies. The irony is, this is a hot zone, meaning increased experience, but finding anything takes so bloody long, I'm actually gaining less experience pace than if I just stayed in the moors killing angry bushes. So I consider going back to the moors, but this is another issue with EverQuest. Changing your mind in this game is a big time sink, because fast travel is mostly linked to high-level wizards teleporting you to places, or using the origin spell to recall to your start zone, or the odd return home button on.
Yeah, wizards and druids were taxis.
What kind of a fool do you take me for?
Why, is there more than one kind?
A, B, and C. Wizards and druids, you could tip them, and they would use some components that they had to pay for, and they could cast a spell that would teleport you to certain locations. There were certain zones that had a wizard spire or a druid ring that they could port a party to. They also had a line of spells called evac, or the community called them evac spells, where it was a really fast teleport, but just to the outside of the zone you're currently in. So if you were in a group and like the tank accidentally pulled too many mobs and he's like, we're going to die, evac, the goal would be like, keep the enemy off the druid for 10 seconds, and the druid would just port the whole party outside. Yeah, so there was teleports to these locations like he's talking about. Those of you that play Guild Wars 2 like me, you know, we currently have a waypoint system. We can open up the world map and click on any of these diamonds to port there. No. EverQuest, imagine you're here and you want to go there. You gotta walk. You gotta walk. That was EverQuest. I'm not bragging about it, that's just how it was, but again, it was a social thing. Like, Ocean of Tears was a zone that was almost completely water and islands, and the boat that would go from one end to the other took 45 minutes to go in trips. So you might be waiting for that boat, and by the time you got off on the other end, you either really liked or really hated the people that were on that boat with you. And your fishing skill was probably higher.
The character select screen, which can be used every 20 minutes. Basically, getting somewhere in EverQuest is a task in itself, so arriving anywhere once you've spent 15 minutes getting to it, and then deciding against it and wanting to go somewhere else 15 minutes away, is a half-hour gaming session where you've made no actual progress. The most efficient way to play EverQuest is to stay in one place and grind the same enemies until you level up and then move to a slightly harder place, which is the antithesis of massive adventure, loads of variety, do whatever you like, that the hardcore fans like to push. Basically, you're encouraged to stay wherever you are. And it takes me 35 minutes to find 5 elephants, and I just return to the moors and kill mushrooms. It's faster. I Google around for some guide and find a 7-year-old Reddit post which is mostly still accurate. Grind some more mushrooms and then swat some wasps until level 25, and now my mercenary has evolved into Wolverine. So I kill some fairies, and the wiki tells me that the boss wasp drops a decent chest armor, but it's a very low chance and I still can't kill it. Hand in more librarian epic quest items and die to more angry bushes, and my next task takes me into the foggy crater in the center of the moors, and this place is way too dangerous for me. At this point, I do take a brief look at trying to play Project 99, but that's a whole video in itself sometime, because even getting that running is a task. Kill a wolf boss, and now I'm realizing the contradicting design which is holding EverQuest Live back. If you're going to play live, you need to be at the end game, which means you need to grind, which itself is a lonely, quite boring journey. You want to gain
so Archsmith in Twitch chat says, do you remember Enchanters sitting by the small bank in Plane of Knowledge asking for tips for mana regen buff? Yes. So Enchanters could cast a spell on spellcasters called Breeze at level 16, and I believe Clarity at level 32, and I believe at around level 60 they got Key, K-E-I, Kodiak's Endless Intellect, gave you vastly higher mana regen for like an hour. And the thing was, I was a shaman. Shamans had the best martial buffs in the game. They had like Fox's agility and Cat's cunning and Bear's strength and Ox's stamina. They could do a whole bunch of stat buffs, and also Spirit of the Wolf. Spirit of the Wolf, or So, as the community called it, increased your run speed by like 35% or something. Bro, Enchanters wanted to be tipped for casting Key on people. They would sit in town and just be like, casting Key for tips. People would come up, I never asked for them because I didn't sit in one place that long. People would come up and be like, hey, can I tip you for So? I'd be like, sure. And they'd usually just hand me a platinum and I'd cast So on them. Enchanters and shamans like myself or druids could also cast So. Dude, we would just high-five each other. We would pass one another. He'd slap me with a mana regen. I'd slap him with a run speed buff. It was just free trade. Every time. Like, we got along great.
fast experience, which means mindless grind. But you're also told...
Mockery living... What? One of my patrons, that we were also told, sublime! Mockery living is scenes. No, I don't have as much acne anymore.
Itself is a lonely, quite boring journey. You want to gain fast experience, which means mindless grind, but you're also told, take the journey slow. Immerse yourself, which means reading all of the quest text and talking to all the NPCs, which takes absolutely bloody ages, which doesn't get you any closer to being social, the strength of the game. So your choice is mindlessly grind, which is efficient, which will get you to the good bit faster, but is itself boring, or immerse yourself into the game and enjoy the journey as everyone keeps telling you to, knowing that that's going to take you months to get to the end game and actually join the players that you want to join in the first place. EverQuest wants to be a slow-paced, grindy game, but then has all of the fun stuff at the end, which is slow and grindy to get to. Get sent to investigate a mine, get attacked through a tent because enemy aggro ranges aren't blocked by thin walls, and then kill a ticking crocodile.
Oh my god. I don't know if it's changed, but when I last played this game, enemies attacking you only measured the horizontal plane. What I mean is an enemy AI could be 40 feet above you in a treehouse, and if here's the two of you, if he's up here, he could hit you. They didn't measure vertical distance. They only measured horizontal distance. So that was a problem. There was these bird people, I don't remember, Aviacs or Avians or something like that. It was kind of like Tengu from Guild Wars 2. They had tree houses, and it was notorious having that issue there, where you'd be like under the tree house and you'd be shooting it, trying to get it to come down, and it would just hit you through the floor.
Crocodile in a swamp, because now we are Peter Pan. More crocodiles are now level 28, and this is the first Collect X quest where the item dropped isn't a 100% guaranteed drop, in this case crocodile skin, so now we're going to be here a while. Wait for nighttime to kill some witch lamps, which means waiting about 25 minutes, and finally I find a shop which sells better backpacks. I've also got this item, a Tear of Wandering Souls. It's an augment item, so I stick it into something else I'm wearing, and then I get another tear drop, but I'm told nope, you can only have one at a time. Fight into the Magical Moors crater, and now EverQuest becomes Silent Hill. Look for the item I need and get ambushed by a witch mini-boss and just wrecked. One problem with fights is you can tell pretty quickly if you're going to win or lose, and if you know you're going to lose, the only way to escape is zoning or running to another zone, which takes a minute or two. At a high enough level, you can also play dead, but I don't have that skill yet. This pickaxe quest line sends me back and forth.
Monks have a skill called Feign Death, which later Hunters and WoW got that skill, so many of you probably know it. Necros and Shadow Knights have rather than a martial ability to play dead, they have a spell that makes them look like they're dead. But that's what he mentioned he doesn't have yet. So his Shadow Knight will eventually get that, but later he won't. Quick story about pulling. So monks were the best pullers in the game. So imagine you find a spot, lots of monsters there, maybe one rare mob that spawns every 10 minutes with a chance to drop a big money item. And your group's like, let's set up camp here, just kill everything that respawns around us in the area. And you would send out your monk, hopefully you had a monk, and he would run out, throw a knife at something, and run back. But he accidentally gets 3 things. Your group can't handle 3 things. So on his way back to the group, he'll feign death. And the things will all look at him, and one at a time, they would walk away. And once there was only one enemy left and it's about to walk away, the warrior in the group would run up and get its attention and pull it back. Once the other 2 had finished resetting, the monk would pop back up and come back and join the group. So you would do what was called peeling. So the monk would feign death pull, and then you would wait until all but one had left, and then the other group would peel off of that. Now, the stuff after it had reset would go back to its spawn point. There was a problem in a zone called the Temple of Vishon. Or Vishon's Vishon's Peak. One of the 2 of those names, I knew of it. It was legendary in the game at that time. High-end Scars of Velius content. The zone was just full of dragons. It was all dragons. The architecture was built for dragons. It was dragon size. The hallways were absolutely massive. You zoned in with a teleporter. The dragons did not have a coded spawn point. There was 2 guilds that were trying to fight over doing this place at the same time. And it was not a PvP server, but they kept trying to steal each other's kills. And this is endgame stuff. And they went in there, they teleported in, and Guild A, their monk, went in, pulled like 5 dragons when Guild B wasn't ready, plus it was 5 of them, and ran to them and feigned death. And was just like, hey guys, bleh, and just fell over. And these dragons began massacring this guild. Imagine, those of you who know World of Warcraft, imagine you're in Molten Core and some guy just comes running up to your group with like 5 core hounds and you're not ready, but you can't zone out yet. It was a teleporter to enter, not a hallway. So they're fighting for their life. They all die. And again, in this game, when you die, your gear stays on your corpse until you can retrieve it. These dragons don't walk away. They have no set spawn point. They all sit at the entrance. Chat, after hours of trying everything they could think of, this guild, this top guild in the game, with their whole raiding community butt naked, had to basically wait until the following server reset. They had to wait a week to get their stuff back. They had to wait until the server reset, and then they were able to go in because the dragons weren't at the entrance anymore to get all their gear back to play. Or someone looted your corpse. And in this situation, they couldn't because the dragons were all at the entrance. If you zoned in, you immediately got killed. But yeah. All right, story time over.
From the Moors to Crescent's Reach 4 times, and by now I'm 50 hours in, and I feel like I've seen about 5 hours worth of interesting content. EverQuest Live has a lot of stuff, but it's all very stretched out, padded with big open spaces and the drawn-out fights. And if you're thinking, this doesn't seem like 50 hours worth of journey, believe me, I've cut a lot of drawn-out fights and so much travel. Into the mine for some rare ore, and the camera struggles in tight spaces. In fact, it struggles in general. If you want to look at your character from slightly above and mostly see the floor, you are fine. EverQuest specializes in that. I find a new weapon, a great axe. It's a two-handed weapon, which means losing my shield, but the best defense is killing the enemy faster, so let's do this. While you're on this pickaxe quest, you must equip the magical pickaxe to gather ore from these rocks, and that gives you a cool lightning bolt effect whenever you attack, and then it's back to Crescent's Reach and kill trees and finally hit level 30. EverQuest is not really designed to be a game you log into and enjoy when you've got a spare hour or so, maybe even 2 or 3 on the weekends. It's designed to be your thing, your hobby. You need to know so many keybinds, shortcuts, travel routes. It's built to be the MMO you play, and back when it was the MMO that everyone played, this worked amazingly. But now with more casual-friendly MMOs, only the real hardcore enfranchised EverQuest fans remain, and it's lagging behind, because EverQuest as it is simply too big a game for a small player base. It's not a bad game, and it's an extremely important game, but it's not a game built to succeed in today's MMO landscape. I ask in the Discord about team content. There's got to be something I can do in a group now, and I'm told to speed up solo play, new gear called Defiant was added to the game. I'm actually using some Defiant stuff already. Defiant gear is basically better than anything else you could find, even from a group boss. So there isn't really much of a point grouping up in the early or mid levels for content. You only really do it for the social aspect. It won't get you better equipment. Comments in the Discord say if I want to see people low or mid level, I need to go onto a progression server, so I will try that soon. I kill some giant zombies, each takes 4 minutes to kill and get chased by an entire forest, and then my notes say something rather prophetic. You see, while I'm playing games, I handwrite my notes, and then I turn those notes into a script. And the note for now, the 55th hour of gameplay, just reads, not excited anymore. I think I wanted EverQuest to be the adventure everyone had always told me that I was looking for, that they had. This grand, epic, unparalleled online world. I think I was expecting the Elvis concert they went to, but it's not the one that I can go to. EverQuest was fun, but just like radio was incredible for the time and color TV was incredible for the time, we're not in those
Yeah, it's a different time. Like, again, when each fight, especially as a low-level melee, is just like auto-attack and wait, and then after that, you sit down for a few minutes and wait on your health to come back. Like, this would be something that you would play while you're watching Netflix on the other screen or something. Like, this would be an activity I would do while I'm doing 2 or 3 activities. Like, it's just not enough. And then also, like, the group thing. There's still some interesting classes and stuff like that. For example, a bard. A bard has a special method of kiting that they can do where they basically can play one song where they run faster and another song that damages everything around them by a small amount. Imagine that they just piss off 50 things and run in circles with those 2 songs going, and eventually they kill all that stuff, and then they just gain like a full level up each time. Yeah, that's bard kiting. Very dangerous, kills everybody else nearby, but you know, they can do that on their own. Shadow Knight is okay. I mean, he's got the mercenary too. Shadow Knight's not the best soloer by a stretch. But again, the game has just changed. I mean, you're talking about a game that doesn't even have maps on some of the zones. It doesn't have a quest log. Well, I guess it sort of has a quest log now since they added one later on, but originally did not. You know, you have to talk to the NPCs. It's definitely not something that modern players are into. Completely agree with that.
times anymore. Expectations have advanced with what we now consider standard, and the EverQuest experience is like taking a kid raised on the goriest and most violent modern-day horror films and making them watch Dracula because it scared you as a kid, then wondering why they aren't as scared as you were. EverQuest is undeniably
My kid loves Five Nights at Freddy's. That would be the same.
a great foundation, but the stuff we've built on top of this foundation is so damn impressive, the whole genre has changed. Look, I'm 55 hours into EverQuest Live. It's sprawling, it's padded with back and forth quests. I'm squinting to read the text and click the blue boxes. I'm trying to push myself to take on higher enemies and test my tanking skills, but death means experience loss, and it's taken a while to get back, so I'm playing defensively. Even Ghoulhopper has surpassed me as he's a DPS-focused necromancer, so solo play, for him, is faster. I don't think 45 more hours is going to change my opinion of EverQuest Live, because people keep telling me it gets good at level 100. That's where the newer expansions want the player base to be, and getting there will take weeks as a solo player. 55 hours has got me here. I've met one other player, and even then we don't need to team up. So for the last 45 hours, I decided I should try out a progression server, and this means subscribing for at least a month. So I sign up for a month of membership and start a new Lizard Necromancer on the Oakwind progression server, the newest one. This server hasn't yet reached the Serpent Spine expansion, so there's no Mines of Glooming Deep or no Crescent's Reach starting zone. I do love this though. When you start a new character, you can choose to copy your UI layout from another character, so you don't need to rearrange everything. Game starts, we are dumped into the Lizard Necromancer Tower with no real direction, and I cannot overstate this. The only reason I have any idea what to do is because I went through the Glooming Deep tutorial on live. If If this was my first exposure to the game, I would be completely lost. If learning to play EverQuest Live with
Yep, it just drops you into the world and it's like, good luck.
tutorial was like learning how to fly a plane with a manual, this is an older plane and the manual was lost years ago. There's no hero's journey, no achievement guide, and I accidentally cast life tap onto a guard and then get killed. I respawn in a brand new place with no money, and the only way to...
Did you see how fast that was? There was like one frame he was alive and the next frame he was not.
level up at this point in the game's lifespan is just to grind. Currently, this server is on the Scars of Velius expansion, so I find...
Remember when I told you that people accidentally like typing without the text box open and they hit A and they'd auto attack a guard? It's that fast.
a guide specifically for that and follow as best I can. Grind, buy spells, can't find bone chips. Then it seems ladders just don't work. Well, turns out they kind of do, but only when you approach them in first person. I am, however, noticing my mana refills a lot slower, so there's even more sitting between fights. I make it to the Field of Bone and I keep grinding, and honestly, I'm just lonely. The nostalgia people have for MMOs where you need a team often skip over the parts where your team isn't online and you can't do anything. I even try a new class on the same server, a magician, and I actually really like the elemental pet summoning dynamic. They tank for you while you sit at the back healing them and throwing massive damage out. I explore the Mage's Tower, which is this grand magical area with teleporters from level to level. Then I try and summon an elemental pet, but you need malachite. But nowhere does it tell you this. You only know when you try to cast a spell and fail. There's no hero's journey here either, and very few, if any, quests from NPCs, and even if you could find them, they actually don't get recorded to your quest journal. You just need to go and grind. And this style clearly appeals to people because the tunnel in the Common Lands, the trading post, is packed.
Oh my god, yeah, okay, so originally Q had no trading post, no auction house, nothing like that. There was the community kind of decided the tunnel in the Eastern Common Lands, this big tunnel, that was the trade hub. They just decided that. So you would have a whole bunch of people there, and they would, there's torches along the walls, and they'd be like, you know, self-flung black silk sash, third torch. And then, you know, if you wanted it, you'd go to that spot and you'd find them and be like, you know, work with them. Sometimes they would, you'd have low-level players too. And it was interesting because low-level players could kill things like skeletons and get bone chips. Max-level necros needed bone chips by the truckload to summon their pets, just like low-level necros did. They didn't want to go farm skeletons. So a max-level necro would give you like, here's a coin to the low-level guy, and the low-level guy would be set for a week with that amount of money. So you'd have a pretty cool economy where the low-level people would farm like, you know, bat wings and bone chips and stuff and sell it to the high-level people, and they'd make, you know, what was for their level a ton of money, and they'd be set for a long time. But yeah, there was, you know, trading required actually trading. There was no automated system for it, and there was a bizarre thing that was added sort of in Lukeland, but even that was kind of archaic.
But it seems that everyone here already knows what to do. And that's the crux of it. EverQuest, as it is now, is filled with people who already know how to play EverQuest and enjoy the experience because they've gone through the learning process. If you join now, the learning process is brutal. Hey look, Secret Wall. Secret Walls are always cool. Now, buying membership gave me 8 character slots, so maybe this just isn't the character or server for me because I am enjoying the gameplay of the Magician, but I feel that if I started after the Serpent's Spine and I had Crescent's Reach to latch onto, I would enjoy it more. Thankfully, I can do that, so I reroll as a Magician on the Mischief server, another progression server but further along. Now, Mischief is also one of the most populated servers because it is a random loot server, so almost any boss can drop any item. So I rushed the Glooming Deep tutorial on a Magician, which takes about 3 hours. Now I know what I'm doing, and this player Grom says he'll only believe it's me if I put this in the video, so hi Grom. And then with a Mercenary, a pet, and a Magician DPS, I'm finally
Hi,
throwing
Grom.
out some decent damage, although I've only realised I've accidentally made myself Ginger Spock. Oh, cool.
Live long and prosper, Josh.
Well, you can give the Magician's elemental pets weapons and it will hold and use them. That's kind of adorable.
Yes. Again, you give something a weapon, and you know, funny thing, some weapons are lower DPS than their fists. So sometimes if you summon a pet, skeleton, if you're a necro, or one of the elemental summons, if you're a mage, and you give it a weapon, you can actually lower its damage. But the best ones were in Velius. At least when I played. In Velius, there were trash items called, they were like Velium swords. And they all procced an ice attack. So it's like chance on hit ice blast. So having a pet with a couple of these like trash tier Velium swords would do a whole bunch of ice blasts and stuff, which was a lot of fun. It was very flashy for just a pet attack. And then on the topic of the elemental pets, the earth pet could root enemies randomly. The air pet I think would interrupt enemies. I think water was just well-rounded. I don't remember if it did anything specific. And then the fire one had a damage shield. It would set itself on fire, and if anyone had hit it, they would get burned.
Hit level 10 pretty bloody fast and get to Crescent's Reach. Now, I'm about 60 hours into playing this actual game, but there is a moment where the UI starts to make sense, when you feel like you're actually flying the plane instead of trying to wrestle the controls and not...
I will say when I play, like, he has every single bag and his stat sheet open 100% of the time, which is totally fine. when I played, I did not keep this open. I didn't keep these open. I didn't keep the map open. I just opened the map when I needed the map. Or, you know, I had paper maps. And then, like, the size of everything else was kind of increased to compensate. Like, my spell gems were much larger on the left-hand side, stuff like that. But again, the UI, it was very flexible. You could move around stuff as much as you wanted.
Just crash. EverQuest gives you a huge amount of depth and control and freedom and build to play with, but just does a terrible job of introducing it. But when you do feel confident with the freedom you have, when you know how the map works, you feel strangely at home. I don't bother doing any of the quests because I know they're slow experience, because the walking to and from the quest givers is just not efficient. I just grind, and the magician gets elemental pets every few levels, and all the spells are for sale in the plane of knowledge, so I'm popping back there every few levels to buy the latest and greatest, and I discover the water elemental is the only one worth summoning, and my god, it can hold its own. There's even a berserk spell which empowers your pets for an hour, so meet Conan the Angry Water Spirit. At level 15, I get a spell which summons magical throwing daggers into my own inventory, and now an issue with ranged attacks. Melee has auto attack. Range does not. If you have a ranged weapon equipped, you must click for every attack you wish to make. The only way to get around this is to make a social macro which types /auto every time you click it, because typing /auto turns on or off ranged auto attacks. But
I've never, from my time in EverQuest, I never even met a mage that would do throwing. One, I didn't even know they could summon throwing daggers. I knew that like monks would use those to pull. It was just like a ranged attack they'd fire one time just to get a mob's attention. That's interesting. That's actually really cool. So that he was trying to use it as like a source of damage, but then he hit a problem with the UI.
But this is not as standard. Why? Speed level as fast as I can, and to put the spells into perspective, the burn spell does 14 damage, but Firebolt, a few levels higher, does 261 damage. Magicians are basically nukes, and the challenge here is managing the aggro. Buy some jewelry, and I've reached level...
The wizard was the king of nukes. Like casting, you just lost 80% of your health. Mage was almost as good, but then they had the summons and the make something out of nothing and all that stuff. Oh, and wizards also had the teleports.
18 in only 6 hours. EverQuest is a game that you need to already know well to progress with any speed in. Mostly I just sit down and send my pet in. General chat by now has devolved into people talking about conspiracy theories, as general chat often does, and I'm given some advice. Cast Shield of Flame on my tanking mercenary and my pet, and enemies will take damage every time they hit them.
That's right. Mages had really good reflect damage spells. Thorns, as they're often called in modern games. You cast it on something, and anytime that thing gets hit, the attacker would take some damage.
And my god, this works so well. Another player called Beatboxer offers me some more advice and then sends me some platinum to kit myself out with spells and armor, so thank you for that, because it does come in really helpful. Eventually I just head back to the moors, spend hours grinding, give my pet some cool little summon swords, and I'm still lonely. EverQuest has a community. It's not big, but it's there. The issue is, while other MMOs have you surrounded by people, letting you play alone within a crowd, which some people enjoy, EverQuest very rarely has you in any group situation that you've not actively sought out yourself. You might see people in towns, but the vast majority of this game is in open maps by yourself.
As a mage main, I was used back then for Call of the Hero, Reflect, and Damage. Koth. Oh, I forgot about Koth. Call of the Hero. It was Warlock Summoning Stone. World of Warcraft's Warlock Summoning Stone was basically Call of the Hero. The mage could summon someone far away to them. So if you were in, like really deep in a dungeon and Billy had to leave, and someone new joins the group and they're at the entrance, the mage could teleport you down to the group.
To use the auction house, by the way, you must type /bazaar, and then you can buy stuff and have it delivered straight to you if you use premium currency or to a postbox in-game. I grind until strangely I hit the same soft wall, the moors and the stone hive. I just can't progress through this alone, so I guess it's time to group up. Everyone tells me EverQuest is about being social, so I ask on the Discord and in-game, and I meet Red. Red is a bard, one of the classes that is awful at soloing, but put them in a group and they are an absolute beast. Red and I go wasp hunting. I'm recovering
Okay, so bards can solo, but there's definitely, again, I mentioned it, they need a lot of space, and it takes them forever to kill something, but they can kill 50 things in the same amount of time that they can kill one thing. But if they get hit, they're dead. So it's basically they run high speed while playing a screeching song that does like 5 damage per tick, until eventually everything in the middle of that, bard tornado, dies from the music. But bards were the kings of groups. They had a song they could play that made you regenerate health faster, a song that made you regenerate mana faster, a song that made your run speed go really high if you needed to run away, songs that slowed down enemies if they were trying to run so that they didn't aggro more stuff, songs that boosted stats. Like they were a true Swiss Army knife.
and are faster because of his songs. He's holding aggro better. Our mercenaries are tanking like champions because I'm casting Flame Shield on everything. We even go item hunting. He didn't know about the achievements page or the epic item quest, so I show him that, and someone else shows me to set my mercenary to main tank, which holds better aggro. I help him download Bray War maps. He summons a Jester minion, which turns me into a snake. You know, standard stuff. We even make it into the hive together, cheesing this maze puzzle by jumping over the top of it, but then getting lost on the way back. We spend a good 6 to 8 hours killing things together, and then onto a new map where neither of us had been, the Mesa. And then we agree to chat on Discord. The problem is, when I jump back on the game later, he's not there. The slow grind returns, the frequent death, the lonely world. So I hit him up on Discord to see if he's free. And that's when it hit me. When I connected with another player, the very first thing we both did was find a way to connect together outside of the game on Discord. EverQuest used to be able to rely on the strength of, you can talk to people, this is a social space, this is the community in itself. All the players were within the game and within the collected community. But
yeah. As mentioned before, when I played EQ back in the first few expansions, I don't even think Ventrilo and TeamSpeak were really big then. Like, I think they might have existed, but they were young. Discord certainly did not. So you would add people to your friends list and maybe see them when they next log in if you happen to be on at the same time. That was most of it.
But now they're in the game, but the community exists elsewhere. There's no doubt that EverQuest is a platform that will allow a large group of players to go on an epic adventure, but it will not provide you with any of that unless you provide the players the time and the conversation that makes the epic adventure worth going on. EverQuest fans and long-term players will, of course, think I'm being unfair to the game, and I'm not saying the game wasn't incredibly
No, this all sounds pretty spot on.
Important for the time. It pretty much defined what the genre could be. It gave us a really good starting point to build off. But going back to it now, judging it purely mechanically, the gameplay alone, without the masses of players that make the experience fun, it's really struggling to stand up, and it's really struggling to hold a new generation of players. Modern MMOs have so many in-game systems to facilitate you playing with other people, which is their strength. Friends lists, guilds, invites, looking for groups, party finders, teleport to clan events. It's easy to stay in them while finding people within them. EverQuest, however, does have a friends list, but you won't even know who's online or not until you try and message everyone individually. Its strength is definitely in group play, and yet it's not an easy game to find a group to play with.
I wonder if he is mistaken on that or if they changed it. I remember adding people to friends list, and at any time you could type /whoallfriend, and then it would show you a list of your friends, and it would say either offline or it would say the zone they were in. And then you could message them. You didn't have to spam all of them.
Especially as a new player. The fact you've got live, progression, and Project 99 divides the player base down, and more divisions come with every new server. It's less a centralized player base within one game, and more a community of people who enjoy the experience of replaying parts of that game every few months. Don't feel guilty if you're not impressed by EverQuest, because the genre has moved on. Did it get good 100 hours in? It definitely got better, but most of that getting better was provided by having other people to play with. It's less a game and more of a long-term hobby, so try it, admire it, appreciate what it represents and the history behind it, but don't expect a modern MMO experience, in community or in pacing. EverQuest is absolutely one of the best foundations the MMO genre could have asked for, but like all foundations, it's been built on and over by others. EverQuest had its time to shine, and while it's still undeniably enjoyable for those who want to remember the old days or those who have thousands of hours to put in, for the newer MMO player, Elvis has, unfortunately, left the building. But cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive and allow me to put 100 hours into a game before reviewing it. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and Discord. And as always, have a great day.
All right, so once again, I played EverQuest for 100 hours, should you, from Josh. And there in the chat is the link to that. But yeah, I mean, hard to agree. I wanted to go over this because, again, for me, I've got the whole stack of cases and stuff behind me just to show. This is where it started for me. This is where I got into my first MMO. I was in EverQuest for like 7 years, and then I played EverQuest 2 for like a year. I played World of Warcraft for like 10 years. I dabbled in Black Desert Online, Elder Scrolls Online, Final Fantasy 14, just tons of others. And then the last 5 years I've been on Guild Wars 2 for the most part. But this is like definitely where my addiction started. I've been waiting for him to cover this game as someone who's been enjoying his worst MMO ever series. But it was cool. It was cool that he actually put in 100 hours into it just to shut up the people that always say play it for 100 hours. But yeah, EverQuest was a fun game. It inspired a lot of the stuff that you see in like one of World of Warcraft's most famous bosses, Onyxia, was like a copy paste of Lord Nagafen, a red dragon in EverQuest. Literally the same mechanics. the cleave, the tail swipe, the fire breath, the eggs, like all of that stuff. It was Lord Nagafen. Like there was so much stuff that WoW copied from EverQuest, but they made it more easily digestible by a larger audience, and it didn't require you to, you know, feel like you learned a new what was his metaphor? The controls to an old airplane to be able to play the game. They made it much easier to just dive in and enjoy. Plus the fact that you could play WoW on a potato and it worked just fine. So you know they made it much more approachable, which you know slowly drained a lot of the EverQuest player base at that time period. But this was awesome, and you know, shout out to Josh who you know gave me the green light to go ahead and do this. It was a lot of fun, and it was a nice trip down memory lane. A lot of cool times there. All right. Okay, that's it, chat. That is it. Oh man, first time in the EverQuest section of Twitch. Gonna bounce back out of there for now. Let me change categories once again. Nagfins with Cancer, stick your head in the wall so you didn't lag out and hope the raid doesn't disconnect. To be honest, Pragmat, I did a Nagafen one time because I was not in a high-level raiding guild. I got invited to one, and I got really lucky, and a shaman-only two-hand hammer dropped. It's called the Midnight Mallet. And I remember I was using that for quite some time. But I remember I was so happy in the corner with my Midnight Mallet that dropped, and there was just like all the other DPS were like ready to come to blows over who got the Cloak of Flames. DPS enjoyers, there was an item called Cloak of Flames. It just looked like a red cloak, but it increased your attack speed by 50%. Perma Guild Wars 2 quickness, basically, in a world that did not have quickness. So they were all the physical damage dealers would be fighting over that thing. And I was just like, yeah, I got my hammer. 4 hours of reactions, man's turned into asthma. I don't think that was 4 hours of reactions. Lineage 2 was the first game I tried the free trial for. Gorgeous game, but at 15 and living low income, couldn't afford the subscription. Oh yeah, I spent, again, it was $15 a month for EverQuest. And at one point I eventually got a second account, so spending $30 a month, but I didn't have a credit card. So I had to like give my mom the money each month, and then she would put it on her credit card. And she told me, she's like, if you ever go a month and you do not pay me, I'm going to cancel it. And I was like, okay, dude, I always did it. I was doing my chores, pulling weeds, had to get my EverQuest fix in. Love the video, but the personal stories about the game made it better. Thanks, Mark. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Our server had someone steal the Cloak of Flames early on. Their name was still known years later. Oof. My experience with EverQuest was buying the game, finding out about the monthly fee, and returning it. Thankfully, I didn't open it. It's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That was my first bill, EverQuest. I had to pay that monthly subscription. Yeah, I got my first job was like a part-time job, and really my only bills each month was EverQuest and gas. That's it. So I ended up putting a lot of money in savings because I was addicted to a hobby where I stayed indoors. Do you guys see this? There's an orange paw on my shoulder telling me I'm being way too loud. Oh, now he's going to leave. Okay. What's up? You're so complaining. Just woke up. I only ever played DQ2. I played DQ2 for about a year. I was the second, what was it? Conjurer to hit max level on our server. I was the second one to max level. But I got there, and it was like, it was so soon after launch, there was nothing to do at max level. And then I ended up moving over to WoW, and then 10 years later, I was in World of Warcraft for 10 years. I would have paid money to see footage of all the shamans murdering themselves after the hotfix was done. Alexander would be happy. So do you play EQ, like Project 99 or anything? No, Upenia. For me, it's just good memories. Like I said, I was holding up, like, hang on. You know, I've got boxes, CD cases, stuff like that here. For me, it was just really good memories. I saw that Josh did this, and I had a line of contact to him, and I said, hey, you mind if I do a video on your video? And he's like, yeah, that's fine. So that was it. That was it. One time, like a year or two ago on Steam, I reinstalled EverQuest and just dabbled around. I didn't even finish in the Mines of Glooming Deep. I just messed around in there for a little bit. But no, I've not played on like Project 99 or anything like that. To be clear, I think I would still be fine with that, but it's a game with a lot of downtime. They literally made a thing in the game called gems. If you type /gems, it would, hold on. EverQuest gems game. Let me see if I can find a screenshot. Okay. It's like this. You type /gyms and this window opens, and it's kind of like Connect 4. And you could literally, like, play this while you were regenerating health sitting on the ground while talking to other people. So, like, there's so much downtime. There was a game you could play in the game that was just, you know, that. And it was simple, but there's a lot of downtime. A lot of downtime. EQ had a card game, too. I'm not familiar with that. I did play, what was it, Lords of EverQuest? Which was when they tried to make an RTS. Lords of EverQuest. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, they tried to make an RTS. I've got this box somewhere. It's okay. It was kind of neat, but then they never made another one. Yeah, there was. Let's turn this back up just a touch. Roy, all sorts of cringe at times, funny group of guys with a little unprofessional for official stream. I mean, I think the thing with Roy was fine. I definitely wish they had just given us the information faster, but we'll get to try it out tomorrow. Don't forget about the PS2 game Champions of Norath. Don't know if I ever played that. I never had a console, so I didn't have Champions of Norath. Did anyone have a shortcut to order pizza, or was that just an urban legend? EverQuest 2 had a shortcut to order pizza. EverQuest 2/pizza. There you go. Hunger pains interrupting your game. Order pizza while playing. EverQuest 2. Yeah, if you type /pizza in game, it would then open up a browser window to order Pizza Hut. I'll look up Champions of Norath. Champions of Norath. It's almost like Dungeon Siege. Yeah, I never played this. I didn't have a PS2. Not familiar with that one. Champions of North was a great console Diablo clone type game. Champions of North was a great LAN sleepover play all night couch co-op. You think it's funny? Look at the Chinese FF14 KFC meal. I remember playing Champions with a fun old RPG. You like it? Just got here. Did they open the weapons? Yes, Box. They did show all of the weapons. You can rewind the stream on either Twitch or YouTube if you want to see it. We did all of that. Dina says, I'm disappointed in Mace for Ranger, Sword, Rifle, anything with Mace. Yeah, the kit looks cool, but the actual, like, animations, I'm not sure. I feel like it's like a guy using maracas. I have to find, like, a Warhammer or something. If Guild Wars 2 and Grubhub paired up, that would be an interesting collab. Guild Wars 2 and Grubhub? Just remembering that cringe Grubhub commercial from a few years back. I have both Champions and Return to Arms still. Can't wait for Bonk Warrior. All that matters is that Guard Pistol is good. Yeah, they said that it was clocking in at like something over 40k DPS, and that's just with like one dev testing it. I'm sure some players will be able to get even more out of it. Thoughts on a Warrior Stick? Warrior Stick and Mesmer Rifle, I like support builds. I hope they work out okay. I'm very even if I'm not going to play them myself, I'm very interested to see if they turn into anything good. FF14 players are eating inhuman piles of KFC to earn chocobos. What? Everybody loves getting a special mount in an MMO. In FF14, it's the fat black chocobo. Thing is, in different countries, the sweet ride is available as a bonus attached to a different special offers. In China, to get a code, you have to eat a heck of a lot of KFC. The way it works is you buy a family deal for 4 and eat the whole thing. It's only available if you dine in, and apparently they do enforce the rule. You have to finish it before you they give you the code. Here's what's in the meal. 1 double chicken burger, 1 vegan mushroom burger, 1 5-piece chicken nuggets, 2 original recipe chicken, 1 2-piece New Orleans chicken wings, 1 Old Beijing spicy duck roll, 2 large Pepsis, and 2 large peach oolong teas. That doesn't sound so bad, but that's 1 person. How does 1 person eat that? You actually get 4 times that amount. Each person gets 2 burgers, 1 double chicken, 1 vegan mushroom, and 4 drinks. The 2 large Pepsis and the 2 oolong teas, as well as the chicken. Dude, what the are they trying to kill you? If you actually manage to eat all that, you get 1 code. So if you treat this like a raid and take 3 of your fellow Warriors of Light with you, that means you have to go back 4 times to get the magic mounts. Yet Chinese FF14 players attempted it and succeeded. Even amazingly, some players soloed it. Some players went there and drank like 16 sodas. The resulting memes, again translated by Cozy Wolf, are great. Certainly better than the KFC Gaming Twitter account has ever posted. 4 WOLs, 3 runs. WHM was wiped first, followed by the tank. We resurrected WHM, but he denied. Now only BLM is still alive. We are about to be wiped. By the way, RDM said, I am the toughest in the party, so now all the food's on my plate. Oh my god. Dude, why would they do this? You're gonna buy all this food, and we're gonna watch you eat it. If you don't eat it, you can't have the chocobo. That's so weird. Oh my god. RDM means Red Mage. Yeah, I assumed they were acronyms for different classes. Like, I think BLM is like Black Mage or something. It's like if you eat a 50-ounce steak, you get a meal for free in Texas. Chocobo, after that, more like Chunky Bow. Well, it was a fat black chocobo was the name of the mount. Raziel said that sounds like a normal meal to my friend. Yeah, my friend. On an up note, the Necro Swords look crazy with 900 range. Yeah, they do. Melee Scepters and Range Swords. Here we go. Muck won the new FF14 run. I honestly have no desire to play FF14. I tried it for 11 hours. I don't miss those 11 hours. I'll let you heal me if you want to challenge. Oh man, maybe I should try a tank if I do it again. So you get a mount and diabetes? I stand in the rain. Yeah, stand in the fire so don't get bored. Early level FF14 feels so bad. Yeah. Early level FF14 felt like World of Warcraft did when I first played it, which was, you know, over a decade ago. Like, you had to watch your mana, hold still to cast spells, and it was just like Frostbolt, Frostbolt, Shadowbolt, Shadowbolt, yeah, whatever. You just stand still, shoot that, and then sit down and get your mana back. Got so bored of 14. I've never had any desire to play F14. Love the story, but yeah, the gameplay. Yeah, the gameplay was really slow. How long ago was the weapons preview? Was today the stream they did, or they released a YouTube video? Shade's channel, I watched it during this stream, so if you just rewind the stream, you can watch it here. But they did it on their Twitch channel, if you want to look at the VOD there. I'd suggest playing tank healers rough early levels. I tried Conjurer or whatever it's called, like that, like the summoner thing. You got this fox, and it was like it was called like a pumpernickel, and it was the worst pet I've ever seen in any video game. It did like 1 damage, but it was AoE, so it would aggro like everything in the zip code, and it wouldn't actually help fight. It would just get me killed a lot. And you couldn't even rename the pumpernickel. Guild Wars 2 combat system makes all other moments go really bad. True. I feel like FF14 healers get an ability to kill the players that annoy you. They changed Arcanist, it's now not a pet anymore. Oh, well, that sounds even worse. They redid Summoner now, Carbuncle's a cheerleader, you summon Primals. Okay, the last time I looked at Final Fantasy, the Summoner was just a mage with a different coat of paint. Like, instead of shooting a fireball, he would summon a Dragon Mouth, which would spit the fireball. The Dragon Mouth wasn't targetable, it couldn't pull aggro, it didn't have hit points, it was just a graphic. And if it's still like that, as a pet class enjoyer, I am unamused. You understand it, yes? Yeah, that sounds dumb. It's such a bummer to think FF14 is slow more because it's not like that after point. Yeah, but you have to get to that point, right? You have to get past that. Play 100 hours, right? I can no longer hear you, but roger that, rewinded the VOD to 417, found it. Okay, Shade. I mean, he can't hear me. Okay. No pet class anymore. Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay, that was fun. That was a nice trip down memory lane. I wanted to do that. Honestly, I'm pleasantly surprised how many of y'all stayed. Friggin', I literally jumped into a category in Twitch I've never been in, and I sat there for over an hour. I was not sure how many of y'all were going to come with me for that trip down memory lane, but I had a lot of fun doing that. For me, you know, it was my first MMO. It was a lot of fun memories. I got lots of crazy stories from that. You should do more reacts. I have to find more worth reacting to. I don't want to turn my YouTube channel into just me just like rewatching other stuff constantly unless I have something to add to it. This one, I had a lot to say about EQ. I started as a warrior, and the story it's like, you know, Lazy Peon. Like, I only reacted to the Guild Wars 2 video he did because I knew a lot about that. If y'all recommend me videos that you think I've got something to add on to, yeah, I would definitely consider it. I like talking. Hey, Chip. Chip is checking out the EverQuest stuff, which is currently sitting on a chair behind me. What's up? Okay, back to business. Yeah. Champions of Norath or do P99? I mean, I don't know that I want to stream one. Oh gosh. Okay, there we go. Green screen was going crazy. If you don't like talking, streaming would be a bad job to do. True. Mark, did you watch the final cutscenes of Dragonflight? You would love them. No. The Dragonflight Switch? You send me a link to them, Banana. I'll check it out later if you've got one. Not sure if oh god, please don't. Oh, wait, no. Oh, you're trolling? Oh, okay, okay. I know that they made Sylvanas a bad guy, and then there was like the whole thing with like the jailer and all, and then Anduin got mind controlled into doing some bad stuff, and then Sylvanas ended up like turning good or something. Like they separated her past self from her current self or something like that. And then Tyrande became super powerful and like extra angsty. That's kind of it. I've just seen some like various clips. WoW gameplay is great. The story is horrible. Oh, awesome. Hey, Monk 99. Night, Doug. That was previous expansion. Then I guess I'm very behind. I know Dragonflight at the beginning had a trailer of like a troll and a dwarf riding a dragon, and I was like, wow, I've never been less hyped about an expansion. Like Battle for Azeroth, you know, when she was screaming for the Horde, I was ready to get up and fight. I was like, let's go! Like, I'll fight the Alliance myself! But, you know, the Dragonflight, I was just like, man, that looks dumb. Like, hi. What's up? Mike, they literally pull out the Avengers Endgame meme, Fast and Furious family meme. What? If you want to laugh, watch the last couple cutscenes. Oh, God. I have to tell you, I finished Aurora Nevermore. Nice. Grats, Balder. What did you just hold up? I'm not holding anything up. Oh, this? It's an armrest for my... Oh, I know what you thought this was, you degenerate. No, this is an armrest for my keyboard. Actually, someone in chat sent this to me. They were like, Muck, you're on the computer so many hours a day. I'm concerned that you've got bad posture. And I was like, don't worry. I have terrible posture. And then they sent me this in the mail, and it's like an armrest that goes in front of my keyboard, and occasionally it makes a great visual aid, because when I just pick it up for a second, people are always like, oh, wait, what was that? What was that? What was that? You know, and I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about. We've been super blessed by Chip this evening. Yes. I tried WoW last year. Dear God, I hated it. Combat felt slow, and the world felt so empty when I played it. Barely saw any players. Can you show me your age in Guild Wars 2? I have a video that shows my age in Guild Wars 2. Hang on. I'm gonna let the video do the talking. Where is it? Contents. Where is that cat? Where is he? Oh God, oh, found it. Okay, here we go.
I don't know. I never counted. I am not really a math guy, you know?
There you go. Did you blink? I hope you didn't blink. If you didn't blink, that's my age. Slash age. 8,440 hours. Just like knocking things over back here. Muck, those are the WoW cutscenes that Osprey just linked. The Tide Turns cutscene. Okay, I am just going to open it. Because keep in mind, I'm now streaming... Thanks, Osprey. God. Keep in mind, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube is way more strict with copyright. I'll watch these after the stream. Sorry about that. Osprey's fault. That was Osprey's fault. He sent me a link to that. You ever think of playing hardcore WoW? I'm gonna be honest. That sounds pretty boring. Like, the funniest clips from hardcore are people dying or almost dying. What? People dying or almost dying in hardcore. So here's the thing. If I were on hardcore WoW, I would play Warlock. And I would probably get to max level without dying. And then I would be bored. Like, I would summon the Voidwalker, the big old blueberry in front of me, and he would tank for me. And I would use Drain Life and Health Funnel to make sure I stayed alive, and I would not pull more than not bite off more than I could chew, and take it very slow. And it would be a very boring show. And I would get to max level and not die. I don't think it's really good content. When do you think the weapons will come out? Tomorrow, probably like noon, Eastern time. The usual like time that they do patch updates and stuff. Ko's hardcore WoW streams have been amazing. To be fair, Ko is amazing. And he has a huge community that'll watch him play almost anything. I don't know though. The thing is, there's so many other games I want to play. Like, what are we in the middle of right now? Like, besides Guild Wars 2, which we play all the time. Dungeons 4, Age of Wonders 4, Grim Dawn, Psychonauts 2. We're in the middle of all of those right now. We just finished Warhammer Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin. When my internet was out today, I found out I could still play Balloons, so I was playing some Balloons today. All of those were great. You're saying you play hardcore WoW with some constraints, like play it on Mesmer with no armor? Oh my god. You want to see me play a game where, like, if I die, my account's deleted? I would be more interested to play Path of Exile or Grim Dawn on hardcore. It just sounds more fun, at least. I played WoW 10 years. I know, like, classic WoW especially, I know it like the back of my hand. I probably know, like, I could probably tell you most of the quests and most of the quest hubs. It's just, I've done it so much. I think I would be bored, and also y'all would be bored. Have you considered Assassin's Creed? I've played Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and Assassin's Creed 2 and Valhalla. They were fine. I did not hate them, but I also was not so hooked that I want to play them more than many other games that I want to play right now. Like, let's say I finished all the games I'm currently in the middle of. The new Remnant 2 content is something that I would consider jumping into. Remnant 2 was fun, but Age of Wonders 4 was more fun, so I'm playing that first. Cyberpunk? I'd be willing to. It's not something I look at it and I'm like, I'm not like pogging. I'm not super passionate about it, but I'm willing to. Chip's back. What would Muck like? That might be a poll. I'm hoping to see Muck play Rifle Support Mesmer for the memes when the weapon beta hits. Are we throwing out games? Dude, y'all just always throw out games. I'm currently addicted to Retail WoW again. The new patch has been amazing. Bannerlord 2. Bannerlord. Have I played Bannerlord? No, I played Aetherlords. Different game. I don't think I've played a Bannerlord game. The question is adding Kata going to be the downhill like it was for Retail. Cataclysm was my favorite expansion. I loved it. Now, granted, that was like I was the server first. The server first that I led two. One was in Wrath of the Lich King, and one was in Cataclysm. I don't think Kata was bad, but I don't honestly know why so many people hated it. The big hype right now is Season of Discovery. I've seen people talk about Season of Discovery, but I don't know anything about it. Path of Exile is pay to play like Grim Dawn. No, Path of Exile is free to download, and you can play it. They have an in-game cosmetic shop, and they sell a few things that are quality of life, like more bank space, but nothing related to power. And they literally pay the entire game with that. So I think I've got over 1,000 hours in Path of Exile, and I have paid like $20. I bought more bank tabs. So yeah, you can play Path of Exile for no money. Dungeon Siege 1 is a... Dude, I love Dungeon Siege 1 and 2. Those are great. All I know is that's Tank Warlock, and still no one want to be the tank. Dude, I had to be a Tank Warlock in Serpent Shrine Cavern. Are you kidding me? What was that fight? There was some fight where the Warlock had to put on a full set of resistance gear and spam Searing Pain to keep aggro of something. Because Searing Pain was this weird fire spell that generated high amounts of threat. And I had to just spam that to keep this thing on me. But I was a Warlock, so I would die easy. So I had to use Soul Link and a Fell Hunter. So there was like one healer trying to keep me and the Fell Hunter both alive because the damage was split between us. But I had to basically Warlock tank this thing. Was Illidan? No, there was something in Serpent Shrine too that did it. But I think Illidan didn't have Warlock tank. I think, was it Mother Shiraz? There was a fight in Black Temple that used a Warlock tank also. But I think Serpent Shrine had one. I listened to the EQ thing in the background. He had some decent points as a person who played it on release. I don't think he realizes how bad it was to level to do anything on busy servers. But still, I would say it's even worse. So, Damien, still, I would say it's even worse now that there's, like, no people to group with. It was just solo or nothing. For some classes, it's not feasible. Grim Dawn is not pay to win. If I'm mistaken, please let me know. No, that's accurate. Grim Dawn is you pay for the game, and then you own the game, and that's it. The end. It's old model. It's like you would go into Best Buy and buy a game and take it home. That's it. That's the end of it. I don't even think you need an internet connection to play Grim Dawn after you download it. There's no shop. Do I feel like a Mountain Blade had simply Mountain Blade, Warband, Fire, and Sword, and now Bannerlord, there's no Bannerlord 2. Leotharis the Blind. Leotharis the Blind. That sounds right. Hold on. Wow, Leotharis the Blind Warlock Tank. Let me just type that in and see what happens. Alright, hold on. Random thing. Hold on, I'm just gonna mute this. You needed fire resistance gear. Spam Searing Pain. Yup. Yup. This was it. So yeah, it was just something about how this guy worked. You had to hold him as a warlock. And so I ended up doing this on one of my characters. Like, either the tanks were busy doing something else, or the tanks just could not handle this guy for some reason. And yeah, I ended up warlock tanking this, and warlock tanking whatever that fight was in Black Temple. Might have been Mother Shiraz, I could be wrong. I'm definitely going to check it out. I play heals on retail, and I'm excited to see more tools in Classic. I'd love to watch you play The Long Dark with a heart rate monitor. A great survival game with a great story. Last chapter still not released, sadly, but still great. It's true potential to explode your heart rate monitor at some points. Oh, great. Muggy, they actually put out WoW 2 after this weird new arc they're doing. Will you try it? Like WoW 2, like an actual new MMO? Yeah, I'd probably try it. I don't know if I'd love it, but I'd probably try it. I remember Damien says, I remember 4 to 5 groups standing around one mob to see who could get the kill on a random spawn, to see who would progress their quest for up to an hour or more. Weird. Kind of reminds me of when World of Warcraft first came out with Vashir, and there was one of the first quests is you had to go pick up this conch shell on the bottom of the ocean, and then you would turn it in to get underwater breathing. But they made it to where only one person could pick up the conch shell, and then it had like a 5-second respawn. And so there was just hundreds of people on launch day around the shell drowning trying to click it. And just one by one, people were just dying and floating up to the surface. And then like once you got the conch shell, you could get past that quest, and then you were like ahead of the bottleneck. As long as you didn't log out. As long as you just kept going, you were ahead of the bottleneck. The Soto DMV quest? Yeah, same idea. Except imagine dying if you were in the line too long. Yeah, that was one of the rare moments the undead racial ability that gave you a longer breath bar would actually come into play and help you out. Mug, if you're at all curious what season of Discovery Wowhead has a good overview. Let's see. New leveling phases with level caps. 25, 40, 50, 60. New player power, rune engraving runes. Class roles, Mage, Healer, Rogue Tank, Shaman Tank, Warlock Tank. Phase 1 Black Fathom Depths, Fathom Blade, Void Pearls, and more. Phase 1 Ashen Blade. When does Season of Discovery launch on WoW Classic? New player power. One of the major new mechanics added for Season of Discovery is rune engraving, and new class runes available for players. Players unlock runes from discoveries, new quest treasures, or secrets throughout Azeroth. Once a rune is unlocked, it will be added to the rune panel. From there, players cast rune engraving, attaching runes to various pieces of gear. So it's like enchanting? Once attached, a new spell will be unlocked for the player. So it's enchanting, but once it's on your gear, it gives you an ability. Rogue Tank. Shaman Tank. Warlock Tank outside of that weird fight. That's interesting. I don't know if that makes me want to play it again, but it's interesting. Heck, last time I played WoW, they were just coming out with those weird other races, like the Void Elves and the Mechanomes and stuff like that. Like, I was just starting to see those when I last played. I did Soto a month after launch, so I didn't get to experience the DMV. Oh, I'm so sorry, Raider Pew Pew. Hi, Mug. Hi, Lord. It's enchanting that completely changes the classes. We're getting Mage Healers and Warlock Tanks. I'm not sure you'd ever get any engagement on streaming it, but Okami is one of the greatest games of all time. I play lots of games I don't get lots of engagement on. That's fine. My morning streams, I have way less people than I do right now, but I enjoy them a lot. I have a lot of fun. I was playing Dungeons 4 this morning. For those of you who haven't seen that, it's a silly little RTS. It's narrated by the guy who did the Stanley Parable. When you are underground, you're carving a dungeon out, kind of like Dungeon Keeper. But then when you get enough forces, you go above ground and attack the overworld, and then it's an RTS, kind of like Warcraft. It's a lot of fun. I've been really enjoying that. So I play a ton of games, but it just what matters is, do I think I'll still have enough viewers? Because keep in mind, this is my job. I use it to pay the bills. Chat, by the way, have you heard about Twitch Prime? And then, do I think I'll have fun? If I have enough viewers to get by and I'm having fun, I'm willing to try things. You weren't on this morning. Yeah, I was on for an hour this morning, Banana, and then the internet went out in my entire neighborhood. Someone damaged a fiber line. Like my neighborhood has fiber optic cable on AT&T, and the whole line got damaged, and many neighborhoods just went dark on the AT&T map. And they told us at first it was going to take up to 48 hours to fix. I was like, oh my god. But it took them 6. So after 6 hours, it came back up. I was like, oh, I could still do the evening stream. Damian Wolf, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Do you know what people are really wanting to see you play, Muck Slime Rancher? You're so fixated on Slime Rancher. Maybe someday. Fiber is super easy to repair. Well, good. I think I missed it. What did Josh let you do, Mug? Do a react video on one of his videos with no bad blood between us. I told him he has a opinion on react videos, and I respect him a lot. So I slid into his DMs. I was like, hey, I have a lot to say about EverQuest. I would love to cover your video where you talk about EverQuest for an hour. Do you mind? And he's like, if you have something of value to add, go ahead. Thank you for asking. I was like, all right. And then he said, you're very handsome, by the way. I was like, thank you. I know. But it was a good talk. It was awesome. Yeah, we go way back. We go way back. Besties. It's easy to repair if you have the tools. Oh yeah, I have no idea how to repair fiber. I mean, it's fiber. Just sew it together. Just get fluid in there. Just crochet that thing. They always give an estimate that's way ahead of what they can actually do. I bet Josh Strife slid into my DMs, that's for sure. I keep about the Prime thing since I started on YouTube. Oh, I just saw, oh, Damien went over to Twitch and did Prime sub, then went back to YouTube, thanks. Muck Josh dual stream win. I mean, if I had something to talk with him about, I'm sure he'd be willing to. It's just a matter of if I had something to discuss with him, I guess. But he does really big projects. Like, dude, that 100 hours of EverQuest for that one video, that is wild. And then it was an hour-long edited video. That was wild. I don't even know how long was I reacting to it. Like, I mean, I was watching it on 1.25 speed, so I was watching it a little bit faster than an hour. So it was like maybe 45 minutes to get through it. And then I don't know how many times I paused it. I'm sure it was 4 hours. No, it was 3 hours. I don't know. It wasn't, because we were looking at the Guild Wars 2 patch stuff for 2 hours. I think it was like 2 hours tops. Because it could not have been 3 or 4 because we spent 2 hours watching the Guild Wars 2 patch notes. You've been reacting from 7 to 11? No, I was watching the Guild Wars 2 new weapon teaser from 7 to 9. When he does, I know 100 hours of Guild Wars 2 doesn't. Oh no, he's already sold on Guild Wars 2. He's done many videos on that. How long can we keep him online? Yo, I was actually at 11:30. I was like, oh, I should do 30 minutes of Age of Wonders 4, but then we just started talking, and now I'm not shutting up. He finished Guild Wars 2 around 8:30, and EQ reacts at 11:15. All right. Maybe so. It's over 2 hours. Now the question is, for those that don't know, there was one time Josh Strife Hayes did a 3-minute video, and Asmongold did a 30-minute video reacting to his 3-minute video. And then to mock him, Josh did a 3-hour video reacting to Asmon's 30-minute video, reacting to Josh's 3-minute video. So I'm wondering if he is going to do that to this. That'd be funny. I'm wondering if he was going to do that to this. Did you ever play Dark Ages of Camelot? Yes, way past its prime. I tried it out and I played it for like 30 minutes and I saw there was some classes in the game. I'm like, man, I would have loved this, but the game is like, there was like no one here, it was dead. So I ended up refunding the game because I had played less than 2 hours. Did you ever play Maple Story? No, I have not. Josh is the best fridge monitor content to watch. Samsung Smart Fridge. No, I've not played Maple Story. I have not done that. Nope. I could do my dailies, but I'm going to be on Guild Wars 2 tomorrow morning. I'll just do them then. I think Lorenity loved MapleStory. I just haven't played it. Haven't gotten to that. Have not touched that one. Ever streamed a Monster Hunter game? Yes. Monster Hunter World. I have played the whole thing on Mucklet Plays. When I say the whole thing, I mean I went through the whole campaign. Obviously, there's a lot of repeatable content. It was pretty cool. If you're interested in seeing my full playthrough of Monster Hunter World, that is a link to the playlist on Mucklet Plays. I went through the whole campaign, and honestly, I could never quite find a weapon that I loved. Like in Guild Wars 2, I love playing my character. The content, like they can make a new boss fight and it can be boring, and I'll still have fun because I love playing my character. I never found a way to play the character in Monster Hunter World I really, really loved. So after finishing the campaign, I ended up, I think I did the Geralt of Rivia DLC, and then I stopped. You did Wild Hearts too? Well, he specifically said besides Wild Hearts. You play Iceborne? No. Just Geralt of Rivia and the core thing. I was listening, not reading. Oh, gotcha. Cat Milk, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Appreciate you. The Iceborne DLC adds a new mechanic to it. I hope it's not don't get frozen, don't get hypothermia. Because those are so fun. Like a tool, like a new weapon. Yeah, I think over my time trying it out, I tried every single weapon in Monster Hunter World that was there when I played it, and I just couldn't get into it. I spent a lot of time on, like, Lance, Gun Lance, and Sword and Shield, but I did, like, a mission with Bow, a mission with Gun, a mission with Insect Glaive, and just, meh. I did feel safer with the shields in that game, because I could, like, block the huge hits and then counter. Saja Lee with the Prime, thank you. It's been a while, I forgot the details. Clutch Claw was not a mechanic, it's an abomination. Have you tried Monster Hunter Rise? They give you a dog. It makes you more of a pet class by default. Well, Monster Hunter World, they gave you the, what was it called? Was it the Palico? The little cat. That even if you gave it a full set of, like, damage gear, it did, like, no damage. So you had a pet no matter what you were. You get a cat and a dog? Oh, okay. So, yeah, that. John says, did you ever play WildStar? It was a good MMO that died. I did. I played it to like level 20 or 30. There was a lot of crazy classes. I remember one class that was kind of like a Mesmer. It would make like weapons out of light and then just throw them at the enemy. And then there was the Engineer, which was like a tanky character with a shotgun. And then you could also have pet robots. So there was some cool classes in that game, but I played it like a secondary game while I was addicted to WoW. So yeah, I was sad to see it die, but I certainly wasn't one of the people helping fund it. What do you think on Mace? Kind of disappointed from the ambush. As a druid main, I'm looking forward to having a new primary weapon, because it looks like it's going to replace Axe. It's going to be Mace Warhorn Staff, I believe. The Mace offhand looks like a solid option for PvP. The Mace 4 had Condition Cleanse, a barrier, and 1 second of stability. That's a very solid, and it was like a 12-second cooldown. Very solid defensive option on the Mace 4. So it looks interesting, but as a support main, I'm looking forward to the main hand. Palico works better as a support. The Dogs and Rise are better for DPS builds. I made it all the way to endgame WildStar, then quit because there was only like one guild that bothered with raiding. Devs buried their heads in the sand for WildStar for too long. Mug people seem to either love World and hate Rice, or vice versa. Maybe you'd like Monster Hunter Rice. Rice? Is it easy getting to Guild Wars? Never played. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Upinia, a couple things here. One, that is a video that showcases why Guild Wars 2 is a great game. Obviously, I'm a Guild Wars 2 player. Obviously, I like it. That video shows why. It shows what Guild Wars 2 does that other MMOs do not do. If that video sells you on it, here is a new player guide we've got that can get you, just diving right in. It is very easy to pick up, and there are some advanced mechanics that could take more time to master if you're interested in that. But it's very easy to pick up. Are you going to do more Guild Wars 2 PvP streams soon? Maybe? Okay, so guys, I love PvP. if you look, I've got combined over 5,000 games played. I've reached Platinum 2. I'm a decent player. I'm not saying the best, but I'm decent. I personally feel like the current state of PvP is the worst I've seen it in the last 5 years. It's just, it's too glass cannon. It's too glass cannony. Everyone's one-shotting everybody. It's an FPS in there right now, not an MMO. I don't like that, so I've been playing other games. It's that simple. If they make it to where people are no longer like dying in one hit again, I will gladly hop back in there. But right now, I play one game and I get so mad I don't try again for another week. Muck, is there an easy way to get Gift of Glory? Which one was that? Give me a sec. I need a refresher. 250 shards. Are these the tradable one? Oh, yeah, okay, so you need 250 shards of glory, and then you buy the Gift of Glory from a vendor. You can buy shards of glory on the trading post. You can get those with the TP. I feel smarter in this channel for some reason. You feel smarter in this channel for some reason? What about Necro becoming an anime pro tag? I mean, they became a Russian last time, so why not? Is that from your website? Yes. New to Guild Wars 2, is there anywhere I could get info on rating strikes and other stuff? Oh my gosh, that's bait. There you go. mucklucklabs.com. This feels like a FIFA ad. Except I'm not asking for any money. Well, I am asking for money. I'm asking for Prime subs. But the website's not asking for any money. Might be getting new hosting for the website soon. Been talking to someone about that. There's some features I want to add to the website that are not available on Squarespace, and we might have to move it off Squarespace to get those. And the thing is, I'm always cranking out the guides and the YouTube videos and stuff like that. I've got other people that handle the website so that I don't have to stop making videos to then learn how to manage a website. So we're going back and forth with them a whole lot. I died in conversions to type bubbles. Speaking of which, is Clam updating the website if you hired someone new for maintenance? So the Clam did a lot of building the website. And he was hugely helpful. And there was at the time we started it, there was a whole just collective of people that were like, oh, let me design the front page. Let me design this. And then it was like literally a community effort. And I paid for the domain. I put down the money for the hosting and stuff like that, but they put it together. And then I was just super admin. So if anything went off the rails, I could undo it. Clam switched jobs almost like a year ago, and I've hardly talked to him in the last year. So since then, Eternal Fragment has been doing when I put a new guide out, he puts that guide on the website. But that's kind of it. There's been no evolution of the website since that. He's just been keeping it up to date with new videos.
Did someone say Prime sub? Pride laugh.
Mail, the guy who made my current giveaway bot and the Patreon sound bot, he has been pitching in with Eternal to try and get a lot of features that I wanted on the site a year ago to start coming online. Like a search box. Just the ability to go on the website and be like, type new player and find the new player guide. Things like that. Or to type Cairn and find the Cairn guide without navigating through all the menus if you just want to type it in the search box. That's something I've wanted on there a long time, but we haven't been able to do it. But yeah, I've got another person helping now. Clam is dead. No, Clam's still alive. I've talked to him like a month or two ago, but he's just very busy, doesn't visit very often anymore. Dude has charisma, say boys can make it. Good then, yeah, call a necromancer. No, he's good. There was one day, because he wasn't responding to my DMs, and I messaged Mrs. Happy Clam. I was like, hey, I feel awful for doing this, because I feel like I'm going to his mom or something. I was like, I'm trying to reach Clam with a question about the website, because I was like, I've been asking him for 2 weeks. Can you get his attention? And she's like, oh my god, yeah. And she got him, and then he responded. But he's just been really busy and not been doing much else. What are the features you want to add that Squarespace can't handle? Automatically updating the website. That was one of the ones that Mail was able to do off of Squarespace. So for example, I make a new guide. It immediately, the website would look and see, okay, he added this to the Guild Wars 2 guides playlist. And it would immediately put it under latest video and put it here, and then put it in the Guild Wars 2 section of the website. And if it's a news video, it would put under latest video in here. So like, depending on the playlist we put it in, the website would automatically update for the newest section here on the front. That is something that Mail was able to set up, but not on Squarespace. So we're looking at repointing it to another location. The search box, Squarespace can do a version of it, but it's not great. I think we can get a better one off of that. And then there was a few other ideas. Like we've got, like, there's a link there where you can see if I'm streaming on Twitch. So sometimes people come in and they just, if they want to pop in and ask a question, like, oh, I came to the website to figure out how to do this, but I can just ask you directly. I would love if there was like a obnoxious neon sign right above it. It'd be like, hey, you can, questions welcome. You can click here and ask me directly if I'm live. You know, something like that. That would light up only when I'm live, but not be there when I'm not live. Just a lot of small things. You stream on Twitch? Yes, Banana, I stream on Twitch. Anna Angels, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. But yeah, the search box was another one. What did Josh Strife Hayes give permission for? What did I miss? What's up, Anodic? I was basically doing a react of one of his videos. It was like over 2 hours. We finished just a little while ago. If you rewind the stream, we'll see it. I was getting back to my roots. He did a video where he covered EverQuest for over an hour, and then I covered his video covering EverQuest. But I didn't want to burn a bridge with him, so I asked him if it was okay first, and he said, go ahead. No, he's cool. I've only had a few chances to talk to him, but he's been a cool guy. Now he's gonna make a 4-hour video covering your video. Oh, I hope so. I could pop off. Go nuts. All right, well, chat, it is after midnight. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for tonight's stream. You guys have been incredible. A couple of plugs on the way out before I wrap up. If you happen to be new, my name is Muckluck. I stream every single evening and every weekday morning. We got big plans tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is the Guild Wars 2 patch with the new weapon stuff. I'm going to be cranking out a lot of videos in the coming days. I want to, tomorrow there's the 82 changes coming to Ranger Pets. I'm going to do videos on that. There's all the new weapon beta testing. So if there's any combination of class plus new weapon you want to try, I believe sometime after noon, that's like 12 hours from now is probably when that update goes live, but I would need to go double check the patch notes to find out. But that is the plan, so I'll be on the EU servers tomorrow morning and on the NA servers tomorrow night. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, hit like and subscribe. It helps us out. And these are my YouTube channels. If you didn't already know, I do have 2. And special thanks to the patrons. They're wonderful, and they keep us in business. And with that, I'm going to play myself out. You guys have a fantastic evening. Sleep well. I will see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but C to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way, the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the 2 viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas Muckluck. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and it made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted oxygen not included? Mm-hmm. I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them. And I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something. And he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character making me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say making me the poop one. But that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... The cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it.
Updated.
They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's two of, the baby's not eating bread. There's two of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New oh my god, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go. Okay, break time. Thirsty.
To be, yeah, dancing